Section 0 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Cândido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Reedy and Edwin Murray. Preface. The Jornal do Comércio of Rio de Janeiro published the following notice on October 6, 1915. A manifestation of remarkable brilliancy, promoted in honor of Colonel Rondon by the Geographical Society of Rio de Janeiro, took place in the Phoenix Theatre yesterday evening at 8:30. Beside the ceremony of the unveiling of his portrait, which is to be hung in the gallery of meritorious members of the Geographical Society, it was known that Colonel Rondon would avail himself of this opportunity to give, at the request of this institution, his first lecture on the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the exploration of the River Dúvida. The place first chosen for these lectures was the São Pedro Theatre, but through unforeseen circumstances the committee was obliged to alter this arrangement in 24 hours, and in this short space of time the Phoenix Theatre was prepared for this purpose. Long before the appointed hour the guests commenced to arrive, and at 8:30 p.m. the elegant theatre was quite full. Boxes, stalls, galleries, and all seats were taken. In the corridor which encircles the stalls one could see many people standing. The invitations had been distributed in accordance with the largest seating room of the São Pedro Theatre, and for this reason there was some difficulty in seating all the guests in the Phoenix Theatre. The first tier of boxes were all reserved for the President of the Republic, Vice President of the Republic, ministers, members of Congress, the diplomatic corps, and the government of the city of Rio de Janeiro. Amongst those present we took note of the following: the Minister of Marine, the Minister of Agriculture, the Vice President of the Senate, the Chief of Police, the American Ambassador, in whose box the American ensign was displayed, a Commission of the Municipal Council, the Chief of the General Staff of the Army, and representatives of the President of the Republic and of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Justice, and War. Shortly before 9 p.m., the session was opened with General Gregorio Thaumaturgo de Azevedo in the chair. At the table placed on the stage were also seated Colonel Rondon, Dr. José Boito, Álvaro Belford, and Sebastião Sampaio, members of the board of the Geographical Society, and Lieutenant Alfredo Severo dos Santos Pereira, who was committed to greet Colonel Rondon on behalf of the officers of the army. The unveiling of Colonel Rondon's portrait was followed by prolonged cheers, after which General Thaumaturgo de Azevedo delivered the following speech. The Geographical Society of Rio de Janeiro, which I have the honor of presiding, has decided to hold this great meeting in order to unveil the portrait of an illustrious Brazilian and honored member of the Society, in acknowledgment of the relevant services rendered by him to the nation. In retribution of this proof of kindness, and at the request of the board of the Society, the intrepid explorer will deliver 3 lectures on the subject of the geographical and other work carried out under his direction as Chief of the Commission of the Telegraph and Strategic Lines of Mato Grosso, and also during the Roosevelt expedition. From these words it can be easily gathered that I refer to the meritorious Colonel of Engineers, Cândido Mariano Rondon, who is here present. His contemporaries of the military school say that whilst a student of this academy, Rondon had the constant ideal of connecting up all the important places of his native state by a system of telegraph lines. This preoccupation, which was always before his mind, he carried out beyond his wishes, for he has not only made this connection, but extended same to another state as great and as rich as his own, viz. The Amazon, and from there to the whole of Brazil by means of the already existing communications. It is close on 25 years since he undertook this work in the wilds of Mato Grosso, firstly as assistant and afterwards as the chief, and he not only planned and studied these aerial lines, but traversed century-old forests, followed up in the courses of unknown rivers, exploring some and rectifying others, determining geographical positions and collecting abundant natural history material heretofore unknown. This arduous task can only be understood by those who have carried out such work in other regions, such as the boundaries commissions, equally dangerous and full of sacrifice. Hence the value we give it by our own experience. In the same way, Rondon has rendered this patriotic service at the cost of his health, the risk of his life, and as a duty to his country. Of all these qualities, however, the one which most ennobles his name is the kindness which he initiated the service of the protection of the Indians, liberating them from the massacres of other tribes and even of civilized people in search of rubber, bringing them into the midst of civilization. This is his most meritorious work. For such deeds the Geographical Society of Rio de Janeiro, in unveiling his portrait here, will be proud of having same among those hung in the members' gallery of the Society. General Thaumaturgo's last words were received with prolonged cheers. At this point, Mr. Sebastião Sampaio, the official speaker of the Society, recited the verses from Olávio Bilac's poem entitled O Caçador de Esmeraldas, the Hunter of Emeralds. "Behold, sir, it was a wild wander," says the poet, "and it was a lost march. It was but a selfish dream, that of this hunter of emeralds. Nevertheless, he has these verses to immortalize him." You never could have imagined the praise of this unique poet, the cherished symbol of our country, could ever be yours. Bring, meanwhile, to the present era of civilization that company of pioneers. Substitute the wild wander and the lost march by the sure route which breaks through the wilderness, just as your pencil designed a map. Change that selfishness, the delirium of the green stones, into your unselfishness, into your earnest hope of causing the generous blood of life to circulate in all the arteries of our nation. Forget for a moment that we are referring to you, and I can affirm that you will be possessed with the vision of this moment in which I am greeting you with Bilac's poem, dedicated to Fernão Dias Pais Leme, who appears returning from the wilderness, like the ancient heroes, bringing the wilds on their shoulders. You will therefore see that it is perfectly useless for me to attempt to honor you with my own phrases. They fall to your feet like the forest flowers which drop slowly across your way through the silent woods of dark nights, trying in vain to fathom the incomparable brilliancy of your glory. Our society was desirous of having your picture. It has therefore procured one in retribution of its enormous debt, not towards you who do not require words of praise, but to our mother country, proud of your work and of your merit. I would that the words of our illustrious chairman, who is also full of services to the nation, should have sufficed for the ceremony. But I must comply with the rules of my office and delay somewhat the anxiously awaited narrative of your deeds. Far from me to attempt to eulogize this Homeric enterprise of 25 years. To repeat in simple words the magnificent work which you have accomplished would be to diminish it. We are all aware of the height to which same attained, and history's altar has no steps for human aspirations. It is immortality that takes under her wings and carries the chosen souls. I prefer to admire you from below with the earnestness of all your admirers. Behold, all of us are the believers in the utility of your work. Your generation, which you highly honor, my own generation, which learns from your example as a youth. Dreamer of a great dream, you are able to accomplish it at manhood, and by this you have taught us not only to esteem work, but to yearn for the ideal which is so wanting in our days, materializing the present and threatening future. Your tenacity, the incomparable virtue of your tenacity, the constant fever which burnt in your mind through cold nights and that did not hamper your heroism, exposing your life like the genial poet in the stormy waters of the Amazon, for the sake of your work, this other poem, the poem of your journey, the new Lusíadas of the new glories of our race. Your love, it was through this love that you substituted the soldiers of the old pioneers by brotherly affection. You have brought us with the unknown land and unknown brother, thus redeeming a race which science had condemned in its cruel mistake that it was sufficient to think without feeling. Why mention your services rendered? Who is there that ignores that you have given us this huge tract of unknown Brazil, which 5 heroes had previously attempted in vain to reach, and which you have finally incorporated into the nation by its giant's march from Mato Grosso to the Amazon? Why more words? You know the modest home of your studies and investigations, the Geographical Society where the bust of Rio Branco presides, the venerable statesman who gave us a new independence by erecting the defensive walls of the borders of the nation. You have completed the work of Rio Branco. You have discovered this unknown Brazil which he delimited. It was but natural that your picture should complete the external veneration in our humble temple. We have accomplished our duty. We are content. And our country, who hails you, gladly blesses you at this moment when we celebrate your glorious work." On terminating his speech, Mr. Sebastião Sampaio was received by the auditorium with loud and prolonged applause. First Lieutenant Severo dos Santos then delivered the following speech: "Colonel Rondon, your comrades joyously associate in the just homage which you receive from the Geographical Society of Rio de Janeiro, the legitimate interpreter of the gratitude which the country owes to the fearless discoverer of the wilds of Brazil, and to the humanitarian pacificator of our aborigines. And their pleasure in so doing is so much the greater, inasmuch as these words of praise fall on a group of devoted comrades of the glorious 5th Battalion of Engineers of the Strategic Telegraph Lines Commission from Mato Grosso to the Amazon, and of the Service of the Protection of Indians and Localization of National Laborers, which under your direction work so patriotically. You have once again shown what services military engineering is apt to render in times of peace, for since the time of the Romans it develops industry, that is to say, the real and useful effort of mankind over its surroundings. In view of the fact that your mission is rather of protecting human life than destroying it, as was the wish of a Lázaro Carnot or a Vauban. And during this long campaign, how many simple and obscure soldiers have silently fallen, unknown to the outside world? How many comrades of ours have courageously sacrificed themselves to their work, since that kind-hearted and noble First Lieutenant Francisco Bueno Huerta Barbosa to the more recent one fallen yesterday, wounded with many arrows, that good and brave Francisco Marquez de Souza, in whose diary, brought up to the last days of his life, we can read the narrative of the privations, hardships, and suffering of his epic exploration of the River Ananas. Only the active courage, the combative faith, and the potential energy of a chief like you could bring about the amalgamation of such manly souls in the crucible of a similar devotion, implanting in the hearts of the younger generation who followed you this intense passion for the unselfish and dangerous life of a forest traveler, that attraction for the unknown, that same faith in a high ideal, which, after facing all sorts of setbacks, has conquered and brought to a meritorious end the enterprise which we now honor and thank. Condemned to the primitive life of hunting and fishing, descending the rivers in canoes made from the trunks of trees, marching knee-deep in the marshes and swamps, or entangled in the vegetation, what enormous courage and energy is it necessary for a man to show in order to avoid succumbing in the struggle against hostile elements. There the marches are conducted amidst the dangers of the flora and the fauna, now crossing adust plateau, now forcing a way across the hispid woods, now again investigating the secrets of the treacherous waters, closed to view by the labyrinth of the branches between banks permeated with malaria. Pascal said that rivers are roads that travel, but here in our complicated potamographic system, a network of igapos and paranas, of falls and rapids, tombos and sumiduros, the river is more like a dangerous serpent, now winding insidiously between banks of mud, and suddenly throwing itself into the treacherous revolution of the agitated waters. And there is wrecked the capsized Uba, and the result of many months' work, instruments and provisions parsimoniously calculated for the rest of the voyage, are lost. Then it is hunger that arrives, with its long despair and the sadness of gulleting in corrupt and putrid meat, the spice and sauce with which the valiant eat. From the Lusíadas. Thanks to your wise foresight, along the track opened for the main telegraph line, notes were mapped with the new geographical and ethnographical corrections with regard to the habit and customs of our native tribes, enriching our folklore and our knowledge with new information with regard to the flora, the land, and the aquatic fauna, and also with regard to the geological structure of our soil. The immortal journey across our hinterland, from the Pareci Plateau to the marshlands of the Madeira, will remain as if grooved in the surface of the earth which we inhabit, wedged in between meridians and parallels, which likewise mark out an immense region of suffering and heroism. For this reason your name will be worthy in fame's memorials to remain. From the Lusíadas. As illustrious names with deathless laurels crowned, while time rolls on in every clime renowned. Again from the Lusíadas. Nevertheless, you did not enter into the midst of our forest with sword unsheathed, holding in the other hand the lighted torch of Bellona. On the contrary, you had before your eyes that gospel, as it were, of the woods, described by the great José Bonifácio, wherein it is said that we owe the Indians much kindness, constancy, and endurance, which we must show them as Christian usurpers, which we actually are, and that consequently we must not treat them with fire and sword, but rather first know them and what they are, and what by nature they must needs be, wild Indians, and then find out the means of converting them into what it is our duty to see they should be. At that time, this great statesman, who was the father of our national independence, had foreseen that to attempt ex abrupto to transform an Indian into a civilized being was the same as to attempt by force to turn from one day to another a child into an adult, thus violating all the laws of biology and sociology which govern the normal development of the human species. Already Father Nobrega had declared that with music and harmonious voices he would venture to bring him all the tribes of America. Nevertheless, even in our days, these Indians found themselves outside the law, which, like an inhuman stepmother, existed only for the purpose of delivering them up, defenseless to the iniquity of their persecutors, thus living like so many wild animals held at bay by the relentless hatred of the Indian hunters. There was even a scientist who proclaimed that the only natural solution of the problem was the extermination of our poor forest brethren. In the midst of such cruel injustice which dishonored our history, it fell upon your great heart and your civic courage to have the glory of taking up the tradition of José Bonifácio, saving from complete annihilation what remained of the unfortunate Aborigines population, bravely facing not only their unconscious arrows but also the still more poisoned arrows of the unemployed demolishers who trail their life at the corners of the Avenida, blowing off their ridiculous and wanton criticism. It is because in the midst of the stagnation caused by skepticism and discouragement occasioned by negative criticism, by the exercise of pure talk of the most sterile ventriloquence, you speak the unknown language of action with the courage to undertake, the prudence to continue, and the firmness to carry out to the end. Your mission was not, however, that of theological catechism, which endeavors to impose its faith on the Gentiles, nor that of pseudo-scientific materialism, which preaches the monstrous theory of modern anthropophagy, according to which the strong and cultured may devour the weak and uncultured. No, your mission was inspired by scientific faith based on the unchangeable laws of positive sociology, which shows us the various people of the earth from the most primitive settlements or taba, or to the most enlightened society, as being fundamentally constituted of the same organic elements, differing only in the respective degree of development. This being the case, what we have to do is not to exterminate the Indian, in the same way as one does not exterminate a child. One educates it, that is to say, we must lift him up to the level in which we live ourselves, peacefully and humanely placing within his reach the improvements of which we may dispose. Let us therefore admire your daring efforts and serene courage, the noble disinterestedness, thanks to which, whilst other nations supposed to be more enlightened were criminally hunting them down, we could prove to the Indian that we, the civilized people, are superior to them not in the superiority of our firearms, but in the greatness of our generosity and in the excellence of our altruism. Only those who see but the material and crude aspect of progress can deceive themselves, endeavoring to underrate the position which is due a nation in whose midst hatred against other races is unknown, and that brought about the abolition of slavery amidst rejoicing and flowers. Still more, therefore, than the profile of the unraveller of the wilds, what stands out most in our eyes, above all, are your service as the practical executor of the civilizing aspirations of José Bonifácio, and your great heart as a friend and protector of the persecuted Indian, whose lamentations ring out in the poem of Gonçalves Dias, Tempiras. Your work stretches out into the future to an enormous extent, just as those sightings from our terrestrial telescope, which is daringly thrown up to the stars. Your name has already crossed our frontiers, proclaimed by such an eminent person as a Theodore Roosevelt, in the centers of worldwide prestige. Gentlemen, he who most loves his country is he who served it more. Let us therefore learn in the noble life of this Bayard sans peur et sans reproche, in this courage of this clear of virgin forest, in the intrepid action of this pioneer traveler of our interior. Let us learn from this character, like a diamond without defects, in the naked and clean blade of this energy of steel, in the precious vein of this heart of gold, how to serve unfailingly, disinterestedly, the land of our birth, our dear Brazil. After this speech, which was highly applauded by the assembly, Colonel Rondon rose to say a few words. Colonel Rondon rose from his seat on the right of the chairman of the society and ascended the tribune. The auditorium received the lecturer with loud cheers which lasted for a few minutes. Then the illustrious Brazilian commenced his first lecture. Colonel Rondon was interrupted at various intervals during the lecture by the applause of the audience. Amidst the loudest applause we may remember the projection on the screen of the pictures of the speaker with the Pareci children educated in the school instituted by Colonel Rondon among the tribe of those Indians, and who are now living in the city completing their education. Later on they will return to the woods as telegraph operators. Colonel Rondon's last words were received with great enthusiasm. In proportion as Colonel Rondon proceeded with his lecture, projections were thrown on to the screen under the following headings: The President of the Republic, Dr. Lauro Muller, Colonel Roosevelt, Commemoração de Floriano, confluence of the Pimenta Bueno and the Ji Paraná, Lieutenant Jaguaribe, Captain Amilcar Botelho de Magalhães, a stretch of the mouth of the river Apa, Chamacoco Indians, deck of the Riquielme, the Bolivian frontier mark, first side of the Corumbá, chart of the route adopted. On the way to the Fazenda das Palmeiras, marshland at the Fazenda das Palmeiras, cattle enclosures at the Fazenda das Palmeiras, the cattle of the Fazenda. On the way to a hunt, the first jaguar, skin of the first jaguar, the second jaguar of which Rondon shows the head, banks of the Paraguay, swampy Pipiresol, Carandazao, steamship Mato Grosso, view of the Fazenda de São João, photograph of the setting out to a hunting expedition, Roosevelt laying down reading, stretch of the river Nanaraçu, Gaiva Bay, camping at Porto do Campo, setting out for a hunt at Porto do Campo, the result of the hunt, Porto do Campo, departure for Tapirapuã, arrival at Tapirapuã, departure for Salto, arrival at Salto, breakfasting on a hide, Aldeia Queimada, entrance into the track of the telegraph line, Rio Sacre, camping at the Sacre, Salto Belo, a Pareci village, the interior of a Pareci hut, a Pareci mother, Pareci basket, game of headball, breakfast at Salto Belo, Utiariti village and station, Utiariti waterfall, group close to the Utariti falls, Juruena station, group of Nhambiquaras, a Nhambiquara mother, presents for the Nhambiquaras, a tree in the field, Serra do Norte. After a small interval, the cinematographic films of the expedition, divided into 4 parts, completed the program of the entertainment. The following is a list of the principal pictures taken in the wilds by Second Lieutenant Thomas Hayes. the dock at Buenos Aires, Rio Paraná, Rosario, Asunción, Brazilian frontier with Paraguay, the Carandá Palms, Porto Mortinho, Corumbá, expedition leaving for the first hunt on the River Taquary, the River Taquary with its birds, waterfowl, and cayman. Colonel Roosevelt firing on a cayman, Porto de Retiro, the expedition leaving for a hunt on the Fazenda das Palmeiras. At the Fazenda das Palmeiras, Colonel Roosevelt presents the skin of the first jaguar, journey on the River São Lourenço, and hunting on the same river, marshlands on the River Paraguay and the Gaiva Lake. In Caceres, afterwards at Porto de Campo, camp at Porto de Campo, crossing the rivers on horseback, ascent of the River Sebituba in launches, falls of the Sebituba, arrival at the port of Tapirapuã, presentation of the members of the expedition, Colonel Roosevelt, Colonel Rondon, and the other members of the committee, animals for use of the members of the expedition on their voyage, the determination of the coordinates of the port of Tapirapuã by Colonel Rondon and Lieutenant Lyra, preparing the expedition to climb the Pareci mountain range, the journey across the prairies of Tapirapuã, the port of Salto, and the journey to Aldea Queimada. End of section.
Section 1 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Reedy and Edwin Murray. First lecture, Introduction. Some time ago, friends of mine informed me that the Rio de Janeiro Geographical Society, desiring to manifest the high degree in which they held the modest contribution brought by my work in the wilds toward the development of the descriptive study of the lands and people of Brazil, had resolved to bestow on me the distinguished honor of having my picture hung amidst the select company of those of our compatriots who have most distinguished themselves by their services rendered to Brazil in this branch of human accomplishments. This resolution was so out of proportion, between the small value of the results directly attributable to the capacity of my own individual efforts, and the magnitude of the distinction with which it was proposed to reward them, that I at once felt it my duty to request the distinguished society to reconsider their decision, and after weighing all the facts which I myself would submit to them, come to a decision which more in accordance with the true nature of the facts would spare me the constraint of finding myself in the position of having to regret not accomplishing all that was expected of me, rather than flatter myself with the praise of that which I had effected. This reasoning, which I intended to submit to the Geographical Society, was, in my opinion, of itself so evidently convincing as to remove from this assembly all aspect of a festive or congratulatory solemnity. Were it not for the scarcity of time now at my disposal, and the still greater failing in the poor means of expressing myself, I would give you another reason which, at the present moment, holds my soul in mourning and my heart closed to all sentiment which has not the bitterness of the deepest pain. An enormous succession of unpardonable errors, because they were committed in our days when the doctrine of Auguste Comte is sufficiently propagated to render the sentiment of universal fraternity familiar to the most accomplished peoples of the West, has resulted in hurling the leading nations of humanity against one another, and has kept them for more than 1 year plunged in the floods of bloodshed, which snatch off, pick to pieces, and submerge the most delicate and beautiful qualities of our civilization, namely, gentility to women, kindness to little children, the aged and the sick, and that sentiment of individual dignity which restrains one from committing violence against persons and things, lest one should diminish in one's own eyes the esteem and respect which is due to one's self-respect. Immersed in the sea of anguish which flows from the heart of humanity, the loving mother, who sees her children tearing themselves to pieces with the assistance of the very resources which she had created and given to them, prompted by the noble ambition of placing them above the sorry solicitings of private animality, I feel pained at the frailty of my strength which does not permit me to contribute towards the work of those who are using their efforts in the direction of mitigating the devastations of this horrible catastrophe, other than in accompanying them with expressions of my gratitude and in supplicating destiny to afford them the greatest facilities capable of enabling them to attain the object to which they have devoted themselves. Such weighty considerations, however, could only prevail were it a question of doing or of suppressing acts which affected my person directly and exclusively, but they could not be invoked in order to justify my non-compliance with any duties inherent to the exercise of the functions entrusted to me. Friends of mine, to whom I explained the scruples which oppressed me, and the constraint which I felt in assisting at the special honor of the inauguration of my own portrait, which they intended to hang in the gallery of the Geographical Society, confirmed the objection which I had already made to myself. That is, that all the attention evidently only seemed directed towards me individually, but that in reality it aimed further and embraced also the Telegraph Lines Commission, which the Republican governments, since the time of worthy President Penna, have used as an instrument to render the nation the services which are known to all. Considered from this and sole point of view, my presence at this meeting is more than justified. It is necessary, for I am doing nothing more at this moment than carrying out the duty of personally representing the Commission of the Telegraph Lines to come and tell you, Mr. President of the Geographical Society and your illustrious associates, how gratifying it is for the members of the Commission, taking individually and conjointly, to receive the support from the applause with which you reward the efforts which they, far off in the wilds of the country, have used their best endeavors to develop, with the only hope of contributing to the continuation of the work which we inherited from the past and are preparing for the future, to lift up our dear country to such a level as will enable it to give full expansion to its aspirations and to render to humanity the gifts which he has so lavishly spread around us. As for me, I must acknowledge that I rejoice at the circumstances with which destiny has entwined my life. Without referring to other sources of lasting happiness from which the most complete blessings flow, which may have fallen on me in my mother's breast, and without delaying in an infusion of renewed and daily increasing gratitude, and my indebtedness to the religion of humanity, which, taking me by the hand, conducts me with a firm step along the road of altruism, which is day by day smoother, easier, and more beautiful, the only certain and true aim of the unsurpassable pleasures of the devotion of high ideals aspiring the ennobling works of human nature, it is sufficient to record the facts that during the whole of my public career I have had the good fortune to see associated with my work as chiefs or assistants, citizens who honor the name of our nationality, colleagues who dignify the class to which they belong, and friends who raise friendship itself to its highest degree, making us discover therein new charms hitherto undiscerned. Under such conditions, the greatest blessing which could be vouchsafed me evidently would be that the ties existing between these chiefs, assistants, and myself should still become closer and closer and everlasting, so that as long as the memory of any of us lasts, once invoked would immediately appear accompanied by the others. The hanging of the portrait of the Chief of the Telegraph Lines Commission in the picture gallery of the Geographical Society of Rio de Janeiro satisfies at least, in part, the wish which I have just expressed, because at any future time he who looks at this portrait will at once recollect that its object is to call to mind the remembrance of those of my distinguished assistants and friends whose vigorous cooperation resulted in the success of the enterprise initiated in 1907, which was to open up and hand over to civilization a huge territory in our country, until that date in a wild and abandoned state. You can therefore realize, Mr. President of the Geographical Society, the nature, the extension, and the deepness of my gratitude for the kindness which you and your worthy co-associates have shown me, and for which I confess myself eternally and deeply indebted to all of you, not only collectively, but each one separately and individually. To all of you, I beg to tender the undying thanks of the members of the Commission of the Strategic Telegraph Lines from Mato Grosso to the Amazon, who promise to reciprocate the distinction which you deign to honor their modest but sincere past efforts with renewed and greater efforts in devoting themselves entirely to the love and to the work of augmenting the moral and material aggrandizement of our mother country. And you, my noble colleagues of the army, what do you expect me to say to you to express, even in the pallid and awkward fashion that I have just done to the worthy Geographical Society, a part, at least, of the emotion which I feel at seeing you here assembled to bring me, not simple words of encouragement, approval, and applause, but the most affectionate effusion of good and sound comradeship, which burst forth, grew and became more consolidated with the warmth of the communion of sentiments, the resolutions and the thoughts which constantly unite us around the ideal of the republican aspirations of our country, represented by the colors, in the design, and in the words of our beautiful and adored national flag. You wished to take an active part in this assembly to signify to us that the campaign we have been for so long sustaining against the hardships and snares of the wilds has not broken the solidarity between you and your colleagues of the Commission of the Telegraph Lines. On the contrary, it has strengthened it. This unity of purpose never had any other origin or motive beyond the desire, or, I should say, ambition, of thoroughly understanding the sentiment and the sense of our duties to the nation which only aspires to become great by peaceful labor and international fraternity. Your manifestation is joyously accepted by your comrades of the telegraph lines, who feel happy at seeing how completely you reciprocate the truly fraternal affection which they also devoted to you. In their name, and in my own, I beg of you to accept a cordial shake hands and our best thanks for the comfort which you have brought us in accepting as yours, and therefore as that of our class, the work and efforts which we have accomplished in the wilds and on the boundaries of the country as obedient servants of our government and country. End of Section 1. Recording by Todd. Section 2 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Reedy and Edward Murray. First Lecture, Part 1. Origin of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition, Organization of the Brazilian Commission, Choice of Routes submitted to Mr. Roosevelt, Selection of the one relative to the Rio da Dúvida, Overland Journey of the Chief of the Brazilian Commission from Rio de Janeiro to the mouth of the River Apa, the heads of the Brazilian and American Commissions meet on board the Paraguayan gunboat Riquielme, formation of the Roosevelt-Rondon Commission. On the 4th of October 1913, I arrived at the Barra del Magaco station, having come from Barra de Burgues, the extreme southern point of the telegraph lines from Mato Grosso to the Amazon, which I had just inspected, when I received from Dr. Lauro Müller, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a telegram inviting me to accompany the ex-President of the United States of America, Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, on a journey which he proposed to undertake through the interior of Brazil as far as Venezuela. I replied accepting this honorable commission, and on the same day left bound for the river Corumbá-ratification de Floriano, which I descended, making use of the means of transport created by the Telegraph Lines Commission. I entered the river Pimenta Bueno, and afterwards the Gai-Parana, at the mouth of which I found the scout Cidade de Manaus, which took me to the capital of the state of Amazonas. Considering the urgency which existed to provide for the organization of the indispensable elements for the journey of the expedition, I immediately took steps which would be useful, whichever might eventually be the final route chosen by the eminent American statesman, to get out of the central Brazilian Cordillera into the Amazon basin. Of all the routes which might be followed, that which appeared to me preferable was one afforded by the courses of the river Arinos, Juruena, Papagaio, and Dúvida. For this reason I ordered canoes to be prepared on the banks of each of these four rivers, at points of easy access, for travelers who might penetrate into the highlands of the Parisi, coming from the headwaters of the River Paraguay. During my voyage to Manaus, I received word that Colonel Roosevelt's project was to enter the river Amazon by the Tapojas and into this river by the Arinos. But evidently this course could not offer anything new to an expedition whose object was to unravel the unknown aspects of our wilds. I decided, therefore, to submit to the appreciation of our illustrious guest other routes, which could with more advantage be taken by his party, and I therefore telegraphed from Manaos to Rio de Janeiro to the chief of the drawing section of the Telegraph Commission, First Lieutenant Jagaribe de Matos, to show him at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the geographical charts drawn in our technical office, with the data supplied by our explorations, suggesting the following routes. A. From São Luiz de Cáceres, or from Coaba, along the Telegraph Lines Commission Road as far as the Barral do Magaco station, and there to embark in barges to descend the rivers Comamaraco de Florino, Guiparana, and the Madeira. B. Follow the same route as far as José Bonifácio station, one station before Barro de Magaco, and thence gaining the Passo da Linha on the Dúvida, to descend and explore this river, which would probably take the party to Madeira. C. Reach the Tapajos by descending the Juruena, and not the Arinos, which latter route has been known for a century, so much so that it has served as a trading route for some time between Para and Mato Grosso. D. From São Luiz de Cáceres, pass to the valley of Guapore, and from the city of Mato Grosso to descend this river and the Mamore in a launch as far as the falls of the Guajira-Mirim, here to take the Madeira-Mamore Railway to get to the city of Santo Antonio do Madeira. E. Finally, by the Telegraph Line Road to reach the River Papagaio at Utiarity Station, and by this river enter the Tapajos. Of these 5 alternatives, the one which offered the greatest unforeseen difficulties was that relative to the River Dúvida. This was the one chosen by Mr. Roosevelt. During my voyage from Manaos to Rio de Janeiro, where I arrived on the 11th of November, I organized the staff of the Brazilian Commission and picked out the professional men who might be entrusted, for the greatest benefit of the nation, with the services of astronomy, determination of the geographical coordinates, topography, botany, zoology, and geology, besides those relative to general administration. Of these devoted assistants, those who were in Rio de Janeiro left in parties successively from the 22nd of November to the 5th of December for Montevideo in order to ascend the River Paraguay, and from there make for Corumba and other points, where they were to await the arrival of the expedition and organize the services entrusted to them. As for myself, obligated to remain in Rio de Janeiro to attend to the requirements of the indispensable equipment necessary to the success of the commission which was confided to me, I would follow on by land as late as possible, but still in time to descend the Paraguay and await the entry of Mr. Roosevelt into Brazilian territory. To accompany me on this journey, I retained Captain Amilcar de Magalhães and Dr. Eusebio de Oliveira, the former my assistant and the latter the geologist of the expedition. All baggage was sent on by water via Montevideo. On the 28th of November, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs communicated to me that Mr. Roosevelt would leave Buenos Aires for Asunción on the 4th or 5th of December, and 3 days afterwards would continue to ascend the River Paraguay, making for Corumbá. On receipt of this advice, I left Rio de Janeiro for Sao Paulo by the night train on the 2nd of December, having previously taken the necessary precautions to enable us to travel, without interruption, on the following railways: Central of Brazil, Sorocabana, Noroeste, and Itapura to Corumbá. On the evening of the 5th, we arrived at the end of the line of the Itapura-Corumbá Railway, the construction of which went a little beyond Rio Verde, and even so, a few kilometers of this line were not yet consolidated and could only be used for ballast train. Here we organized our march on horseback to reach the end of the line, which was being constructed from Porto Esperança to Itapura. We thus traveled 168 kilometers as far as Campo Grande, where we arrived at 6 a.m. on the 9th. 3 hours later, we left Campo Grande in a special train, which took us to Porto Esperança, situated 2,248 kilometers from Rio de Janeiro, and where we alighted at 11 p.m. We immediately embarked on the steamer Nioac, belonging to the Lloyd Brasileiro, which, by order of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, awaited us under steam. Before dawn on the morning of the 10th, we were under way. A little before 1 o'clock on the afternoon of the 11th, we anchored in front of the mouth of the River Apa, where we were to await the arrival of Mr. Roosevelt and his party. From the point where we lay at anchor, the River Paraguay extends its course downstream in one long straight line, forming one of those stretches which, in the picturesque language of the dwellers on river banks, is called estuário. We knew that the American expedition had left Asuncion on the 8th, on board the Paraguayan gunboat Adolfo Riquielme. Therefore, barring accidents on the two shallows which hamper navigation on this river, a little before and above the city of Concepcion, it could now not be long before the anxiously awaited moment of sighting our future guests would arrive. In this expectation, we gazed in the direction whence they should come, full of anxiety to catch sight of some smoke or other sign which would predict the meeting of the Paraguayan boat to us. At the end of 2 hours we discerned the outline of a steamer coming up at full speed. We hastened to make the last arrangements for the reception which we thought would presently take place. On the deck of the Nioac, already in white uniform, which had been chosen for this occasion, we did not lose sight of the small vessel, which like a new Proteus constantly appeared to us to be changing its shape, sometimes confirming our hopes, sometimes dissuading us. At last we ascertained that this was not the long-desired Riquielme, but a tug carrying Chamacoco Indians, who were going to some industrial establishment on the banks of the River Paraguay, and were there to continue their sad and laborious life, semi-enslaved to some company of strangers, who had converted their free forests into an unhomely, hard, and unfeeling country. In this way we passed the day and the night of the 11th of December. On the following morning we were at our posts scanning the horizon towards Asuncion. The hours slipped away slowly until 10 o'clock, and were running on their fatal march, when we were suddenly delighted to see, at the end of the Esterado, a ship. We soon distinguished its flag at the stern masthead, and at the same we saw that it was the Paraguayan gunboat. At 11:30 a.m. the Riquielme was alongside the Nioac, and from its quarter-deck Mr. Roosevelt corresponded to our waving in anticipation of the greetings which we were about to bring to him on board, together with the offers of cordial hospitality which the government of my country had entrusted me to make. The Paraguayan anchor had hardly grappled the bottom of the river when my assistants and I made for the ship, on whose deck was to take place the ceremony of the introductions between a statesman accustomed to the usages of European diplomacy and the man who for almost 25 years had lived in the wilderness, frequenting the ministries of the Boraro, Pareci, and the Nhambiquara Indians, perfecting himself in the etiquette of their respective courts. Withal, I was not tormented with nervousness at the outset, because the mass of exterior circumstances, which forms the circles in which we have to act, support and help us to find the necessary gestures adequate to the moment which we traverse. And if, when we greet in the Bororo fashion, we are immediately prepared for the sharp odor of naked bodies painted with aurucum, in compensation, when we exchange amiabilities in the language of Corneille and Molière, we are insensibly drawn to gentleness and refinement, and without any effort the charming manners which are peculiar to the life of our drawing-rooms come back to us. I now found myself on the deck of the Paraguayan warship, greeting Mr. Roosevelt in the name of the Brazilian government, repeating to him the offer of our hospitality, and introducing to him the members of the Brazilian Commission, who from that moment remained at his orders. Mr. Roosevelt replied to our words, not only with the distinction characteristic of his great intellect and high culture, but also with the affability of a true friend of our country and its people. It was the intention of the Brazilian government that we should take the American Commission on board the Nioac there at the mouth of the River Apa, but when we alluded to this part of our program, we saw that the Paraguayan officers would be very disappointed if they were deprived of the honor of taking the ex-president of the United States of America to Corumbá. As we all of us had the same object in view, which was to render homage to our guest, I gave way to the Paraguayans, and was glad that destiny had been so benevolent as to allow me the privilege, on the first occasion that I found myself in an official capacity in that country, of expressing my sentiments of fraternity to the most genuinely American nation of all those who have formed themselves in these lands of Columbus. Having settled this point, a little after midday, the Riquielme continued to ascend the river in the direction of Brazil, and the Nioac followed her closely as an escort. We journeyed in this way until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when both ships stopped in order that Mr. Roosevelt might come on board the Nioac to return the visit we had made to him. Besides the courtesies which were exchanged between Brazilians and Americans, it was also agreed that Mr. Roosevelt, on the day following his arrival at Corumbá, would leave for the Fazenda das Palmeiras on the River Taquary, where he would have his first jaguar shooting. From this ranch he would go on to the one called Ferme for the same purpose, namely killing jaguars. From Ferme he would return to Corumbá to enter the River Cuyaba at the point where the Fazenda de São José is situated, and in which the President of the State of Mato Grosso, Dr. Costa Marques, was awaiting him, and would also offer our guest a jaguar, peccary, and tapir hunt, besides a round-up, Rodiero, of 6,000 head of cattle on the open plains. He would return afterwards to the River Paraguay to take the San Luis de Cáceres route, visiting on the way the Fazenda de Descovado. From São Luís de Cáceres he would continue the journey, on the next day, to Tapirapuan, in case he decided not to hunt on the River Juruena. On the road to Tapirapuan he might do some shooting on the Fazenda Barranco, at the Porto do Campo, and at the farm called Palmito. Finally, from Tapirapuan he would journey on horseback across the Parisi Plateau as far as the River Dúvida, which he and I and a part of the two commissions would descend in a canoe, whilst the other party would go as far as the Guiparana, in which they would embark, directing themselves towards the Madeira and Manaus, at which place all should finally meet. We arrived at Porto Miltonhall, where we dropped anchor and went on board the Paraguayan gunboat to take part in a dinner offered by Mr. Roosevelt to the Brazilian Commission. On the following day we gave a breakfast on board the Nyoc in honor of the officers of the Riquielme. On the 14th we were opposite the legendary fort of Coimbra. Mr. Roosevelt did not visit this fort, neither did he see the famous Gruta del Inferno, Grotto of Hell, because he considered that the time which he had at his disposal to absent himself from his country was almost insufficient to carry out the programme previously laid out. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon we had passed the Bolivian frontier mark on the right bank of the River Paraguay, and only 24 hours afterwards did we sight the city of Corumbá, in which port the Riquielme entered, escorted by a large number of small craft full of ladies and gentlemen who had come to greet our honoured guest. While still on board the Riquielme, Mr. Roosevelt received the compliments of the commander of the Brazilian fleet of warships on the River Paraguay, represented by a first lieutenant of our navy, and on shore he was received by the commander and officers of the 13th Military District, the Municipal Council, the federal and state authorities, and by the whole population of the city, who were most enthusiastic in manifesting their delight at having the eminent American statesman amongst them. End of Section 2. Recording by Todd.
Section 3 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Cody Spain of Dallas, Texas. www.codyspain.com. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Ridey and Edwin Murray. First lecture, Part 2. On the morning of the 16th, the Brazilian Commission gave a farewell breakfast to the officers of the Paraguayan gunboat in which Mr. Roosevelt and the members of the American Commission participated. The toast of honor was raised to the Paraguayan Republic, which, one again in common brotherhood, took such brilliant part in the honors bestowed upon the statesman, who of all brothers in present day represents the policy of American fraternity. That day we remained in Corumbá, verifying the baggage of the American Commission and examining the convenient propriety of certain articles which they had intended to be used in the wilds. But on the following morning, having presented myself to Mr. Roosevelt ready to embark whenever he wished, we took the Noyac and left for the Paraguay, a river which enters the River Paraguay by various branches, one of which is called Rio São. It is on this branch that the landing stage of the Farinha des Palmares is, and we directed our course to it. But before arriving there at 5:30 p.m., we sighted a giant anteater, Pteramuda bandera, which, with its clumsy gait and small jumps, was wandering in the camp. This was one of the specimens of our fauna, which Mr. Roosevelt desired to obtain for the zoological collection of the Natural History Museum of New York. I ordered the ships to stop, and we jumped on shore, the dogs running ahead to embarrass the flight of curious quadruped Kermit. Dr. Soledad and I completed the circle, and Mr. Roosevelt fired his Springfield gun, the type used in the North American Army, of great precision and admirable penetration. The beast dropped, and we, delighted by this fortunate commencement of our guest hunting expedition, congratulated him. He thanked us with great satisfaction. which was fully justified, moreover, by the beauty of the specimen with which he had just acquired, really worthy of providing a skin which will recommend to the admiring New Yorkers the entire race of South American anteaters. At eventide, the Noyac hauled up alongside the port of Rio Chano, and on the next day Mr. Roosevelt left for the Fazenda del Palomares, whilst Captain Emiclar and I remained behind, as we were engaged in surveying the road across the marsh. On the same day, I prepared everything necessary to start the jaguar hunts on the following morning, and in order to eliminate the possibility of any personal accident, I adopted all the steps indicated by the experience of experts in this dangerous sport. To those who are not acquainted with the American feline except by name, or having seen him in a sleepy mood cowed at the back of a cage, or still more inoffensive in some museum with large staring glass eyes, wide-open jaws showing his great teeth, with many people would willingly pull out and have mounted in gold as unequivocal trophy as some wonderful adventure, I would say that the jaguars are classified in three large groups. The Cercunias is the spotted jaguar and the black jaguar. The species of the first class are sometimes called pumas or lions, probably in order not to deny the rule that suggestive names are generally in contradiction to the character of the individual to whom they are applied. These are the most common, and in accordance with the latitude of the region in which they are found, present day a variety of coloration, from dark red they fade to yellow. When inhabiting the prairies of the south and towards the northern side of the Amazon district, they carry a black line the whole length of their back, and a few stripes of the same color. The spotted group is sometimes divided into three varieties, with one wide patch on a whitish base, and another large black patch on a reddish base, and the third with small black spots on a red base, lighter in color than the preceding one and smaller. The last two are called carniquas, and these are distinguished one from another by adding to the common name the Indian adjective asia, which means the bigger. In the marshes of the River Paraguay as far as the Poya Forest, the spotted jaguars of the first and second varieties are to be found. Those of the third variety live in the Amazon, in the high wilds of the Central Mountain, and in the Plan Alto of the Mariquian Range, where they're scarce. The group of black jaguars exist attached to that of the spotted division. Their bodies show patches of chocolate or coffee color on a black base. Although the name of the tiger is commonly given to this group, it's not, however, the most ferocious or the most audacious. These qualities pertain by right to the Paraguayan asu, an animal with enormous head, large paws, powerful claws, thick forelegs, the thighs of an athlete, and the size and weight equal to an African lion, in the opinion of Mr. Roosevelt. The hunt of this feline beast presents, in certain cases, serious danger. If at the moment in which the dogs find him and chase him he has a full stomach, having satisfied his natural voracity on the flesh of some victim previously slain, it is common to see him climb up the first tree he meets and remain there on the branches, quietly observing the surroundings from his refuge, quite indifferent to the onslaught of the pack of hounds, and even the approximation of the hunter. On these occasions, bringing him down is quite simple, and a safe operation without any risk. But if the hunter comes upon the Caraguicu when he is prowling about, things take a different turn. It is the hunter that keeps him on the move, and the hungry feline is an irritated beast, crafty and audacious. He faces the hounds with aggressive resolution, and if any one of them more daring or less experienced does not know how to keep him at a convenient distance, with one sole blow from his mighty paw, the dog is thrown into the air, falls far off with his broken bones, bleeding, and almost dead. It is not necessary to be a Nimrod to know the hunter. As soon as he ascertains from the barking of his pack of hounds that the beast is at bay, runs to the place where it is, endeavoring to arrive in time to avoid the loss of one of his dogs. When the jaguar comes face to face with the hunter, he no longer bothers about the dogs. He fixes his attention on the principal enemy, studying the best means to master him. Now one must be calm and steady, and have firm sighting and determination. One's legs must not be called upon at these moments to do more than to supply the strength necessary to sustain a still body without trembling, so as not to compromise the precision of the shot. And even if we did merit the epithet of the velocipedes like Homer's great hero, running would be of no avail, for we must either kill or be killed. Meanwhile, the hunter must not hurry to fire. It would be extremely dangerous to miss his mark. He must endeavor to find the best position and the opportune moment to mortally wound the animal at the first shot. It is, however, necessary to be wide awake. If the beast commences to wag its tail, there is no time to be lost. Either a sure shot brings him down, or he springs at the hunter as quick as a dart, and with a powerful bound throws itself on its prey. And at the last bound, standing erect on its hind legs, the jaguar is close up to its victim, subjugates him by the shoulders with his powerful claws, and with formidable teeth crushes his skull. Jaguar hunting is not devoid of danger for a man alone armed with a rifle. For this reason, in Mato Grosso, experienced hunters are accompanied by a man they call azaghariel, a name derived from azagharia, having its base a crosspiece so that the steel blade, which is reasonably long, can only penetrate up to the same in the body of the beast. The azaghariel remains behind the hunter, but if some motive or other the jaguar should attack, his duty is to pass quickly and resolutely right in front of the hunter, attracting him on to himself, the attention of the animal, with the azizia in the rest firm and without attempting to make thrust, which would most certainly be paired by a stroke of the beast's paw. He waits until the jaguar, raising on its hind legs and throwing its body toward for the fatal grasp, springs on the steel which is presented to him. Thus the feline aggressor, blind with fury beside being wounded, remains at a distance, which renders it unable to use its claws, because the cross-piece of the spear impedes the shaft from running through its flesh at that point, the wound giving the man certainty of having his weapon free and disengaged for a new attack. The beast falls, but still full of vigor, returns to the attack with renewed impetus. Again it would be wounded, and again it insists in the struggle, until the hunter finds a favorite occasion to bring him down with a shot. It will thus be seen from the above description that the function of the azaghariel is not to kill, but simply protect the hunter during the time in which he is obligated to keep his gun in his hand and an insert weapon which he is momentarily unable to use. Nevertheless, either as a pastime or out of bravado, there are men who go jaguar hunting armed only with a zizia, spear. Obliging these beasts to show fight, they even succeed in killing them. Such a feat has a great deal of daring about it, and in this fact resides the charm found by those who use these methods. It is true that even when two hunters cooperate with one another, serious accidents still happen. I will relate one which took place some time ago in the very region where Mr. Roosevelt was about to hunt. One day a cattle breeder named Cairo-Rondon noticed that cattle in the fields were being worried, chased, and decimated by a jaguar. He therefore sent his hunters in search of its trail, with instructions to follow it up, discover, and kill the beast. In order to do this, two men left, accompanied by the necessary pack of hounds. One of these was a Cablico, native, armed with a shotgun, and another Guaycuru, Indian, an expert agazero. The dogs easily discovered the trail of the carnivorous animal, which was soon afterwards brought to bay in the midst of a clump of trees. It was a Kagruku, which was protecting its offspring, like a couple of cubs which had taken refuge in a thick cluster of undergrowth. The men made from this spot, and whilst they were endeavoring to sight him, behold, suddenly they saw him rising in the midst of the jungle, with some fury and swiftness that the Guaycurian Indian had no time to make use of his weapon. But at that moment, in which the jaguar, raising on its hind legs, was about to lay hold of the poor Indian by his shoulder, he seized its powerful paws with a Herculean effort, held the beast in an uplifted position. The brute, infuriated, struggled desperately, and with the claws of his feet torn to pieces the flesh from the thighs and from the legs of his stoic antagonist. The caboclo, his companion, terrified at such a sight, had not the courage to assist him. Far off he heard the alguacero shout to him that there was nothing to fear, as he had the jaguar held. Finally, as the struggle was lasting a long time, the caboclo got up courage. Getting closer up, he fired his gun. The grains of the shot struck his face and perhaps even the eye of the beast, and under its pain it made one supreme effort and succeeded in releasing itself from the hold of the Indian, and fled into the woods, in the thickness of which it disappeared. The hero of this wild struggle was carried to the ranch, where he arrived in an almost dying condition, but after a long treatment he succeeded in recovering. It was now easy to understand what steps had to be adopted to avoid the unpleasantness of having to lament an accident in the course of Mr. Roosevelt's jaguar hunts. Having got everything together, we left the jungle on the early morning of the 19th of December. The party was composed of Mr. Roosevelt, his son Kermit, 2 Azazirios, and myself. It was not convenient that the party should be larger, for too many people only served to scare the game. We, of course, took with us a good pack of hounds, the best I knew of in Mato Grosso, which I had expressly brought together for this purpose, getting them from places afar off. However, on this day we found nothing else than a female tamiundu, anteater, which was brought down by Mr. Kermit Roosevelt. In order to avoid useless tramps, I sent one of the Azazeros on the next day to beat the jungle, called Miguel Henrique, and see whether he could find recent signs of the presence of jaguars. The man returned with the news that he had discovered a trail of the previous night, which revealed the passage of a couple of these felines into clumps of wood, where they had taken refuge. We left at daybreak of the 21st of the spot, and a little after 6 a.m. we discovered the first jaguar, a splendid specimen of the ferocious kangaroo class, which was brought down by a sure shot from Mr. Roosevelt's Springfield. On the next day, we took the route to the Taquary Velho and discovered the second jaguar, which was killed by Mr. Kermit with a shot from his Winchester. The land of the Fazenda des Palomares comprise 3 kinds of camps. The first are plain and completely open, on the banks of the River Paraguay and Taquary, whose waters overflow and cover them from the beginning of the floods. The second are less low, but swampy, with clumps and belts of wood, and therein, which the brushes called piprea of the Caprias family are abundant. And finally, the firm land on the heights, never reached by the floods, which would serve as the last refuge for the cattle during the flooding of the marshes. These are so-called carandesias, named after the carandesia, one of the most beautiful palm trees of our forest. Such a variety of lands make it possible for the different representatives of which Brazilian fauna to live there almost in common. For this reason, the few days we remained on the ranch, all the hunting parties in which the 2 commissions had been subdivided were able to get specimens of birds, quadrupeds, and quadrumanes, which in other regions live quite apart from one another, according to the habits of their respective species, whether be by water, prairie, or forest animal. The skins of all the animals killed were carefully prepared by the American and Brazilian experts, to be afterwards handed over to the Museum of New York and Rio de Janeiro. This was, in fact, the real object of the journey undertaken by Mr. Roosevelt. Being passionately fond on the study of natural history, He'd come to Brazil moved only by the desire of adding to the zoological collection of the principal museum of his country. The specimens which were missing, and of those that were most interesting in supplying, were those relative to our jaguar, anteater, cabira, tapir, and peccary. End of Section 3. Recorded by Cody Spain of Dallas, Texas. www.codyspain.com. Section 4 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Cody Spain of Dallas, Texas. www.codyspain.com. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Ridey and Edwin Murray. First lecture, Part 3. Having now obtained a couple of canguians and specimens of anteaters and capybaras, Mr. Roosevelt declared that he was perfectly satisfied on this score. There was no necessity to go to the Farim Fazada, where jaguars never fail. These hunts only interested him as a means of furnishing the necessary elements for the divulgation of useful knowledge, and not for the purpose of revealing his abilities as a marksman, or of running extraordinary adventures capable of obliging an admiring world to proclaim him as the champion shot or the prime inter pares of risk-killers of wild beasts. Besides, the political situation created in the United States, owing to the developments in connection with the intervention in Mexico, filled his mind with constant preoccupation. The duties and the responsibilities which pertained to him as a statesman and the herd of a political party were ever before him, not only because he felt them nearly and knew them well, but also because he was increasingly receiving from his country appeals from his party, complaining of his absence at the moment so full of danger in the life of the nation. Therefore, this best effort was directed towards hastening the completion of the enterprise commenced in Brazil so as to be able to return with the shortest possible delay to New York. And in order to attain this result, he did not hesitate from the moment he arrived in Brazil up to his departure to sacrifice all that appeared to him not strictly indispensable to the nature and the great outlines of the expedition. Consequently, on the evening of the 23rd, the Noailles steamed out from the landing place of the Fazenda de Palmeiras, taking on board our guest and all his party, proceeding to the Vazeos de São José, where he would be met by the President of the state of Mato Grosso. On the morning of the 27th, we began ascending the River Cabaya. It was important, however, that we should not arrive before there was good light for taking photographs. The ship therefore anchored at 8 p.m. in front of Armachillo, a name which recalls the work done by the original inhabitants of the region in their task of enlarging, and at the cost of the swamps and marshes, the area of the firms, firm land, or cumes, highlands, which, inasmuch as they remained dry where the rivers overflowed and spread, the waters along this vast expedition of camp afforded the only points where it was possible for the inhabitants of the submerged territory to escape alive. At the dawn of the 28th, we continued to ascend the River Cabaya. We sighted on the left an Indian village of the Gotios tribe, eternal canoemen, sighted by Cato de Magias, and before 9 o'clock we saw the boat. Matteo Grosso, followed by the launch, having on board the President of the state and his followers, who were desirous of anticipating their greeting and courteous attentions with which they had planned to welcome Brazil's honored guests. Still on the same day, Messieurs, Roosevelt and Costa Manriquez accompanied me on a small hunting excursion. On the day of the 29th, or December, the rain was so copious that it was impossible to get any results from hunting or to attend the Redio roundup of the cattle in which we were to take part, 6,000 head, rounded up and assembled by mounted cowboys. Mr. Roosevelt noted his desire to descend the River Cabaya without further delay, but this was only made possible on the morning of the 30th. Even so, we all stopped at several points on the banks of the South Lacria, which appeared to us to be as suitable for obtaining the zoological specimens common to the marshlands. On the 1st of January, while ascending the river, we decided to make another beat for jaguars. We left the dogs loose on the left bank, while the hunters continued downstream in the Chilayans, a kind of barge. Shortly before 7 o'clock, the onqueires, jaguar dogs, showed signs that they had encountered a trail. We leaped on the shore and entered the jungle, through the swamps towards the point whence the barking came. As we advanced, fresh difficulties arose, hindering our march. Now we had to free ourselves from the insidious firmness of immense quagmires, formidable enemies that conquer by giving way. Then we were obliged to wade in the extensive marshes and inextricable jungle, through which we could only force our way by the weight of our own bodies. Although our feet were entangled at every step in the network of cane stalks already bent down and trodden over. Then again there were the caroxes, depressions of the ground, along which in the beginning of the summer the last waters of the floods run out and return to the beds of the river. The floods, however, announced themselves by invading them, and we found them like so many large rivers, which we were forced to swim across, holding up our guns at arm's length to avoid them getting wet. The sun was already high up in the sky. The heat worried us. Not one of our party, however, thought of giving up. The hope of meeting two jaguars, which we could see their trail, were ahead of us, closely followed by the dogs, interning themselves more and more in the vastness of the swamps. They were evidently some very sly beast which, on one or more occasion, had been chased by the hunters of the neighboring ranches, and had become more and more wily. They fled without showing fight. We were without breakfast, and two of our companions, both Brazilians, felt their strength giving way. Mr. Roosevelt, however, and his son maintained their vigor admirably, and resisted the fatigue of the hard marsh. At midday we arrived at the margin of a big corixa. I proposed to Mr. Roosevelt to stop there whilst his son, with the two zagueros, followed up the hunt. Having accepted this alternative, we remained waiting for the Kermit nearly 2 hours, and then we decided to return to the river. Coming out farther above the point where we had disembarked in the morning, I'd previously sent one of the men and the captain of the Noack to ask him to send the launch up to the spot where he'd hoped to get out, by a much shorter road than the one we had gone over during the chase. Mr. Roosevelt and I succeeded in getting on board the steamer at 5 o'clock, but our two companions remained behind, extenuated, waiting for assistance and food, which we sent them from the ship. Finally, in the evening, the whole party returned to the Noack, including Mr. Kermit, who informed us that it had been impossible to sight the jaguars because the dogs were being worn out, had lost all courage, and would not continue the chase. We emphasize this incident in order to take the opportunity to refer to the physical resistance and endurance with which Mr. Roosevelt is gifted, and which he, during the course of the expedition, gave proof. So much vigor in a man of more than 50 years of age, accustomed to city life and sedentary work, surprised us. And it is the more extraordinary because in the midst of the fatigues and the great inconveniences of these long journeys on foot, on horseback, or in canoes, sometimes under heavy rainstorms and other times under unbearable heat, he never once interrupted his intellectual practices. He showed himself to be extremely fond of reading. For this purpose, an essential part of his baggage was made up of many cases containing a large number of books recently published, some on politics, others on social questions, and the remainder on natural history. A volume of one of these works he always had with him. He scarcely arrived at a resting place or a momentary halt when he would cover the ground with a hide, throw himself onto it, and recommence his studies as if no other thing in the world preoccupied him, except to find an opportunity of continuing his interrupted hobby. after the hard and fruitless journey of the 1st of January, we descended into the São Luiz and got into the River Paraguay, again directing our course upstream towards South Luís de Cáceres. At this period of the year, the marsh is invaded by the waters, which extend inland out of sight. Winding between the hills covered with verdure, looks like an immense lake with a smooth, quiet surface, into which we reflected the beautiful palm trees known as caritas, and the eucharis with their graceful trunks towering towards heaven. The life of the delighted region concentrates itself in these enchanting refuges. Emerging from the midst of the great flood, in the dens of its woods, the famished jaguars prowl, roaring and goaded on by its sexual instinct, which makes it more than ever fearless, whilst the grotesque boquillo, monkey, jumps about on its branches of the trees, and the black flock of boguitos, in contrast with their ecarets with their pure white feathers, keep him company. Daybreak, tingling the skies, the land, and its extensive sheet of water with myriads of changing hues, casting in some places deep shadows, and in others resplendent brilliancy, binding the milky whiteness of a cloud with a border of burning cinder red, inlaying the gold, the emerald colors, waves of the foliage, all the charms our imagination, and throws us beyond the circle in which we are enclosed by the ordinary flow of our thoughts and reflections. Mr. Roosevelt went into the raptures at this marvelous sight, and declared that never in his life had he experienced similar emotion to that which he had felt whilst gazing at our country's pictures of nature. On the afternoon of the 4th of January, we anchored at the landing place of the Fazenda de São, now the property of Mr. Farquhar, who had acquired it from the Belgian syndicate called Probitos Calidas, more or less 2 years ago. Its first owner formed this property with his assistance of the Barrio Indians of Camphia, and in its prairies are more than 200 square leagues that existed at the same time, about 600,000 head of cattle, some of which it reported were driven to this property from the National Cattle Farm of Caceira. Besides stealing, government's cattle has become a lucrative and above all easy profession of Brazilians and even of Bolivians. To steal a few head of cattle from private farms was difficult, because in this case the fact was qualified as robbery, and whoever committed the same was called a thief and treated as such. At the death of its rich owner, his heirs sold the Devoto property for a mere song to the firm of Cabillas and Company in the Argentinian Republic, and the latter firm resold it to the aforesaid syndicate, of which King Leopold was a member. The Belgians explored the cattle of this enormous property by a period of 30 years, slaughtering some as they came in, the rodeo, without either method or selection. The new owners intended continuing the extractive meat industry, which was carried on by the Belgians, but for the present day they are simply attending to the renewal and the increase of their stock. There Mr. Roosevelt was heartily welcomed by his countrymen, the manager of the establishment, a cowboy from Texas, being in charge of superintending the peons, who were almost entirely Paraguayans. The best cowboys were introduced to him personally, and he chatted with them regarding the duties of their profession. Taking up his journeys again, we arrived on the afternoon of the 5th at the town of St. Luis de Cáceres, where the population, together with the officers of the 5th Battalion of Engineers, welcomed our guest with usual honors. From there we proceeded on the following morning and continued our ascent of the River Paraguay, making for Porto de Campo on the River Septuya, where we arrived after 3:00 p.m. on the 7th of January. The Noaillat could proceed no further. We therefore landed, and for the time pitched our tents, forming a camp for almost all the members of the expedition. We remained in the camp until the 13th, not only in order to give launch, called Angio de Ventura, which belonged to Casa de Luz of Carillas, time to effect the transportation of all the baggage and of part of the soldiers from Porto de Campo to Telegraph, but also for the purpose of completing the collection of large mammals with which Mr. Roosevelt was making. In the various hunting expeditions which we undertook in the course of those days, we killed several deer, pecarias, tapirs, and monkeys. End of Section 4. Recorded by Cody Spain of Dallas, Texas. www.codyspain.com.
Section 5 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. First lecture, Part 4. Finally, we broke camp on the 13th and proceeded on to Tapirapoan, near the Sepotuba, which was opened in 1908 by the Telegraph Line Commission for the purpose of providing the necessary facilities for the supplies required for their work in the Chapadao dos Parises, Parisi Highlands, to a point far beyond the River Juruena and the Serra do Norte. We arrived at that place shortly before noon on the 16th of January, and the attendants laid their hands immediately to the preparation of the baggage and pack mules which were to follow with the expedition into the forest wilds. It became necessary to subdivide the baggage of several of the cases belonging to the American Commission, in order to pack it in volumes of a weight more in proportion with the strength which can be expected of animals about to travel more than 600 kilometers across very poor pasture land. I had managed to bring together at Tapirapoan for the purposes of transportation 110 pack mules and 70 pack oxen. The organization and expedition of the various lots of this baggage train, with a cargo of 360 large packages, besides many other smaller ones, took 5 days of incessant toil. Meanwhile, the naturalists were increasing their zoological collections by the acquisition of fresh specimens, some of which were obtained by Mr. Roosevelt and Mr. Kermit themselves. Certain measures, counseled by the opportunity arising from the actual circumstances, were also adopted in view of accelerating the march of the expedition according to the expressed wish of Mr. Roosevelt. We formed parties which were to advance separately across the wilderness until they met again at the station called José Bonifacio. The first of these, which was under the lead of the ex-President of the United States, assisted by myself, was to proceed along the road constructed for assuring the supplies of the Telegraph Lines Commission, and to pass by Utiarity. The other, directed by my assistant, Captain Amilcar de Magalhães, would take a more direct course by the headwaters of the River Verde, Sacre, Papagaio, Buriti, and Sayuiná, in order to arrive at the Juruena in time to proceed, thenceforward at least 24 hours in advance of the first party. In this way, Mr. Roosevelt would not undergo the disappointment of having his march hampered by some drawback on the road, inasmuch as it would already have been removed by Captain Amilcar, who had undertaken to repair and render the bridges and crossings passable. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 21st of January, the order was given, and we of the first party of the expedition mounted and left for Tapirapoan, directing our course towards a place called Salto, still on the river Sepotuba. We arrived there at 4 p.m., after traveling 27 kilometers, set our camp, and enjoyed the first sensations of the wandering and uncertain life of forest travelers, so toilsome and full of unforeseen impediments, so exacting of prompt and energetic initiative, so incompatible with lack of determination and courage, and so much opposed to comfort, calmness, and the regularity of our civilized life, which must pass and run placidly and comfortably protected against all frailties in order to be able to spring out in the exuberant and beautiful florescence of poetry, science, and industry. Nevertheless, we used our best endeavors to secure for our guest special comfort, never, however, before seen here or on similar occasions. I had included 2 camp chairs among the packages of our urgency baggage for the personal use of our guest and Father Zam. When he discovered this, Mr. Roosevelt positively declared to me that as long as he was in the wilderness he would accept nothing and do nothing that might have an appearance of special attention to his person, and consequently just as he saw me sit, so would he sit himself. I had to give in, inasmuch as I was loath to deprive myself of the pleasure of seeing my ingenuity carried out, and consequently I increased the number of chairs to 3. For this reason, when we were at our meals, hurriedly arranged by our cook, who was full of good intentions but insensible to the glories and to the remorse of a vatel, we had our dishes displayed on 2 raw hides which covered the ground on a level with our feet. Around the hides the remaining guests squatted in the Yedo and Tokyo fashion, some with a certain amount of elegance and others in a very clumsy posture. But they honored our table with that joviality which can only be prepared by the exercise of long marches in the open, breathing the fresh and oxygenated air of the virgin forests and drinking from the running waters of the rivers that flow under the foliage of secular trees. From our camp at Salto we proceeded the following morning on our march into the forest. On the 23rd we passed through Aldea Queimada, where I received a petition for the discharge of Dr. Fernando Soledad, Lieutenant Luis Thomas Riez, and the botanist Honi, members of the Brazilian Commission, who came with the party under my devoted and most diligent assistant, Captain Amilcar de Magalhães. I granted these discharges. 2 days later we camped at the head of the river Mandioca, a name which was given to it by the first rubber tappers from the river Sacre, to recall to people's minds that there they had found the mandioca plantations of a village of Parisi Indians, whose assistance had been indispensable to enable them to maintain themselves in the forests. In this camp we were overtaken by the motor wagons in the service of the Telegraph Lines Commission, which came from Tapirapan and were leaving for Utiarity, loaded with baggage belonging to the expedition. Father Zam then got the idea of making use of this means of transport, which to him appeared less tiresome than the trot of the animal on which he was mounted. Having agreed on this point, he left early morning on the motor wagon for Utiarity, accompanied by his attendant Jacob Sigg, the naturalists George Cherry and Leo Miller, whose work of collecting birds and mammals was in fact hampered by the marches which were commenced at dawn and continued until sunset. Whilst in camp, Mr. Roosevelt always set aside a certain portion of his time to organize the book which he published later, relative to his voyage across the Brazilian wilderness. At first, and in order to designate these works as a whole, he decided upon the title Colonel Roosevelt's South American Expedition for the Museum of Natural History of North America. Later on, however, he decided to change this title and use that of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition, adopted by the Brazilian government. While still in camp, on the 27th, he wrote out the pages in which he explains the reasons which prompted him to adopt this change of title, and followed this up with other considerations in regard to the nature and the purposes of the expedition, with the intention of guarding himself against future comment and more or less malevolent interpretations. On the morning of the 29th, after having followed from Aldea Queimada, the automobile road opened northwards between the River Verde and the River Sangue. We took the route cut out for the telegraph line, which we were not to abandon again until the moment when we should take to the dugouts on the River Dúvida. We commenced to meet groups of Pareci Indians who are being employed since the last 5 years in the services of the maintenance of the lines, and on that afternoon we reached the River Sacre, otherwise called Timilatia, at the spot where, with a width of 130 meters, it falls from a height of 40 meters and forms the marvelous Salto Bello, the power capacity of which is rated at 30,000 h.p. Under the direction of a telegraph clerk, the Indians had already prepared the camp which we were to occupy, and had pitched our tents on one side of the road and erected 2 flagstaffs with the Brazilian and American ensigns. Facing the camp were the huts of the Pareci village, and behind these the falls could be seen. We went up closer to admire them. Mr. Roosevelt talked enthusiastically of the natural beauty which was accumulated there, and with the penetrating insight of an accomplished and true statesman in referring to the future, he took pleasure in figuring the wonderful picture into which the industry of man would shape this piece of our country. As soon as we shall be disposed to benefit of the facilities afforded by its healthy and mild climate, by its fertile lands, suitable for any sort of cultivation, by its means of river communication, which render it accessible from Paraguay, from the Amazon, and from the Madeira, and by utilizing the almost unlimited hydraulic power capable of moving in numerous factories and operating electric railways which can be laid out with almost no trouble whatever over level ground, towards Cuiabá and other centers of commerce or interchange with the rest of the world. We returned to the village. Mr. Roosevelt was detained in observing with much interest the domestic implements of the Indians, the gourds which served them for water pots, the pans placed on the fire inside the huts, now built after our methods with their ridges and 2 falls, some completely open, others having walls made out of palm leaves, their hammocks serving for the slumber of adults and infants, the cloths made by the women, and baskets, balls of cotton yarn all mixed up with axes, machetes, hoes, clothes, and other articles of our manufacture which are now being used by these poor people. He also took good notice of their habits, the women always on the move and occupied, now with their children whom they tend with the utmost patience, carrying them about in large sash slings which they pass around their bodies from one shoulder to the opposite hip, now weaving their hammocks and loincloths, tangas, then attending to the cooking, or carrying large baskets full of maize, manioc, or other products from their plantations. But they are never without their spindles, which are incessantly rotating as soon as they find a moment, however short, between 2 occupations, leaving their hands free, one of which to hold aloft the yarn, and the other to cause the small restless device to rotate. But of all that Mr. Roosevelt saw, nothing caused him so much pleasure as the games which the Parecis play on a large beaten plot of ground, where they divide themselves into 2 teams to thrust, receive, and return, by means of their heads only, a large inflated India rubber ball. Already in 1911, in the public lectures which I delivered at the Monroe Palace, under the auspices of the Geographical Society, I referred to this game, which the Parecis call Matiana Ariti, and I showed the process which they use in the manufacture of the ball from the latex of the mangabeira tree. Whilst referring to this game, under the name of head ball, and describing it in his book, Through the Brazilian Wilderness, Mr. Roosevelt confirms the opinion which I gave in 1911, that the Matiana Ariti is an autochthone institution of this tribe, and he adds that he had never heard of or read anything that might give reason to believe that a similar practice existed among any other people of the world. With regard to this last part of his opinion, I can say that the Nhambiquaras and the Kepekiri-Uats also know this game and play it. However, as they play same less proficiently than the Parecis, I maintain my supposition that the latter are its real inventors. The others may have adopted it out of a spirit of imitation, which moreover is quite easy to explain, in view of the fact that the territory of these Indian nations is adjoining. End of section 5. Section 6. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translated by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. First Lecture, Part 5. The morning of the 30th was still employed in visiting the Indian village and the surroundings of Saltobello Falls, where we breakfasted. We then proceeded on our journey to Uriarity. Here Mr. Roosevelt was met with a festive reception by the Parisis, under the lead of the Amur Major Lubiano Caluzo Rossi. Utiarity, on the River Papagayo or Sawayunia, an affluent of the right bank of the Juruena, is a name which since 1907 designates one of the most wonderful waterfalls of the world. I referred to it in my public lectures of 1911, delivered in this capital and in Sao Paulo, when I alluded to the marvel with which I was struck on seeing this enormous mass of water plunge itself into space in one gigantic fall of 80 meters. I shall not dwell, therefore, on the recollection of the impressions which remained stamped in my mind from the moment in which, still far off, I commenced to hear the deafening roar of this furious mass of water, up to the moment in which I set foot on the trembling soil on the border of the abyss, whence huge clouds of eternal mist are thrown up. I shall only say that in seeing it, Mr. Roosevelt was filled with admiration and declared that it was one of the most beautifully complete creations of nature, only surpassed perhaps by the Niagara Falls. Close by those falls a telegraph station exists since 1910, and also a village of one of the 3 groups of Parisi Indians, which I managed to dislodge from their old dwelling place at the headwaters of the River Verde and others, and settle in the neighborhood of this and other telegraph stations established on the road from there to Diamantina. In their new settlements, the Indians hold the legal possession of the land, which they use for their plantations, and live under the direct protection of the government, represented by the Telegraph Lines Commission. Besides these advantages of a general nature, the dwellers of the Utiarity village, as also those of Ponte de Pedra, have also the benefit of schools where their children learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. These schools comprise 2 divisions, one for boys and the other for girls, respectively conducted by the local telegraph clerk and his wife. Among the festivities arranged for the reception of Mr. Roosevelt at Utiarity, there was one prepared by the little girls of the school to which I have just referred. Unfortunately, however, sad news awaited us here. The niece of our honored guest, who, together with Mrs. Roosevelt, had accompanied him on his excursion to South America and had returned to New York from Valparaiso, died shortly after reaching the United States. I therefore ordered all the festivities which the people of Utiarity were preparing to cease. Here we met Father Zam and his companions who had traveled in the motor car. His Reverence was very much astonished at the great difference which he found between our Indians and those of Peru. The latter he had occasion to study during the course of a journey he had undertaken some years back, when passing through the Pacific coast to the Amazon basin across the Andes. It even seems that this journey brought him certain renown as a fearless and resourceful traveler, because at the Fazenda de São João and at São Luiz de Cáceres, some Franciscan friars referred to it in a conversation with Mr. Roosevelt and foretold the most complete success for the expedition which was about to be undertaken. inasmuch as it could rely on the advice dictated by Father Zam's wide experience. Before our arrival at Utiarity, the American priest had been told by the inspector in charge of the maintenance of one of the sections of the telegraph line that it would be quite impossible to get the Parisi Indians to submit to carrying anyone across the wilderness on a chair fastened to 2 long rods, which would serve to keep it upright and at the same time rest on the shoulders of 4 men. I confirmed this and added that except in cases of sickness or disablement, where it might be necessary to assist anyone by this method of transport, no one in Brazil could obtain such a mode of conveyance, inasmuch as it was entirely against our habits and character. Father Zam called our attention to the noteworthy fact that such a great difference should exist in the natures of men of an almost identical degree of civilization as in the case of Brazilian and Peruvian Indians. For among the latter he had occasion to see that for a man to submit to such a task was an honor worth disputing when it was a question of conveying any representative of the Roman Catholic clergy. We, however, did not share in our friend's astonishment, inasmuch as we consider this and other differences as natural consequences of the methods adopted for the education of the Indians, which vary according to the object one has in view. If we propose to educate men so that they may incorporate themselves into our midst and become our co-citizens, we have nothing more to do than to persevere in applying the methods up to the present adopted in Brazil. If, however, our intention is to create servants of a restricted and special society, the best road to follow would be the one opened by the Jesuitic teachings. Whatever may be the nature of the people submitted to the system peculiar to this method, the result obtained will always be the same, as is proved by the fact which some time ago was related to me by Father Malan, viz. That the Indians of Tierra del Fuego were as much attached to the Salesian mission in our days as were those of Paraguay to the Jesuits in olden times. They have not, as the Guaranis had not, any other thought beyond attributing everything to God, to whom they consider they are indebted for everything which they possess and all the work they are able to do. Mr. Roosevelt, entirely in accordance with this reasoning, said that he considered that the Indians are wards of the nation, whilst they do not attain the grade of civilization which would permit them to intermingle with the rest of the population and be absorbed by it. It cannot be an ideal of modern politics to promote or simply to consent that associations, religious or civil, should propose shutting them up in the ambit of their interests and of their special point of view. With these opinions, it was natural the American statesmen should agree and approve the action which, in the last few years, the governments of the Republic have wished to systematize amongst us, so as to solve the great problem clearly formulated by José Bonifácio, namely, the establishment of the ethnic unity of the Brazilian people. Seeing what we were doing in this direction, Mr. Roosevelt found similarity between our action and that which exists in the United States under the name of Indian Service, dependent on the Department of the Interior, and with visible satisfaction he mentioned facts which prove the spirit of justice with which that government acts in relation to their Indian tribes. There, since 1837, the Indians' rights of property over the lands which they occupy is recognized, and if, for whatever motive, the government considers the disoccupation of any of these lands of public interest, negotiations are opened up with the Indians, and plots of land in some other part of the country are offered them in exchange, and an indemnity in money is paid. For this reason there are tribes who possess deposits of considerable sums of money in the North American public treasury, and on which the nation pays, in interest alone, close on $2 million. The Osages tribe, for instance, figures as a creditor of the national treasury for the sum of $8 million. Unfortunately, in regard to this question of ownership of lands, we are in Brazil not only very backward, but also in a more than lamentable position, I may even say shameful. The backwoods of Brazil, where no civilized man ever trod, already appear on the books of the public registries as belonging to such and such citizens. Sooner or later, according to the convenience of their personal interests, these proprietors, cada duum soboles, will expel the Indians who, by a monstrous inversion of facts, reason, and morality, will be from then considered and treated as intruders, bandits, and robbers. These and other matters relative to the Indian problem in Brazil and in the whole of America came back often and often to our minds, and however interesting they might be, we could not allow ourselves to be absorbed by them. There were other matters more urgent and necessary to be solved immediately. In the first place, we had to arrange the means for carrying out Mr. Roosevelt's resolution to send Father Zahm, with his attendant Sig, back from Utiarity. Both were detached from the American Commission, and in the second place we had to organize, with the resources of the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition, a new party to reconnoiter and explore the course of the River Papagaio, leaving the point where we were, up to its mouth in the Juruena. With regard to the American priest, I arranged for all necessary means of transport to be afforded him on the rivers Sepotuba and Paraguay until he should reach Corumbá, where he would take passage on a Lloyd Brasileiro boat for Montevideo and Rio de Janeiro. From Utiarity he left on the 4th of February, embarking in a motor car belonging to the Telegraph Lines Commission, which took him to Tapirapoan. For the River Papagaio expedition we had at our disposal the canoes which I had ordered to be built in October. The exploring party was organized with two chiefs, one a member of the American Commission as honorary chief, and the other as an effective chief. In order to fill the first named post, Mr. Roosevelt appointed Captain Antonio Fiala, and the duties of the second fell upon Lieutenant Alcides Loridio de Santa Anna, a member of the Brazilian Commission. For the convenience of the present exposition, I will here anticipate the details which I would have to give later on in regard to the principal events during the voyage of the Fiala-Loriodo party. The descent of the River Papagaio was commenced on the 7th of February. On the same day the members of the expedition arrived at the rapids, which became known as the Fiala Rapids, where they capsized. Captain Fiala could hardly swim, and struggled desperately in the stormy waters. Now he would submerge under the eyes of his companions, then he would reappear on the surface further on, to disappear again in the midst of the current. For a moment it appeared to the party that the expedition would there have a sad and lamentable ending. At this moment someone was seen resolutely swimming in the direction of the drowning man. On reaching him he extends him his vigorous arm, but he had hardly terminated this generous movement when the other one laid hold of him in a convulsive and deathly embrace. They seemed to form one body disappearing in the depths of the waters, and whilst they were drowning they struggled. One to free his robust limbs and recover their liberty of action, the other to continue fixed to the hope of living, a hope which is the outcome not of the deadened mind, but only of the muscular sensation of being attached to something solid. The swimmer reappears from the bottom of the river, free from the fatal embrace. He takes breath and again throws himself into the waters to defy death, for the sake of saving a life whose worth to him consisted in the mere fact of its being that of a man. For the second time he is subjugated and obliged to recommence the desperate struggle. He overpowers him and persists in his first intent. Behold them at last on land, both alive, Captain Fiala and his savior, the canoe-man, Agostinho Ferraz de Lima, a man from the state of Goiás, an inhabitant of the wilderness, an obscure hero, as fearless and devoted a camarada as generally are the representatives of our strong race of caboclos, so incessantly abused by national and foreign writers, who exceed one another in criticizing all that is Brazilian, and in destroying in the minds of all the confidence in the future of our nationality, underrating the value of its men, their honor, and their character. After this wreck, the Fiala-Loriodó expedition returned to Utiarity in order to take in fresh provisions and other material, in lieu of those that had been lost, and also to substitute the canoe, which had been carried away by the rapids, by a Canadian canoe which we had taken there. We recommenced the voyage on the 11th. Next day, the members of the expedition passed through the mouth of a river on the right bank, which they recognized to be the Sacre. Below and on the left bank they discovered another on the 13th, which they identified as being the Buriti, and following this, that of the Sawiunia, also on the left bank. Proceeding, they penetrated into the Juruena, and from this river into the Tapajós, whose grand fall called Santo Augusto they passed on the 24th of February. Continuing down the Tapajós, they arrived at São Luís, embarking in a steamer of the regular line between this port and the city of Santarém, in the state of Pará. From there they went up the Amazon to Manaus, where they arrived on the 26th of March, without further trouble beyond that of bringing down Lieutenant Loriodó and a soldier, both in a sick condition. After the organization of the column, whose journey we have alluded to above, the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition was divided into 3 parties with independent routes, but all working on the same plan and equal resources, so that at the end the respective work of each could be considered as constituting the elements of one sole undertaking of the geographical exploration of the entire region studied by them. Of these 3 parties, one was headed by Captain Fiala and Lieutenant Loriodó. The other had been organized at Tapirapoan under Captain Amilcar A. Botelho del Magalhães, assisted by Lieutenant Joaquim Vieira de Melo Vilho, and having as his technical staff the naturalist Leo Miller of the American Commission, the geologist Dr. Eusebio Paulo de Oliveira, the taxidermist Henrique Reinisch, and also a botanist, a physician, and another taxidermist, who tendered their resignations and returned to Rio de Janeiro on the first day they explored the wilderness. This second party was destined to explore the rivers Camemorocao de Floriano, Pimenta Bueno, and the Gui Paraná, in order to arrive in the Amazon by the Madeira. But before reaching the first of these rivers, on leaving the Juruena, they became the vanguard of the party under Mr. Roosevelt, personally assisted by me. The other members were Mr. Kermit, George Cherry, the physician Dr. Antonio Cajazeira, and Lieutenant Salustiano Lira. The first party, being thus reconstituted, proceeded on the way to the river Dúvida, leaving Utiarity on the 3rd of February. 5 days later we arrived at the telegraph station of the Juruena, where there is a military detachment. There we met a group of 25 Nhambiquara Indians, who manifested great rejoicing and surrounded us before we could get off our horses. On another occasion I hope to be able to dwell a little longer in exposing some of the characteristic traces of this nation of Indians, of which before the work of the Telegraph Lines Commission nothing precise or of any worth was known. For the present, I will limit myself to say that the general impression of Mr. Roosevelt was that the Nhambiquaras are a people of a much milder and gentler nature, and more sociable than the great number of others belonging to a degree of civilization approximating theirs. The essential difference existing between this tribe and the Australians in reference to their methods of treating their women did not escape the penetrating eye of the American statesman. As a matter of fact, the Nhambiquaras, as almost all the Indians of Brazil, are not brutal to their women or to their children. On the contrary, they are kind and show a great deal of attention to them. They supply the wants for their subsistence and give them the same food which they eat themselves, obtained from their hunting, fishing, and their plantations. Another fact at once observed by our guest was the modest behavior and the simplicity of their habits and attitudes, not only of the men, but also of the women. In spite of the fact that they wear no garments and present themselves to the eyes of all just as they were born, no one discovers in them an attitude, a look, or a simple movement which reveal malice, and one might say with great appearance of truth that their habit of nudity clothes them more than the garments of many civilized people. We left the Juruena on the 10th. The region which we traversed under the telegraph line from this river as far as the Commemoração de Floriano is all occupied by the great Nhambiquara nation. For this reason we encountered everywhere fresh groups of these Indians, who, being advised of our passage, came to meet us on the road. To all of them we gave presents as a remembrance of this meeting. With some we exchanged strings of beads and other odds and ends which we had brought, for caps of jaguar skin, potteries, feather ornaments, and other articles of their primitive and curious industry. To describe in this march all the hardship we went through would be to repeat and enumerate the same fatigues and annoyances of all big journeys on horseback across the forests and wild, uncultured open country. Withal, if you remember that the expedition started in December, and that we were now coming into the month of February, it will then be understood that besides all the unavoidable discomforts of such journeys, we had still to overcome the effects of our summer, and the heavy rains which fell incessantly night and day. But it must not be supposed, as it would appear from print and hearsay, that all these things were full of tedium. In seeing them we cannot even think them monotonous, owing to the different aspects in which the same episodes present themselves to us, and the interest which we attach to them at the moment. Moreover, with the march, the landscape goes on changing, and as we do not go very fast, we have time to dwell upon the sights which arise and occupy our minds, with one or other conjecture on some topographical problem, the aspect of the flowers, and even the color or the song of a bird. Here and there a tree, which throws to the sides and above it its long frondent branches, casting a wide dark shadow onto the middle of the isolated camp, to the extent of which one's eyes can extend their vision as far as the long and undecisive curve of the horizon. Beyond, an eminence from which a beautiful perspective is displayed, in a succession of plains which appear to go to the infinite, some covered with the light green of the grasses, others with the dark tone of the woods winding according to the course of the rivers which they hide and shade, and far off the dark blue of the massive mountains which gradually fades towards the north until it is mingled into the bluish white of the bright sky. We took 18 days on these marches. At last, on the 25th of February, we arrived at the point where a cutting belonging to the telegraph line crosses the River Dúvida. The canoes were now ready. It was only necessary to make the last arrangements, embark the baggage brought, some by the pack mules of the first party, and the rest by Captain Amilcar's party, and finally we, who formed part of the expedition for the survey and scientific exploration of the River Dúvida, all embarked. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Second lecture, Part 1. Rio da Dúvida, the River of Doubt. As an indispensable preliminary for the entire comprehension of the importance and originality of the work done by the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition in the part relative to the reconnaissance and exploration of the River Dúvida, It is necessary for us to stop a few moments in the examination of the scientific problem which it proposed to solve, and in order to obtain this result we require to refer to the state of our geographical knowledge of this region wherein it was about to operate. We will not be able to arrive at, however, a more perfect understanding of the importance or the raison d'être of the problems which were then being ventilated unless we go back to a former epoch, that is to say, to the expeditions of 1907 and 1909 for the laying of the telegraph line from Cuiabá to the Madeira River, which gave rise to the formulation of this problem, not only in reference to the river Dúvida, but also to 11 other rivers discovered conjointly with it on that occasion between the meridian of 16 degrees and 17 degrees west of Rio de Janeiro, some of them being cut by the parallel of 13 degrees and the others by parallel 12 degrees south of the equator. The region which we have just mentioned is wedged in the interior of the great wilderness which generally one can describe as enclosed on the north side by a stretch of the course of the Amazon River, on the northwest and southwest by the entire courses of the rivers Madeira and Guapore, on the south by the Jaru, Cabaçal, Upper Paraguay, and the source of the Cuiabá, and on the east by the Arinos, the Lower Juruena, and the Tapajós. The enormous fluvial periphery of these wilds was known since the colonial days. In 1746 the sertanista João de Souza Azevedo passed from the river Sepotuba to the river Sumidouro, by which he went to the river Arinos, which took him to the river Juruena, and from this river to the Amazon River, by means of the river Tapajós, discovered 20 years previously by Captain Pedro Teixeira. The navigation between the city of Belém, Pará, and Vila Bela, now Mato Grosso, going up or descending the rivers Amazon, Madeira, and Guapore, was equally known already in the 18th century. The geographical exploration of these rivers was carried out at the end of the same century, and in the beginning of the next by Colonel Ricardo Franco de Almeida Serra of the Royal Engineers. The result of these surveys, made to verify the practicability from a commercial point of view of the route indicated by Souza Azevedo, appeared in a pamphlet written in 1798 entitled Navegação do Tapajós para o Pará, Navigation of the Tapajós to Pará, which is to be found in one of the volumes of the Revista do Instituto Histórico. On another expedition of much greater proportion than the above, Ricardo Franco, with the assistance of 2 astronomers, Silva Pontes and Lacerda y Almeida, made a survey of the whole route, which in those days one could follow through the interior of the country to come from Belém, Pará, to Sao Paulo. In order to arrive at this result, the Portuguese geographer left the capital of Pará, went up the Amazon River, entered the river Madeira, then into the rivers Mamoré and the Guapore, which he ascended as far as Vila Bela. From this town he went by land to the waters of the river Paraguay, which he reached in the valley of the Guaru. He descended this river as far as Cáceres, entered the river Paraguay, which took him downstream to the mouth of the river Taquary. He went up this river and then the Corim as far as the waters would allow navigation by canoe. He traversed a stretch of land extending for about 3 kilometers, immediately meeting the river Pardo, which is navigable by this kind of craft. Carried down this river, he penetrated into the river Paraná, which he ascended. Afterwards he entered the river Tietê, navigating upstream as far as the port of Araraquara, whence he went to the city of Itu and thence to Sao Paulo. In the course of this journey, Ricardo Franco and his 2 assistants were engaged in marking out such geographical features as merited annotation. Thus the mouths of all the rivers which descend to the explored stretch of the Amazon to the river Madeira, Mamoré, and the Guapore were determined by geographical coordinates. After the chart of these rivers was made, and having drawn therein the features of which they had taken the necessary data, an outline of the general configuration as presented by nature over the whole area traversed was obtained. Later on, this chart, in combination with the reconnaissance of the river Tapajós, to which I have referred above, formed the outline, contour, of the region which we have now before our minds. The work subsequently effected by all the geographers of the 19th century consisted in figuring in this chart the courses of the rivers of which the mouths had been fixed. An example of this mode of procedure had already been laid by Ricardo Franco. It consisted in utilizing with more or less ability information obtained by the new cartographer with regard to any part of the river corresponding to this or that estuary. The stretch resulting from this information was drawn in, and by means of haphazard deductions, the entire course of the river was traced, almost always based on the hypothesis that it would be a watershed of another corresponding to such and such mouths. We do not wish to say that such method was absolutely discretionary and capricious. Experts on these subjects know that I am not here examining all the elements and material which the cartographers could make use of to guide themselves, by a well thought out comparison of the different hypotheses resulting from each of these data, to accept that which appeared to them the more exact. I will simply indicate on general lines the method which has served up to quite lately in drawing up maps of great extensions of our territory, not with the idea of censuring and much less condemning such system, but simply to place within reach of all the possibility of understanding why there were in the charts of Brazil so many great errors and numberless omissions as were brought to light by the surveys of 1907 and 1909. Withal, however benevolent one may wish to be in the appreciation of these systems, one cannot fail to acknowledge that they were more apt to lead to error than to the truth. Who, for instance, simply from his knowledge of the mouth of the river Paraíba and the direction of its course up to Barra do Piraí, or even up to a much higher point, such as Resende or Queluz, could foresee that this river in the height of the Serra do Guararema mountain takes a turn, so familiar to us all, after which it continues ascending, parallel to itself, as far as Serra da Boquena mountain? However, it was on the basis of such guesswork, but on a much larger scale, that they had to make the charts of the northwest of Mato Grosso, starting from the periphery to the interior. It is not surprising, therefore, that the charts, which were held to be the best and most modern, contained mistakes and omissions so great that, comparing them now with the real aspect of the area purporting to be represented by those charts, it is impossible to admit any similarity between one and the other. To give you a more concrete example of what I am stating, I will take, for instance, two rivers, the river Guiparaná and the river Nhambari, and I will compare the real elements of these rivers with those which were attributed to them in the charts made by Pimenta Bueno, the most renowned of our geographers with regard to matters relative to Mato Grosso, and in those more recently published by Baron de Rio Branco and H. Williams, the latter of which bears the pompous inscription, "Borders of Brazil with Bolivia, according to the Treaty of Petrópolis." As far as the river Gui is concerned, its headwaters are shown to lay in lateral south below parallel 12 degrees 43 minutes 21 seconds, whilst of the three cartographers above named, the first places same above this parallel, the second figures it as one of the branches of the fork which he imagined to represent the formation of the river, and the last one, although he closely follows the work of the first, places same further north than he does, besides confusing the name of the river, which we are considering, with the Pirahara. As far as the Yamari is concerned, its sources are to be found between the parallels 10 degrees and 11 degrees, one almost on the meridian of 20 degrees west of Rio de Janeiro, and the others more or less symmetrically distributed on one side and the other of this meridian, of which not one is more than 1/2 degree distant. However, Pimenta Bueno, who of the 3 cartographers already cited least exaggerates, places one of them 20 minutes below the parallel 12 degrees and does not advance with the eastern one beyond 30 minutes to east of the meridian 17 degrees. Not less important than the incorrections were the gaps presented in these charts for the whole region contained in the interior of the fluvial circuit explored by the Portuguese geographer. After having crossed the river Juruena to the west of the meridian 16 degrees as far as 17 degrees, the expeditions of 1908 and 1909 successively encountered the rivers Nhambiquaras, 12 de Outubro, Toloiri, Ique, Dúvida, and Piracualuina, besides others which I will not mention. The problem which then arose for each of these rivers was to discover the hydrographic basin to which it belonged, and if for some of them we did not meet with difficulties in formulating an hypothesis which might entirely satisfy us, as in the case of the Nhambiquaras, which we attributed to the basin Juruena-Tapajós. For others, on the contrary, opinions were divided. Hypotheses which subsequently were found to be false had also at one time been admitted as being correct. This was the case, for example, with the 12 de Outubro and Toloiri, which we supposed constituted the headwaters of the river Canhuma, when in reality both belonged to the basin of the Tapajós. But of all these rivers, no one occasioned more numerous and continued doubts than the one corresponding to a source which we discovered on the 16th of July, 1909, in the parallel of 12 degrees 39 minutes south, and to which we gave the name of Headwaters of the Uru. The exploring column was composed of Lieutenants Lira and Amarante, Dr. Miranda Ribeiro, zoologist of the National Museum, and myself. To some of us it appeared that these headwaters flowed into the Guapore River. Others were of opinion that they were from the Madeira. The problem which thus arose was worth studying and being solved, not only on account of the interest which it awakened from the potomographic point of view, but also its importance in furthering the work relative to the laying of the telegraph line. We therefore decided to make a close examination of same, and for this purpose we constituted 3 parties, one under the direction of Lieutenant Amarante, who was in charge of prolonging the reconnaissance in a northerly direction. The second, with Lieutenant Lira, went westward, and mine, which left first for the south and then for the northwest. With less than 2 days' march, I discovered a new river, which appeared to me to be the first water flowing from the plateau Chapadao to the valley of the Guapore, into which river it enters probably by the mouth called the Corumbá. On the other hand, the reconnaissance made by Lieutenant Lira articulated itself so well with mine that the result of the two combined was to completely exclude the hypothesis of the headwaters of the Uru running into the river Guapore. The first doubt occasioned by the course of the river, which might correspond to the headwaters of the Uru, was thus solved. But on the 26th, when my party, having joined Lieutenant Lira's, returned to the east, there appeared before us a stream about 12 meters wide, running in a north-northwest direction. New controversies arose. Whence came this stream? From the source to which we gave the name of Uru, or from the Tolorienaza? As it was impossible on that occasion to conciliate the two opinions, I resolved to take note of those waters under the name of Dúvida, because it was my opinion that they were the same as those which gave us so much trouble in the discrimination of the basins of the river Madeira and of the river Guapore. Following up the march of the exploring column in a northwesterly direction, we had a few days afterwards to cross the course of these waters a second time. Again, fresh motives appeared justifying the name which I had given them, and which was finally forced upon me, inasmuch as in my opinion we were still in the River Dúvida, but my distinguished assistant, Lieutenant Lyra, was of opinion that it was another river. When the 1909 expedition terminated, and it was thought necessary to put together in one and the same map all the geographical data collected by the expedition in the wilderness explored, it appeared to us only natural that the River Dúvida should figure as the affluent of the Commemoracio de Floriano, which, with the Pimento Bueno, whose headwaters we designated under the name of Piroculuina, form the Gy Paraná. This map subsisted until 1913. In this year, Lieutenant Amarante having been entrusted to proceed with a complete survey of the Commemoracio de Floriano, he concluded that the hypothesis of the Dúvida figuring as part of this river was incorrect. On receiving notice of this result on the 25th of June, my mind was made up that in this case the River Dúvida could only be the upper part of some river whose mouth on the River Madeira was already known under the name of Aripuanã. In spite of this supposition necessitating, in order to be accepted, that a much longer course should be attributed to the river, suggested then that marked out on the charts, and also that the position given by Coudreau to the River Canhumá should be dislocated in an easterly direction closing it between the meridians of 15 degrees and 16 degrees west of Rio de Janeiro, I did not hesitate in accepting it as the only one probable, and also as the only one possible, taking into consideration the mass of data already established on the western region of the Tapajós Basin and the whole valley of the River Gy. Under the name of Aripuanã, the charts designated an affluent on the right bank of the River Madeira, closed up in a trapezium which sides were, on the east, the course attributed by Coudreau to the Canhumá, to the south the Gy Paraná, to the west the River dos Marmelos, to the northwest the portion of the Madeira from the mouth of this river to that of the Canhumá above named. Thus evolved, the Aripuanã could not extend itself below the parallel of 9 degrees, to which it did not reach, neither could it get out of the section corresponding to the meridian 17 to 18 degrees west of Rio de Janeiro. It was known that in passing from the Madeira to this river, and ascending same, one always navigated in the general direction of a meridian up to a point in which it divided into branches, one of which inclined towards the east and continued with the same denomination of the main stream, that is to say, Aripuanã, and the other deviated to the west and received the name of Castanha. Consequently, it will immediately be seen that the hypothesis of the River Dúvida being one of the feeders of this river brought about considerable modifications in the cartography of this vast region. We would have to admit that the Aripuanã not only went over the parallel 9 degrees, but also that it also reached latitude 12 degrees 29 minutes south. But if this were the case, it would be necessary to open a passage for it between the Canhumá and the Marmelos, of which the one figured as extending itself too much westward, and the other so much eastward that no space would be left for the branches of the Aripuanã to expand between the two. The exploration and survey of the River Dúvida could alone furnish the indispensable data for the solution of these controversies. Besides, as we have seen, it was already known that the Aripuanã at a certain height divides itself into 2 branches. One could not beforehand assert which of these would correspond to the river discovered in 1909, and this was one of the questions that would have to be decided by the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition. Moreover, the region which we were about to traverse would give room to collect a great number of other interesting facts for the geography of the northwest of Matto Grosso. Everything there was new and unknown, from the rivers which flow into that which we were about to discover, to the geological constitution of its soil, the richness of its forests, its population, in short, everything which existed there. The motives which I had in June 1913 to formulate the hypothesis that the river Dúvida was one of the feeders of the Aripuanã were in my opinion so valid and decisive that they authorized me to propose to the Minister of Foreign Affairs the organization of a subsidiary party entrusted to await the arrival of Mr. Roosevelt at the highest point on the Dúvida, where it would be possible to get to by steamer from Manaus and, entering that river, from the Madeira. The object which this party had to bear in mind was to receive the members of this expedition on their arrival at the point already known, and where therefore they would consider their work terminated. There they would find the necessaries to make up for whatever losses they might have sustained during the navigation of an unknown river, and they would also, besides this, find rapid and comfortable means of transportation for the termination of their voyage from this point to Manaus. My proposal having met with the approval of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I picked out Lieutenant Antonio Pyrineus to organize and direct the work of that party, giving him instructions to go up the river with the steamer as far as possible and afterwards in canoes, so as to await us at the confluence of the branches of Aripuanã, inasmuch as this was the only point where we were certain to meet him. Whether the Dúvida might correspond to the one or to the other of the two branches above mentioned. But just as if destiny persisted in justifying up to the last moment the denomination which I had given on the 16th of August 1909 to the headwaters of the Uru, the reasons which appeared to me so categoric as to exclude any other hypothesis with regard to the course of the Dúvida than this one which I was now admitting, they did not arrive at entirely convincing Mr. Roosevelt. Lieutenant Lyra presented strong and numerous arguments in favor of the former opinion that this river was only a contributor of the Guy. If this were the case, its course would be run in a few days, and to effect same would be a work of insignificant value, which would not be worth appearing as the principal object of an enterprise to be carried out by the American statesman. For this possibility Mr. Roosevelt would prefer making the sacrifice of remaining absent from the United States for a longer period, provided he might terminate the exploration of some river whose importance would justify the idea of giving it his name. It was his wish, however, that necessary steps should be taken at once to initiate the new exploration as soon as the hypothesis established by Lieutenant Lyra should be found correct, because in either case it was his earnest desire to terminate in as short a period as possible the undertaking which had brought him to these wilds, so that he might return to the United States in time to assist at the closing of the Mexican dispute. It was not difficult for me to satisfy the wish of the American statesman, because there, near the Dúvida, was the river Ananas, also discovered by the Telegraph Commission, but with regard to which we did not know whether it belonged to the basin of the Tapajós or to that of the Madeira. In either of these cases, however, the Amazon would only be reached traveling along this river after a journey worthy of being mentioned as a strenuous and energetic feat. I therefore ordered that dugouts should be built on the river Ananas. They would probably not be used by Mr. Roosevelt, but they would serve for the solution of the problems which were connected with the name of this river. After this occurrence we commenced to descend the river Dúvida, reconnoitering and making the necessary surveys to place us on firm ground, and once having arrived at this, that name disappeared, extinguishing itself at the same moment when the last motives which still existed for its existence ceased. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translated by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Second lecture, Part 2. The expedition for the reconnaissance of the River Dúvida was supplied with 7 canoes recently built, the larger of which with a cargo capacity of 80 arrobas, about 1 1/4 tons. One of these canoes was set aside for the personal use of Mr. Roosevelt, 2 others for the services of the topographical survey, which I took under my charge, together with Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit as sign-bearer. The remaining 4 were lashed together in pairs, forming a kind of raft. Besides the persons whose names I have just mentioned, the expedition was increased by the American naturalist Cherry, the physician Captain Dr. Cajaziera, 2 soldiers, 8 regional volunteers, and 6 civilian laborers. The members of the expedition were, therefore, 22 in all. Having completed the last arrangements for the embarkation, we commenced to descend the River Dúvida shortly after midday on the 27th of February. The river, swollen with the waters from the rain, for we were in the rainy season, had where we were a width of 20 meters. The flood was so great that the current as it pushed by touched the lower surface of the platform of the bridge which the Telegraph Lines Commission had built there. This flood, however, was of great advantage to the expedition, inasmuch as we were thus enabled to float over the many obstacles which would, for this reason, be submerged. Numbers of fallen trees lying across the river from one bank to another, many dry patches of land, some of which perhaps rocky, would certainly hamper our navigation if we were to undertake it during the dry months. Now they would not ever be seen, and would therefore give us no trouble whatsoever. On that day we traveled 9.314 meters, at times through thick woods, where the Hevea brasiliensis already appeared in different parts, and again through low and swampy lands. The soil was constituted of Paresis arenite. The course of the river took the mean route northwards, and the survey was made with 114 stations. We spent the night at our first resting place on the right bank, and proceeded from there on the following morning at 8 o'clock. After traveling 14.778 meters, we found on the right bank the mouth of a river measuring 21 meters wide by a depth of 4 meters, which we recognized as being the Festa de Bandeira, a name under which since 1912 we have known, the waters of a source called Carumicharu by the Nhambiquaras. We concluded that day's work at a place 1.750 meters below this bar, or say at 25.842 meters from the bridge called Ponte da Linha. On the following day, the 1st of March, we covered and surveyed a length of 20.377 meters, notwithstanding that we were seriously annoyed with very heavy rain, which poured in torrents from 11 o'clock up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In this section we found, first, the mouth of another river with a width of 15 meters, and soon after numerous signs of the Nhambiquara Indians, probably of the group called Navete. Among these signs I would like to mention a dam for fish built across that river, which for this reason became known as Ribeiro da Tapagem, thickets of former clearances for plantations, a landing place with a few small huts, and a pinguela footbridge of considerable length, along which was stretched a cipó or liana in such a way as to serve as a handrail. On the following day, the 2nd of March, we were only able to navigate from 8 a.m. up to 3:30 p.m., making a run of 20.013 meters. There we were obliged to stop the march and encamp, because right ahead of us the river formed rapids which made it impossible for the canoes to cross. A little before, this incident had already announced itself, because the waters began to run impetuously, and when we found ourselves in the midst of them, it became difficult to prevent the swamping of the craft belonging to the surveying party. For this reason we called this place Corredera do Apuro. As soon as we set foot on land, we went ahead by the river's bank to a point where it was possible to examine the obstruction which had made us stop. We saw the river in a distance of 200 meters flowing with enormous velocity between rocks of ferruginous arenite, which appeared there and everywhere deeply cut out, smashed to pieces, and thrown one on the top of the other by the rushing force of the waters, which precipitate themselves in violent gulfs. Then appears an island, the last stronghold of resistance which that ruined ground offered against the indomitable pertinacity of the current. But the two portions into which this current appears to be divided reunite themselves again and penetrate in a funnel-like corridor, dug out by them in the rock, and throw themselves into the lower part of the bed of the river, and continue to rush in revolted bubblings through a channel cut into the massive arenite. In this way, that portion of the river in which our navigation was stopped continued for a length of more than 1,000 meters below where we had encamped. We had therefore to portage our canoes. For this purpose we had to cut a road across the woods, joining up the point where we were to the nearest point below the rapids, where navigation could be recommenced. Then the men of the expedition would, with the aid of ropes, draw the canoes along this road until they could replace them in the river, and would carry on their shoulders all the cargo in order to pass it also, from the upper to the lower part of the rapids. This work is evidently extremely tiresome, not only in view of the exertion it requires to drag along the canoes, but also and chiefly owing to the necessity of felling numerous trees in the woods which border the river. Fortunately, the place where we were was a site which the Nhambiquara Navaté Indians were in the habit of frequenting. This we found out by a trail very much trodden, running across the place where we had set our encampment, and which went on along the bank of the river until it crossed same by a pinguela footbridge, near the place where the river was reduced to a width of 1 meter 60 centimeters. But for the position in which we were placed, the best signs of these visits were the camps opened up by the Indians, and some even recently burnt. Our work for portaging was thus greatly simplified, inasmuch as it was not necessary to cut down a great number of trees. The third was entirely spent in the preparation of the new encampment, which was already the fifth during this expedition, and in the transportation to it of our baggage from our previous camp. The portaging of the canoes was commenced at dawn on the following morning, and by the evening was almost concluded. While Lieutenant Lyra superintended this work, I took with me 2 dogs which we had with us in our expedition, and crossed over from the right bank to the left by utilizing the bridge built by the Navatés. I followed the trail of these Indians and entered their lands and the forest for the purpose of making a small reconnaissance. I saw 3 headwaters of a river and several thickets of former plantations. I did not, however, find any signs of a settlement. I returned from this short excursion still in time to effect the survey of the portion occupied by the rapids, and which I found to measure 1.310 meters. I gave the name of Salto Navaté to the fall which exists at this spot. The outcrop of the rock which occasioned this fall corresponds entirely to that which determined the cascade called Pareci, except in regard to the direction it takes, for here it goes from southwest to northeast, while in the former case it runs northwards and terminates at the Barão de Melgaço station. The rock is of a ferruginous sandstone with hard incrustation which has in many places resisted the shock of the enormous current produced by the sudden change of level of the bed of the river. All the naked surface is being decomposed by erosion, which is slow but increasing. In many places there is a certain quantity of thick gravel, quartzite pebbles, and pure quartzite, which indicate the former beds of the river. The fall itself is formed in the shape of an elliptic curve, which causes the waters to converge as if they were about to enter a funnel. The fall to which we have just referred is the largest, but there are two others, one above and the other below it. After we had concluded portaging the canoes on the morning of the 5th, we proceeded on our journey downstream. The river on both sides continues to appear to us rich in rubber trees. Its forests grow rapidly denser and denser, and therefore more picturesque. The Canella ribeirinha appears everywhere, and also some specimens of the Mauritia vinifera are to be seen. On the evening of that day we pitched our 6th camp, called Da Canha, on the left bank on ground covered with tall woods. We had traveled 11.890 meters, and were therefore at 74.120 meters from the point of departure of the expedition. At the place where we had our present camp, the Dúvida was 45 meters wide, or say 5 meters more than at the position of our 5th camp. From this place we descended on the 6th a distance of 19.420 meters further down. We halted shortly below the bar of a river, to which we gave the name of Figueira, and pitched our 7th camp, called Do Açaí, because we could already hear from there the roaring of a second waterfall which required exploring. During this travel we noted on one side and the other of the river 18 sources or headwaters and 5 rivers. We also found another pinguela footbridge with cipó liana handrail made by the Indians. From the stations 745 and 746 of the topographical survey, we could see in the direction of the south a high range of mountains which apparently lay at a distance of some 4 kilometers from the left bank of the Dúvida. From that moment we went on meeting, from time to time, some of its slopes, which almost reached the river. The removal from the 7th camp to the 8th had to be conducted overland, along a road of 490 meters cut out in the woods, which wound around the waterfall. This removal and the preliminary arrangements for the portaging of the canoes were effected on the 7th. The waterfall comprised 2 main falls 100 meters apart, preceded and followed up by dangerous rapids. The terraces of these falls were formed by a rock of red porphyrite, which lay across the river in the normal direction of its course. On the following day I found out that below the point selected for coming out of that portage road, it was necessary to cut through another one, 180 meters in length. Notwithstanding all the goodwill of Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit in executing this service, it was not possible to conclude same before the 10th. These developments caused a great deal of annoyance to Mr. Roosevelt, who feared lest all this should result in delaying still more the termination of the journey, and consequently in upsetting, to a certain extent, his plans of an early return to the United States. He repeatedly inspected the plan which we went on making of each day's march, and endeavored to foretell the end of these and other contrarieties. But in spite of all this he did not change, even in the slightest measure, his habit of writing down every day the notes of his impressions of each moment, and a few more pages of the book whereby he intended to divulge the things which he saw and the facts that were occurring during his travel across the Brazilian wilderness. Besides this, he still set aside a certain amount of leisure time every day to go into the forest, taking his gun with him. He was always alone on these excursions, and most frequently he returned without any game whatever, as being short-sighted he did not always succeed in seeing the game from afar, and the latter in its turn was scared and fled when it heard his footsteps as he approached it. Finally, on the 10th, we were able to proceed on our reconnaissance of the Dúvida below those falls, the larger of which took the name of Ces de Marco. We did not succeed in traveling 732 meters completely unhindered. We soon after came up to another cataract. Fortunately in this one there was a channel which permitted us to pass the canoes over unloaded. The baggage and the men had to descend overland and cover a distance of 403 meters before they were able to re-embark. Even thus our march was delayed during 3 hours, which was the time required to effect the passage. To this cataract we gave the name of Jacaré, because it was at this place where we saw, for the first time in the Dúvida, one of these amphibians. Some 607 meters below this waterfall we came across another one, which we crossed without any trouble beyond unloading the canoes and descending them through the channels with a pilot and a prowman. As it was already very late, Mr. Roosevelt suggested that we should halt and camp there. Our survey registered for that day the insignificant march of 1.847 meters. We were thus more than 120 kilometers away from the starting point of the expedition. The river here showed a width of 100 meters and flowed through a soil with an outcrop of diabase, diorite's greenstone. At first I had given the name of Jacutinga Aterrada to our 9th camp set out in this place. On the following day, however, I had to alter it and call it Quebra Canoes. The reason of this change of names was that during the night one of the pontoons had broken its tackle and, having remained at the mercy of the current of the rapids, went to pieces against the rocks. We lost 2 canoes in this way, and in order to replace them we ordered the men to fell and dig out a large tree belonging to Euphorbiaceae species, the timber of which is called tatajuba, and is of a yellowish color. The new boat was ready and launched on the 14th. We recommenced our navigation at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and continued until 5 p.m., covering a distance of 14.671 meters. We established our 10th camp at a point on the left bank where there was a giant tucum, Astrocarum tucuman, cut by stone axes, naturally by the Indians settled in the vicinity. Besides this, Lieutenant Lyra killed and offered to Mr. Cherry the naturalist for his collection a gralhayo, a bird of the Falconidae species, which gave its name to our camp. Ever since we left Quebra Canoes we had found the river with an appearance of a continuous series of rapids rushing over a bed of diabase. For this reason we were obliged to abandon the method previously used in the survey of fixed stations and to adopt instead that of sighting with the front canoe in motion. The forests likewise change. We now see on both sides of the river numerous rubber trees and also Brazil nut trees, which are here called para nuts. And as the ground is mountainous, the caucho is to be found in abundance. Among the hardwoods characteristic of the Amazon region, we still find many others which are peculiar to the sub-basin of the Paraguay. In regard to the palm trees, the buriti, the asahi, and the patua appear frequently and in large numbers. The inaja, the bacaba, the tucuman, and others are scarcer. We left the Gralhayo camp at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 15th, and as the course of the river below this place appeared to us to be calm, we again adopted our method of surveying by fixed stations. This calm was, however, of a short duration. After traveling a distance of 4.184 meters, the waters commenced once again to flow impetuously, and rushed through a dangerous channel of a new waterfall, into which they emerged in furious bubblings. Having ascertained the true importance of the obstacle and the impossibility of crossing it, I directed my canoe towards the left bank, and ordered the leading canoe, which was carrying the sighting staff, to do the same. As soon as we set foot on shore, I went with Lieutenant Lyra and the prowman Joachim to survey the route of a road which should take us to the end of the falls, where we desired to camp. On concluding this work, we returned to the place where my canoe was secured, in order to make arrangements for the transportation of the baggage. On arriving there, we did not find Mr. Kermit, nor did I see his canoe. I inquired of the pilot, Antonio Correa, what had happened, and he replied that Mr. Kermit, having paid no attention to my order to come alongside, had descended the rapids. We thereupon retraced our steps towards the falls. A little further on, running towards us, I saw our dog Trijuero, who had been traveling in the leading canoe. Our anxiety became greater and greater, for the dog showed signs of having been drenched in the current. We hastened our pace, and as we were about to reach a slope at the end of the road, we saw Mr. Kermit coming up, same, dripping wet. The relief which we then felt gave rise, in spite of ourselves, to our chaffing remark, "Well, you have had a splendid bath, eh?" Our friend replied that he had escaped from drowning, and that the other men who had capsized with him, the canoeros, Joao and Simplicio, were on the opposite bank, where they swum for safety. The canoe, together with its load, had disappeared in the whirlpool. End of Section 8. Section 9. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Lecture 2, Part 3. Now, relieved of our apprehensions as to the fate of the shipwrecked crew, we could listen to Mr. Kermit's narrative. He told us that, attempting to reconnoiter the channel, he found his canoe suddenly caught by the current and carried over the fall which was there, and over a second one which followed, thus rushing along from fall to fall, impossible to be steered. The canoe had finally become filled with water and submerged. Thus there was a second fall. We directed our steps towards it, and decided to examine same carefully. On arriving there, all our searching in the hope of finding something to save was fruitless. On the waters and along the banks of the river we did not see the slightest trace of the wreck which had occurred but a few moments previously. Lieutenant Lyra and I commenced to study the portage road, which was to connect the second fall to the first. Mr. Kermit continued his search along the bank downstream. After some time, and on the road which we were following, we met the canoe man, Joao, who had finally managed to cross the river. He told us that Mr. Kermit, after examining the fall, had ordered the descent by the channel, and, taking no notice of the information given to him that the passage was impracticable, he insisted on his purpose and repeated the order. In view of this, the canoe man had thought himself obliged to obey, although he well knew that this was most rash. The canoe, impelled by the current and unable to stand up against it, made water and was flooded. Hoeo, who was in charge of the steering, in his attempt to save it, jumped into the river and tried to hold it by the hawser which was fixed to the bow. All his efforts were, however, in vain. The canoe, carried away by the racing torrent, capsized. After this he had seen it drifting down the river, bottom upwards, and sitting on same were Mr. Kermit and Simplicio. This narrative left us disconsolate. Poor Simplicio had not saved himself either with Hoeo or with Mr. Kermit. There was only one hope left, and that was the result of the search which was being made below the last fall. But this was very uncertain. Still, we sent Hoeo to help Mr. Kermit. Unfortunately, the moment arrived when it was impossible to deceive ourselves. Simplicio was drowned. This sad certainty broke upon the members of the expedition as a painful mishap in which everyone shared. Certainly, no one commences an enterprise of the kind in which we were engaged without having previously become acquainted with the idea of the danger which same may offer, and of the innumerous occasions in which one has to face death. It was not, therefore, its unforeseen arrival which shocked us, but it was the pain of having lost a companion to whom we were attached in brotherly affection by the communion of past work and of the privations and hopes tried in the realization of an object which now belonged to all our wishes and our hearts. Wishing to give expression to these sentiments, we perpetuated the name of the unfortunate Simplicio at this fall, and on the kilometer mark raised in the camp we placed the following inscription: "In these rapids poor Simplicio met his death." The sorrow and preoccupation which such an accident had left in us did not succeed, however, in weakening our efforts. The work of portaging the canoes around the fall by a road of 520 meters in extension terminated in time to enable us to commence the voyage at 7 o'clock on the following morning, the 16th of March, and to proceed with the topographical survey by the process known as movable sidings, as we had not a canoe sufficiently light to work with a siding rod. In this way we were enabled to make 1.612 meters. A new waterfall now made us stop and obliged us to explore and open up another portage road about 910 meters in length. Once this service was arranged, and whilst the canoemen were transporting the cargo from the upper part of the fall to the lower level, where we established our 12th encampment, I took my gun and interned myself in the wood to find some game and some toquery nuts (castanhas toquery). As usual, I was accompanied by one of my dogs. First I went in a westerly direction, climbing a hill behind the camp. I then turned to the north, arriving again at the bank of the river, which course I accompanied downstream. Having walked about 1,500 meters, I arrived at the point where the waters divided themselves between the principal bed and a small canal, forming in this way a fair-sized island. I was on the side of the canal, which I was accompanying, when suddenly I heard in front of me the characteristic sounds of the voice of the coeta, the biggest of the monkeys of the Mato Grosso and Amazon forests. It was good game and convenient to bring it down. With 1,000 precautions to avoid frightening it, crouching between the tufts of the vegetation, I advanced in the direction of the sounds, closely examining the branches of the trees. All of a sudden my dog Lobo, who had gone ahead of me, broke the solitude with yelpings of pain. It was evident that he had just been attacked and was wounded, most certainly by a jaguar or a peccary, I thought. But almost immediately I heard other voices. These were well known to me. They were short exclamations, energetic, and repeated in a kind of chorus, with a certain cadence peculiar to Indians, who, when they are ready for the fight, commence the attack on the enemy. My dog Lobo had already come to my side. The Indians had chased him, and for the second time had wounded him with an arrow. My first move was to assist the dog. I fired one of the barrels of my gun. I waited a few moments, and as it appeared to me that the pursuit was continuing, for I only heard voices and could not see the Indians, I therefore fired the other barrel. Afterwards I reflected that it would be imprudent to persist in helping the animal. I could not do this without exposing myself to be seen by the Indians, and this might give occasion for a struggle between them and myself. I decided therefore to return to the camp, but before arriving there I already repented having abandoned my poor Lobo, and also not having attempted to get close up to the Indians. On arriving at the camp, bad news awaited me. Whilst the party were occupied in passing the canoe Aripuanã, a name we had given to same when we launched it on the river 2 days previously, the hawser which served to sustain same and direct it in the current had broken, and the canoe had disappeared in the surf. But what most worried me were the Indians and my poor wounded and abandoned dog. I related what had happened to Mr. Roosevelt and our other companions, and invited Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit to return to that place with me, taking axes and beads. If we should not meet the Indians, we would leave these presents at a place where they could be easily discovered. This would reveal to them the intentions of those who had left them there. We set out, therefore, taking with us the Parisi Indian Antonio, who formed part of the expeditionary column. We arrived without any difficulty at the place where the Indians had been. It was at the brink of the channel to which I referred above. There we came across a long rod, at the end of which was tied a bakite, or small basket full of the entrails of game. This was evidently some fishing implement, and the mode of using it was to merge same into the water to attract and collect the fish. These would follow the bait as the operator lifted it up slowly until they could be seen by another fisherman armed with bow and arrows. They would then be shot and easily caught. We procured other traces, but could only detect the trail of the fugitives, which followed in the direction of the Igapo, existing a little further on. We, however, did not cross same, and returned to the fishing place where we left our presents by the side of the road. Guided by the bloodstains of Lobo, we found him dead, fallen on the road leading to the camp, 300 meters away from the point where he had been attacked. 2 arrows had struck him, one traversing his stomach below his heart, the other had torn away the muscle of his right leg. We found the point of the first arrow, a piece of bamboo in the form of a barbed lance, and from which we verified that these Indians did not belong to the Nhambiquara nation. We thus confirmed the supposition which had been suggested to us by the tree which had been cut with a stone axe, that the river Dúvida from a certain point was inhabited by a new tribe of Indians, with regard to which we possessed no information. We returned to the camp. The wreck of the canoe Aripuanã left us seriously embarrassed. At this place there was no wood which could be used for building a new canoe, and the 4 which still remained were insufficient for the transportation of the members of the expedition and the baggage. The alternative of making a raft was remembered and rejected. At last we adopted the decision of loading the canoes with the baggage, and in which, besides the men strictly necessary for the service of the navigation, Mr. Roosevelt and Dr. Cajazera would embark. We, in all 13 persons, would go by land following the course of the river, and during the journey would take the necessary precautions to avoid that the 2 parts of the expedition should deviate too much one from the other. So we advanced until we found some wood which might serve to build the canoes which we required. While Mr. Roosevelt did not entirely agree to this plan, it appeared to him to be very risky whilst we were traversing the zone inhabited by unknown Indians. It was in this way that we proceeded on the 17th, having previously joined the 2 canoes together, which up to then had been navigating separately, the surveying canoe and that belonging to Mr. Roosevelt, so as to form a kind of ferry analogous to that formed by the other 2. During this journey we met a first waterfall with a length of 312 meters, to which we gave the name of Boa Passagem, and then a second fall, Sete Ilhas, which necessitated a portage road of 408 meters. Immediately below same we came across on the left bank a river with a width of 21 meters, running with an average velocity of 60 centimeters per second, and discharging its waters from a mouth the traverse section of which gave an area of 339.760 square centimeters. The volume of water furnished per second corresponded to 20.385 liters. I gave the name of Kermit to this river in honor of Mr. Roosevelt. The survey gave 6.460 meters in relation to our previous camp, and therefore 123.230, counting from the zero stake at the bridge belonging to the telegraph line. Up to this point it was still possible to give way to the existing doubts in the mind of Mr. Roosevelt and of some of the other members of the expedition relative to the importance of the river which we had been exploring since the 27th of February. But now there was no motive whatever for hesitation, which for so long had held our judgment in suspense and divided our opinions, inasmuch as all of them arose from the hypothesis which we saw could not be verified, namely, that the river Dúvida was a simple affluent of the Gy Paraná. And that which peremptorily excluded this hypothesis was the fact that the river did not possess such a big tributary as that which we had just discovered. The Gy was well known, and all of us of the Telegraph Lines Commission knew that this river had not, on its right bank, any feeder comparable in size and volume of water to that which we were navigating. It was therefore recognized that the Dúvida was the principal collector of a great hydrographical basin. It was certainly my opinion for some time back that this river flowed direct into the Madeira, but even if it flowed into the Tapajós or into the Amazon, this could in no way affect its importance to bring it down to the level of some tributary or other of secondary order. The condition on which depended the compliance of the resolution taken by our government and communicated to me by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, namely, to perpetuate in the map of Brazil the memory of the journey of Mr. Roosevelt's geographical discoveries by adopting his name to designate the river explored, was therefore carried out and complied with. Consequently, on the morning of the 18th, before we left our 13th camp, I issued an order of the day, making known to the Brazilian and American commissions that from that day onward the river which we had since 1909 called Dúvida would henceforth be known as the Roosevelt. This ceremony, with which we gave execution to the wish of the government of our country, viz. to render once again homage to the United States of America in the person of its ex-president, took place with all the solemnity in keeping with the place and the conditions under which we were. On the same occasion we inaugurated at the mouth of the recently discovered tributary a wooden mark with the inscription Rio Kermit. Besides the number of kilometers, the number of the camp, the initials of the expedition, the value of the geographical coordinates, which we found to be latitude south 11 degrees 27 minutes 20 seconds, longitude of Rio 17 degrees 17 minutes 2 seconds. After this ceremony we commenced our march once again, divided into two parties, one going by the river on the two ferries and the other by land. The ground, which since we left the fall of Boa Passagem showed that its formation was of a diabase rock, now commenced from the mouth of the river Kermit to be granite. At first this was the subject which most occupied our minds. As usual, we would pick up samples of stones here and there, destined to be afterwards examined and classified by Dr. Eusebio Paulo de Oliveira, the geologist of the Brazilian Commission. But soon afterwards we commenced to find recent signs of Indians. First, a tapiri made according to the style used by the Yurumas and Pauetes tribes of the Gi-Paraná. Then 3 huts close together, small and low, and arch-shaped, entirely covered and closed by palm leaves. Each one possessed but one opening or door, very small in size, which was disguised underneath the leaves of the roof, purposely left hanging over it. As was to be expected from such a mode of construction, the interior of these huts was completely dark. The most interesting feature, however, was the arrangement of the lot. Of the 3 huts, 2 were placed parallel to one another and slanting. The third one was perpendicular to these, resting itself laterally at the extremity of one and leaning on the other, almost at the commencement of its inner wall. In this way, if they were to be attacked from one side or another, one at least would be covered by the other 2, and in this way, being invisible to the assailants, could serve as a refuge for the women and children. From the examination of all these things, however, what most interested me was the indication that the Indians of the River Roosevelt were in touch with the tribes of the Gi-Paraná, because this would facilitate in the future my work of reaching, pacifying, and protecting them. We continued our march, and after having traveled 5.280 meters, counted from the mouth of the Kermit, found a second river which flows into the Roosevelt from the right side by a waterfall 2 meters in height and 30 in width. We could only make a small reconnaissance of this new tributary along its bank, as it was necessary to attend to the wish of the Chief of the American Commission relative to accelerating our voyage. However, seeing it descend from southeast in northwesterly direction, we presumed it corresponded to the headwaters designated by us on the highland by the name of Marciano Avila. We still descended along the River Roosevelt another 3.060 meters, at the end of which a new waterfall forced us to transport our baggage by a portage road of 640 meters in length. We decided to install our 14th camp here, to which we gave the name of Duas Canoas, in view of having discovered 2 araputangas of good size from which we were to obtain the craft which we required. Having commenced the building of same on the 19th, the 2 canoes called Esbelta and Chanfrada were launched on the afternoon of the 21st, and these permitted us to recommence our work of reconnaissance on the following morning. The topographical survey by fixed staves was also reestablished, using as before the Fourier's telemeter. We thus traversed 9.970 meters, crossing first with little trouble a waterfall formed by the outcrop of porphyritic quartz, and arriving afterwards at another one much larger, composed of 2 walls of diabase, which had to be got round by a portage road of 850 meters. The latter we named Cachoeira da Felicidade, and there we established our 15th camp. Having pitched our tents, Mr. Roosevelt asked me for a chat, as he wished to give me his opinion as to how we should conduct the work of the expedition. His view was that the chiefs of undertakings of certain importance should not occupy themselves with the details of the work to be carried out, but only with the determining of the principal points, and even this only to an extent necessary to characterize it in its general lines, opening up and clearing the way for the specialists who would not be long in coming up and filling in the details of same. In this way he was inclined to think that it would be convenient to again adopt the rapid survey. I replied that we were there to accompany him and take him across the wilderness, and that therefore we would execute the services in accordance with his wishes. We would employ our greatest efforts to give him the satisfaction of seeing reduced to a possible minimum the time which he had still to spend on this expedition. For this reason, the topographical survey proceeded without our being able to obtain all the benefit of the technical resources which we had at our disposal, and with which we had carried out a sufficiently exact and correct work. We left the Felicidad waterfall at 7 o'clock in the morning of the 23rd, but right ahead of us we had to suspend our march because the river forming rapids was enclosed in a canyon opened through a rock of quartzite which runs from the right bank to the left from southeast to northeast. On all sides could be seen huge boulders hurled one over the other by the tearing force of the current, and although the aspect was very picturesque, it increased, however, the difficulty of discovering the canal by which the unloaded canoes could be passed. The first reconnaissance made along the left bank gave us no other result beyond the finding of fresh signs of Indians. We therefore passed over to the right bank, and there we found the convenient canal. The baggage was transported by land over a distance of 1.096 meters, and the work only terminated in the afternoon at almost 4 o'clock. In spite of this, we proceeded on our journey. We passed by a sharp-pointed rock of diabase 2 meters above the level of the river, and we established our 16th camp at a place where the dim murmur of the waters rushing between the rocks could be heard. On this day, when we worked from 7 o'clock in the morning until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we did not succeed in advancing more than 12.600 meters. Were it not for the obstacles we had encountered, we would have covered more than 38 kilometers in 8 hours alone, for the survey was going at the rate of 81 meters per second. On the dawn of the 24th, after having chased with no result a tapir which had made its appearance in the river (for this reason we named our 16th camp Anta Perdida, Lost Tapir), we got into our canoes and went to reconnoiter the rapids which announced themselves by the roar of the fall. 33 minutes afterwards we arrived close by and commenced to explore it from the right side by land. We walked the length of its course, more than 1 kilometer, at the end of which there exists an enormous basin, 400 meters in length. However, we convinced ourselves that it would be impossible to descend the canoes over it, as the waters rush impetuously over the bed of diabase, which is here and there cut in terraces, forming a series of falls. Lieutenant Lyra, Mr. Kermit, the canoeman Antonio Correa, and myself passed over to the other bank to see whether we would be more fortunate there. We had not advanced very far with the new reconnaissance when we were surprised at seeing another river, which flowed into the Roosevelt with a width of 40 meters and a much larger volume of water than any of the other tributaries previously noted. Although we could not go further ahead with our exploration, we were quite satisfied with the work done, because we discovered a canal through which we could pass the smaller canoes; the others would be dragged overland. However, I did not wish to deviate from the recently discovered river before choosing the name most appropriate to designate it, taking into consideration the greatness of its waters, the poetical and charming aspect of its banks and bar, as also the richness of its lands, most adequate to the cultivation of sugar cane, coffee, and all kinds of cereals. By the side of many Brazil nut trees and numbers of specimens of Hevea brasiliensis rubber, we saw the uacari palms, the water sipos lianas, and many other varieties of vegetation which attest to the excellence of the soil where they grow and flourish. This was unquestionably the most remarkable and the most important of all the geographical discoveries which we had made since the 27th of February, and as it belonged to the territory of Mato Grosso, only the name of some person to whom the gratitude of Mato Grosso was due, owing to the love and dedication with which he had served his people and his country, could merit being remembered to receive the homage of remaining to commemorate same in it. Under these conditions, who would not immediately remember the eminently pleasing figure, dear to all Brazilians and to the hearts of the sons of Mato Grosso, of the soldier who gave them the strength of his arm on the sad occasion of the Paraguayan invasion, the engineer who lent the concourse of his technical knowledge in the study of the marshland region of the rivers Negro, Tacuco, and Aquidauana, and of the writer who best knew how to evoke the ephemeral greatness of the near past of Villa Bella, and depict same, enhancing the beauty and grandeur of those lands and of those skies in which he saw, collected, and cultivated lovingly the sweet flower of the soul of the forest, which opened out and expanded in the charms of innocencia. I could not therefore hesitate. I cut out the bark of a tree full of sap and life, and in its lasting wood we cut the following inscription: Rio Taunay, in front of the waterfall of the same name, homage of the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition at 156.280 meters from Passo da Linha Telegráfica, March 24th, 1914. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Ridey and Edwin Murray. Second Lecture, Part 4. In order to attend to the already mentioned solicitations to accelerate our march, we did not continue to proceed with the necessary measuring in order to ascertain the different technical data relative to the entire definition of the Taunay. The transport of the baggage to the 17th camp below the fall terminated on the same day, but the portaging of the canoes demanded efforts which lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 25th. We recommenced immediately afterwards to descend the river, but we did not succeed in traversing more than 1,110 meters. Now we came across an outcrop of granite which hindered our passage in a length of over 1,000 meters. These repeated stoppages, although they did not succeed in overcoming the resistance and the vigor of our admirable canoemen, were, however, now trying the patience of the members of the American Commission. We had completed 27 days' navigation, but we had nevertheless not advanced more than 157,410 meters, corresponding to a daily run of below 6 kilometers. This speed would really be ludicrous, were it not rather an eloquent testimony of the enormity of the work which the constantly embarrassing falls were causing us. Withal, were it not for the annoyance resulting from the delay, everything else was going on favorably. The sanitary condition of the expedition was good, and the quantity of provisions still existing was sufficient to assure us the termination of the voyage without scarcity of food. If it were not for the most special conditions of this expedition, these hindrances would constitute for us a good occasion to extend, with greater leisure, our explorations into the interior of these lands, which in reality greatly interested us in virtue of the exuberance of its formidable vegetation. The rubber tree became more and more profuse, and of a better quality. The hardwoods were numerous and of great variety. Proceeding along the banks of the new waterfall, we observed the following trees: Aroira, Piuva, Enjico, Peroba, Cedro, Laranguera silvestre, Cajuero, and many other equally precious specimens, which form a forest so high and dense that the river below has a dark and shaded aspect. We also found vestiges of Indians, but not of recent date. On the following day I formed our men into two parties, one under the direction of Lieutenant Lyra, who took charge of portaging the canoes by the channels, and the other took our baggage to the 19th camp, pitched at the bar of a small stream which flows into the river from the right bank of the Roosevelt. This work took us the whole day. At first we gave the name of Tokari to the waterfall, on account of one of those trees which furnished us with a great quantity of nuts. Later on, however, we changed this name to Das Inscripciones, in remembrance of the fact that Mr. Cherry had discovered a slab with geometrical figures, naturally carved on same by the Indians of that region. Unfortunately, the American naturalist was not able to photograph these interesting ethnographic documents, neither did he copy the designs. Nevertheless, he informed us that they consisted of a series of 3 sets or combinations of concentric circles, each one constituted by 4 lines, the position of the common center being marked in each one. Below the first set of figures 3 others existed, each one formed of 5 M's overlapping each other so that the strokes of the M remained parallel to one another. The design was headed by a line which ran from right to left of the slab, at first rectilineous, then curved upwards, and finally descending again and continuing on the other side in the initial direction. In the highest point of this line 3 small circles were carved, each one with its center clearly visible. Other designs, which existed on the face of the slab turned towards the current of the river, Mr. Cherry could not distinctly see. We left this camp on the morning of the 27th, and descended 5,425 meters more, still surrounded by mountains which were accompanying us from the quartzite waterfall. Twice we were obliged to unload our craft in order to traverse the current, and on one of these occasions we almost lost the canoes forming the ferry, which capsized. We installed our 20th camp under an enormous rainstorm, and from there we left on the following morning, having made the insignificant run of 1,550 meters. Whilst dispensing myself of further reference to 3 rapids which gave us the usual trouble, I will say that a little before we had discovered on the left bank a small river, to which I gave the name of Cherry, after the American naturalist, and that our halt was made on the side of a big waterfall. Taken on the whole, it caused a change of level in the bed of the river to a total extent of 33 meters, but in detail it was recognized as being constituted of 6 successive steps, the intervals between them rapidly increasing from the 4th to the 6th, where the waters make a drop of 10 meters. From both sides of the 3 last steps, large rocks jut out, assigning the spot where the mountain allowed itself to be torn asunder by the impetus of the current, when this was endeavouring to secure a passage through its compact and solid mass. After the last fall, the river continues in a deep and narrow bed enclosed between the mountains, flowing swiftly, and only at the end of 2 stretches does it regain its customary aspect. With regard to the predominating nature of the rock, it appeared to me at the moment that it was of a calcareous formation, and for this reason I named this place Cachoeira da Pedra de Cal. Later on, however, the geologist Dr. Eusebio de Oliveira verified from the samples that I gave him that there was a mistake in that classification, for the mineral there existing is called hornfels, in which there are only slight traces of calcium. I leave this rectification consigned, in the hope that it may serve to avoid possible mistakes which might arise from the erroneous designation. The embarrassment which this waterfall caused to the progress of our march was most serious. We would not have overcome same except at the cost of enormous efforts employed during some days. It was necessary to open up a road on the top of the hill on the left bank in the direction of the first navigable point on the lower part of the river, and we should have to transport all the baggage of the expedition by it. As for the canoes, we would endeavour to pass them by the less dangerous channel, guiding them and sustaining them by means of hawsers. At the places where this manoeuvre was absolutely impracticable, we would drag them overland until we could launch them ahead of us in analogous conditions to the preceding. We admitted the possibility of the 5 smaller craft not resisting the shocks to which they would be exposed, and in case we lost them, we should be obliged to build others to replace same. On the morning of the 29th we separated into 3 parties. The first, with Mr. Roosevelt, Cherry, and Dr. Cajazera, remained in the camp, the 21st. The second, under Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit, took charge of the work of descending the canoes, and the other accompanied me in reconnoitring the road overland. I left in a north-northwest direction, across small ridges which sloped toward the river. I crossed the valley of some headwaters, of little importance, and then commenced to climb the side of the hill. On reaching the summit, at 10:30 a.m., I ascertained that the barometer showed a pressure of 742.5 millimeters, corresponding to a height of 104 meters, in relation to the level of the 21st camp. By this evaluation, the top of the hill where we stood, and the Salto Naivaite, which was more than 100 kilometers distant, were so situated that if an imaginary straight line were drawn from one to the other, it would be horizontal. Therefore, following all the route traversed from that fall to the mouth of the river Cherry, we had descended, from waterfall to waterfall, as much as we would descend in a few minutes from the top of this hill to our 21st camp. Desirous of seeing the panorama which was displayed from this height, I ordered a few trees to be cut down on the northern side, at the place where the slope drops abruptly, forming a precipice. After having terminated the cutting down, we could then gaze on the distant horizon, taking in beautiful scenery in which the dark ridge of the mountains stood out, and below, winding between the mountains until it disappeared behind them in a northerly direction, the river, which we had been exploring with so much fatigue, and now seemed to us to be reduced to the insignificant proportions of a rivulet. Proceeding with the work of opening up the road, we arrived at the bank of the river below the last falls at 2:30, where we were to establish our 22nd camp, which was 2,250 meters away from the previous one. By this road, our valiant cablocos transported the whole of the baggage of the expedition, working for this purpose during the 30th and the 31st. On the last day we were installed at our new camp. The descent of the canoes required time and more earnest efforts. On the first day, in spite of the fact that Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit had prolonged the work up to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, they only succeeded to pass the first 3 falls with one canoe. The other canoe only got over 2 falls. On the following day, employing great efforts, they got down the falls not only these canoes, but 2 others, bringing them to the upper level of the last fall, and were obliged to proceed by land. It was still necessary to employ the whole day of the 31st in descending the 5 first terraces with the larger canoe, but one was lost, and we now remained with 5 only. Finally, from 2 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 1st of April, they successively arrived at the port of the 22nd camp, having been dragged overland by the members of the expedition. This hard work during 4 days caused considerable suffering to our men. Only one of them, the canoeman, Luis Correa, kept up his vigor and good spirits of always. Another one, called Macario, also distinguished himself by his capacity of resistance against fatigue. The others, however, without excepting our excellent pilot, Antonio Correa, broke down, not in spirit, but their physical forces were exhausted. Whilst awaiting the end of this difficult journey, the members of the expedition gave themselves over to their habitual occupations. Mr. Roosevelt divided his time between reading, writing, and correcting his book, and Cherry, the naturalist, augmented his ornithological collections by the daily acquisition of fresh specimens. One of these called the attention of the American scientist because it appeared to him that it was a variety hitherto unknown, and therefore not classified. On one of these days I myself had my own little surprise. Naturally, it was not one of those things that would increase the wealth of the compiled knowledge of works on natural history, but it was a modest observation of mine relative to the first representative of the large family of turkey buzzards which allowed itself to be seen in the forests of this river. The animal which gave me the occasion to register this note did not belong to the species of those who feed themselves on decomposed carnage. It was a more noble animal, one of those who knows how to hunt his prey, and prides himself so much that he has a surname, for he is called Urubu Matthias. Besides, the whole district of the waterfalls which we were traversing right away from Naivete was completely devoid of game. It is possible that this was due to the fact that at this time of year the birds and quadrupeds had taken refuge into the interior on the highlands. It is true that I could rarely determine the existence of certain birds. Once or twice I heard the red-headed macuco chirp, but I never succeeded in getting to hear the real macuco. I heard also, but rarely, the song of the uru and of the miatire. There were no signs, however, of the maui-i-kire. As for the mammals, we saw a deer twice, once at the Simplicio waterfall, and then at the bar of the Marciano Avila. The tapir was once or twice surprised by us when crossing the river, but the kei-tatu and the peccary we never met. Of the quadrumanes, the one which we most frequently met was the barigudo, and then the cohiu, and, more rarely than these, the macaco prego. The coata made its appearance very seldom, and only on one occasion did we see the white-faced monkey with a light-colored body. At the end of the last day of the work which I have above referred to, a tempestuous night followed, during which it rained so much that our canvas awnings gave way under the weight of the water, and the canoes threatened to be sunk. In spite of the fact that the members of the expedition had not had the sleep which they so much required, on the following day we recommenced our journey, on a ferry and 3 separate canoes. The river continued to flow with impetuous velocity, forced between rocky hills, obliging us to transport the baggage by difficult roads, regular goat tracks, in order to be able to descend the canoes through the rapids. In this way we covered 2,850 meters, at the end of which we encamped close to a high rock, through which the waters had opened a deep channel forming almost vertical walls, as if the rock had been worked by stonemasons. The exploration of the road to get around by the left, the enormous obstacle created by this incident, was realized on the same day and had to be prolonged until reaching to more than 2,200 meters, the base of a rock where the falls ended. This was the place picked out to establish our 24th camp, and which we hoped would be known as the Quejada de Anta, in view of the fact that we had there found a jawbone of the well-known Pachydermata brasiliensis. Unfortunately, a great disaster obliged us a few hours afterwards to change this name for another. On the morning of the 3rd, we commenced our work. Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit were going to descend the canoes by the waterfalls, and I went to open the portage road. This work was almost terminated, and now a third party, under the direction of Sergeant Pixau, had commenced the transportation of the baggage, when the canoe man Luis Correa came to advise me, on behalf of Lieutenant Lyra, that the soldier Julio of the 38th Battalion of Infantry had just then assassinated that sergeant. I left the men of my party continuing the work which they were doing, and set off to the place of this sad mishap. I found the body of my unfortunate camarada lying down close to a big tree, a little distance off the spot where the baggage of the expedition was accumulated. He had been hit in the right axilla by a bullet of a Winchester 44, which caused immediate death. I directed myself to the camp, where I found Mr. Roosevelt and Dr. Cajazera, who had taken the first steps unfortunately of no avail, to succor the wounded man and arrest the assassin. He, after having committed the crime, had run into the interior of the wood, where he had disappeared with his murderous gun. The criminal was a healthy man of strong constitution. We had included him in the expedition because of these qualities verified by Dr. Cajazera on the medical inspection made at Tapirapuan for the picking out of our men, and added to this was the fact that he had manifested the desire to accompany us. Unfortunately, such favorable appearances only served to disguise a nature of the most unfortunate morality, which soon revealed itself at the first waterfall. But when we were able to discover his bad qualities, his cowardice and complete incapacity to follow up the continuous efforts of his fellow companions, we were so far advanced in the river that it was impossible for us to rid ourselves of his presence, and we therefore had to resign ourselves to keeping him with us until the end of the journey. Nevertheless, not one of our party suspected that we would have to lament the consequences of such a wicked act as that which he had just committed, because the most accentuated trace of that sad soul was his pusillanimity, not only in facing danger, but also in sustaining any continuous and energetic action. In the expedition, no one relied upon the assistance of his strength, and least of all of his will. Nevertheless, it would not have been right for us to have left him unoccupied. He was, therefore, employed in the transportation of the baggage, and more than usually excelled in showing the despondency and carelessness with which he did his work. Sergeant Pixao reprehended him for this. He, without saying a word, went to the camp, got hold of one of the expedition's 4 carbines, came back to the spot where the sergeant was, and treacherously murdered him. We said above that the criminal had taken refuge in the wood, carrying that gun with him. There was therefore sufficient reason for us to fear, lest he should commit other crimes, and in order to avoid this, it was imperative to follow on his track, disarm, and if possible arrest him. With this end in view, I gave the necessary instructions to the canoeman Antonio Correa, and to the Pareci Indian Antonio, who, following up the trail of the fugitive, were not long in discovering the firearm, abandoned at the first obstacle which he met in the rapidity of his flight into the dense vegetation of the forest. With our minds at ease on this score, we desisted from the almost impracticable purpose of pursuing the assassin in order to arrest him, and we turned all our attention to the arrangements for the funeral of our poor fellow worker. Sergeant Pixao, of the 5th Battalion of Engineers, was a veteran of the campaign waged by the Telegraph Line Commission against the hardships of the wilderness in the highlands of the Preface. He was in command of a military post installed by me at Juhina, to serve as a base for our animals which became interned beyond the Juruena in the direction of the northern range of mountains. There he had the fortunate opportunity of receiving, in 1911, the friendly visit of the representatives of a group of Nhambiquaras from the valley of that river, and he acquitted himself so well on this occasion that in a very short space of time he succeeded in conquering the confidence of these Indians, and acquiring great prestige amongst them. From the Juhina post, Pixao had passed to serve at the General Construction Camp, where he rendered relevant services, which obtained for him his promotion as sergeant, for his effective post was that of a corporal. A few years ago, having finished his time of first engagement in the ranks of the army, he was immediately re-engaged. It was in this position that he continued to render to the 5th Battalion of Engineers to the commission of the telegraph lines, and now to the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition, his assistance and excessive goodwill. Serving as an example to his comrades by his spirit of discipline, which he impressed to all his acts, and above all by the morality of his life as a soldier and as a man. The grave was opened on the same spot where he fell, close to the road, with his head towards the mountain and his feet towards the river. Then Mr. Roosevelt, Lieutenant Lyra, and myself carried the body of our unfortunate companion, and laid it at the bottom of this modest grave, marked by the symbolic cross of his religious creed. We completed these pious duties with a military funeral salvo, in which Mr. Roosevelt, seconded by Mr. Cherry, 2 soldiers, and myself took part. It was this sad occurrence which made us adopt a new denomination to mark out the mountain range and the falls which had had the bad destiny of being its indirect cause and theatre. They both received the name of Pixao, as a last homage due by us to the companion whose devotion to the common cause, and to his chiefs, his kindness to his comrades and subalterns conquered, not only the esteem, but the gratitude of the discoverers of the Roosevelt. In spite of actively proceeding with the moving of the camp, we could not finish same on that day. For this reason, at the end of the portage road below the falls, we could only make a hasty bivouac with part of our baggage. At 5:30 p.m. Mr. Roosevelt arrived breathless with the great effort which he had made to climb up the slopes of the Rocky Mountain. That violent exercise was too excessive for his state of health, and made him suffer very much. On the following morning, the 4th of April, we commenced the exhaustive work of the previous day so as to terminate the transportation of the baggage and canoes. At about 4 p.m. this work was so far advanced as to make it possible to finally install our 24th camp. At the moment that we left the bivouac, Mr. Roosevelt felt himself suddenly attacked with high fever, his temperature rising quickly to more than 39 degrees centigrade. On the road we had been caught by a heavy hailstorm, which drenched us and greatly increased the sufferings of our sick friend. Dr. Cajazera gave him an injection of half a gram of quinine, and during the night Mr. Kermit and Dr. Cajazera kept watch over him, in turn, until 2 o'clock in the morning, and from that hour onwards I took their place. Although on the morning of the 5th Mr. Roosevelt was feeling better, I decided to transfer the camp to another place which was not so damp as where we had passed the night. In order to do this, I crossed over to the right bank, which I explored at a distance of 1,600 meters, where we came across a large creek to which we gave the name of Boa Esperanza, for we saw that the river from that place flowed down apparently with no obstacles to oppose our march. I did not change the camp to this spot in view of Mr. Roosevelt's bad state of health. I limited myself to install it at 950 meters from the place where we wished to get out. On this day we finished the work of passing the canoes across the waterfalls, in which our canoemen, under the direction of Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Kermit, animated by the example of tenacity which these two gave them, developed efforts which appeared to exceed the resisting capacity of the human organism. Mr. Roosevelt was amazed at the exceptional physical and moral energy of our officers and men, and whilst talking to me, said the following: "They say that the Brazilians are indolent. Well, my dear Colonel, a country that has men like these has assured a great future for itself, and will certainly carry out the biggest undertakings in the world." We passed a relatively quiet night. The fever did not continue its attacks on Mr. Roosevelt, but attacked Mr. Kermit. On the morning of the 6th we left the 25th camp, taking the canoes still lightened of their burden to the Boa Esperanza Creek, where we recommenced the navigation which continued unhindered through long stretches of the river, until we had completed 28,325 meters. On descending the Pixao waterfall we lost a canoe. with our craft reduced to 4 canoes, we could not continue on the topographical survey, with the methods previously used, and it became necessary, therefore, to content ourselves with the elements furnished by the measures of time and of the average velocity, deducted from the values obtained in regard to the rectilineal tracks of the river, with the assistance of the telemeter. The place at which we arrived, and where we installed our 26th camp, 201,950 meters from Passo da Linha Telegráfica, was the mouth of a new tributary which flows into the Roosevelt by the right bank, with the azimuth of 263 degrees east-southeast, coming almost from east. Its width was 95 meters, and its waters flowed with great rapidity over a rock of porphyritic quartzite. At the bar there are 2 islands, and the river Roosevelt, after receiving that affluent, takes a width of 120 meters, and continues with the previous azimuth of 13 degrees northwest. The forest formation, which had commenced to change a little before this spot, with the appearance of the uauasu palms, becomes very abundant here with this atalaya, as well as the Hevea brasilensis, rubber tree. Since leaving the Pedra de Cal fall, however, we no longer saw the Bertholletia excelsa. It perhaps exists in the interior of these lands. To the new river, thus discovered in latitude south 10 degrees 59 minutes 0.3 seconds, and in longitude west of Rio 17 degrees 5 minutes 54 seconds, I gave the name Capitão Cardoso, a modest homage of the gratitude and of the saudade which I owe to an old and constant companion in my work in the wilderness. From the time of the construction of the telegraph line from Mato Grosso to Cuiabá, up to the day in the month of January 1914, on which he died at the Barão de Melgaço station, where he had come to organize and proceed with the work which Lieutenant Nicolau Bueno Horta Barbosa and Paulo Vasconcelos had been, months previously, forced to suspend, so as to save their lives threatened by malaria. Unfortunately, my old and dedicated companion of strife had no time to protect himself against a violent attack of these deadly fevers, and at the end of 2 days' sickness, for the first time his body rested from the work of serving the public cause, and his great heart stopped loving the country which gave him birth and the friends he had conquered by the beauty of his manly and kind character. The possibility which expeditions of discovering unknown lands give us to perpetuate in the new geographical features the memory of the devoted servants of the nation, real heroes, not of some brilliant feat executed in a moment of excitement, in the presence of thousands of spectators, but rather of an uninterrupted series of sacrifices and unheard of hardships, is no consolation for those who meet and realize same. It is simply a mitigation of the pain which remains, of knowing that one of its sons is lost to the nation, who knew how to honor it and serve it, and for our friendship the object of an affection which sees itself frustrated in the hope of adding to the qualities already received other fresh qualities, and has to resign itself to the fate of only nourishing the recollection of the past and the emotions of the saudade. How often would we wish that destiny should spare us the painful duty of seeking a spot in the grand soil of our country to receive and preserve the memory of our companions of strife, so as to transmit it to the future generations, in which we deposit serene faith that they will know how to retribute, with much love, the devotion of those who had previously loved and served it so well. In front of the river Capitão Cardoso, on that afternoon of the 6th of April, 1914, far from our minds was it to imagine that little more or less than a year having passed, one of its affluents, whose existence was not even then suspected, would give us the occasion to renew these melancholic recollections. We had left in the highlands the headwaters of the Ananas, to which we have already referred, saying that Mr. Roosevelt, participating in the doubt relative to the course of the river which finally received his name, had chosen to explore it in case the hypothesis that this was a simple tributary of the Gy Parana were verified. The reconnaissance which we were making dismissed all the opinions contrary to that of the former River Dúvida being the upper part of the biggest of all the feeders of the right bank of the Madeira, and the result of this fact was that the Ananas continues wrapped up in its mystery, giving rise to new suppositions with regard to the petamographic system to which its waters should belong. It appeared to us very probable that they flowed to the eastern branch of the Aripuanã, but we could not definitely reject the supposition that they flowed towards the Tapajos, or directly enter into the Amazon by the mouth already known under the name of Canumá. In order to solve these difficulties once and for all, a new expedition was organized in the present year, which, whilst descending the Ananas, concluded that it was one of the two formers of another river, whose identity the members of the expedition were only able to discover when they reached the mouth, because there they met the mark of 1914, with the indication which we had left, namely Rio Capitão Cardoso. Unfortunately, however, the intrepid chief of this expedition, Lieutenant Marques de Souza, and one of his canoemen, a few days previously, had lost their lives from an attack which they had suffered from the Indians who inhabit that wild country. End of section 10.
Section 11. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Second lecture, Part 5. Let us return, however, to our 26th camp, installed at a pontal of the confluence of the river Capitão Cardoso and the Roosevelt. Two unforeseen events obliged us to pass the 7th of April there. One was the appearance of the assassin of Sergeant Paixão, and the other the discovery of a new fall which appeared in such low land the aneroid registered a corresponding pressure of 754.9 millibars, and caused admiration in finding it there. The canoe in which Lieutenant Lyra and I were traveling was ahead of the party, running at a good speed. We were still 2 leagues distant from the spot in which we afterwards discovered the mouth of the Capitão Cardoso, when suddenly we heard the voice of someone who from land exclaimed, "Tenente!" Lieutenant. Very much surprised, we could not at once realize who was calling. Neither were we thinking of the criminal, because we all accepted the hypothesis that he had taken the resolution to return upriver, walking by the bank until he discovered the tracks of the navetes, by which he could easily arrive at the telegraph station of José Bonifácio. Nevertheless, it was he who was there, having climbed on to the branches of a tree hanging over the river, imploring for mercy and asking us to receive him on board. We did not attend to him immediately. We had first to communicate to Mr. Roosevelt that it was our duty to take that man into our canoe in order to deliver him over to the law courts of the country, and this is what we told him once we found ourselves all together at the spot where we had fixed our new camp. Mr. Roosevelt said that he and his companions in the canoe were as much amazed as we were. With regard to taking the criminal into our canoe, he replied that there was nothing else for him to do than to conform to same, seeing that I wished to comply with what I said was the duty of a Brazilian officer and of a man. but that were it not for this fact, no other consideration would make him decide, if it depended on him, to reincorporate into the expedition an individual who had excluded himself from same by his wicked instinct. Besides the clamorous injustice which would be imposed on the other members of the expedition by increasing their work, and the risks of suffering hunger for the purpose of saving the existence of a man who had revealed himself so unworthy of living in our society. We waited for the rest of the afternoon and the night of the 6th, so that the unfortunate wretch should reach us in the camp. As this did not take place, on the following day I sent the canoeman Luis Correa and Antonio Pyrineus overland upstream to look for him. On this mission the two men spent the whole day, and came back at night with the news that they had not found him. Although the shouts of the men calling him, the firing of arms, and the smoke from the camp were sufficient signs to assist anyone who might have been lost in the woods to direct themselves within a circle with a radius of many kilometers. To take the greatest advantage possible of the stoppage which had been imposed upon us, Lieutenant Lyra and I occupied ourselves with the measurement of the rivers and the necessary astronomical observations for the calculation of the geographical coordinates of our position, whilst Antonio Correa and another canoeman went to explore the waterfall, with the intention of discovering the channels by which they could descend the canoes on the next day. The latter was done first on the right bank, with a negative result, because the river, after dividing itself into several channels through the rock, ended by taking a huge leap, bigger than any of those which we had met up to the present. The two canoemen therefore crossed over to the left bank, where they were more fortunate. A channel permitted the passage of the canoes unloaded, but the rapids prolonged themselves to a great extension, spotted with small islands here and there, which forced the river to widen its bed, and at the same time to take a westerly southwest course, deviating it from a hill existing on the north side. On the following day, courageously struggling against the difficulties caused by the waterfall, which received the name of 7 de Abril, and others further on, we did not succeed in advancing more than 6.655 meters, in spite of having worked from 8 a.m. until close upon 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We stopped at the edge of another waterfall, and to the camp established there we gave the name of Piranhas, in remembrance of a few of these fish caught by Lieutenant Lyra. From this camp we descended on the following day, the 9th of April, 4.575 meters, crossing two waterfalls which obliged our valiant workmen to carry the baggage over two extremely bad roads, the first 700 meters and the second 400 meters in length. These men already presented the appearance of having their constitutions worn out by the excess of work which they had had during 42 days, incessantly in a terrible struggle against the formidable resistance of the wild nature of the backwoods, and the rivers full of obstacles capable of rendering navigation difficult in the extreme. Nevertheless, no sign of moral depression was manifested in them, and nothing could make us foresee the possibility of their losing determination to face and conquer new obstacles and resist the shocks of the greatest misadventures and sufferings. Of the 3 following days, we spent one, the second, in the 29th camp, awaiting the return of the party sent to our previous camp in search of the dog named Treguero, belonging to Mr. Kermit, and which we had forgotten to embark in the canoes. And on the last day we installed our new camp, number 30, which we called Dopiexe. During the 2 days in which we navigated, we had made a run of 8.250 meters, by itself sufficiently eloquent to give an idea of the enormous obstacles which we had to overcome. On the following morning, the 13th of April, after having crossed a dangerous rapid where we lost 2 oars of the ferry, we came into a stretch which was favorable to navigation, as the river had commenced to show a tendency to enclose its water in a regular bed, which from the 7 de Abril fall came dispersed through innumerous channels, some smooth and others full of boulders. Thus we managed to advance 13.400 meters, when we saw that the marginal vegetation was recovering its aspect of an Amazon forest, severed by the low rocky ground of the Cachoeira das Paranas. We departed from our 31st camp on the morning of the 13th of April, a date which served us to designate a new tributary on the left bank of the Roosevelt, at a distance of 252.475 meters from Passo da Linha, and we proceeded on our march until we had completed on that day a run of 31.350 meters, at the end of which we encamped. On the 15th, as Mr. Roosevelt's ailments had become more serious, for his right leg showed signs of erysipelas, we were only able to recommence our work at 8 a.m. We passed by a range of hills existing on the left bank, to which we gave the name of Serra da Cigana, citing afterwards on the same bank a wooden mark with the initials J.A. burnt in same. On examining this place we discovered another mark similar to the above on the opposite bank. This was the first sign of civilization which was found on this river by the members of the expedition, who had left from the Telegraph Line Commission's bridge on the 27th of February, and had since that date traveled 270.200 meters across entirely unknown and deserted regions. Nevertheless, those marks did not express the importance of the knowledge which they revealed to exist among civilized people regarding their stay there, because there still remained to be ascertained whether the lands thus marked belonged to some proprietor who had made a regular survey of same, or whether they were simply occupied by energetic rubber tappers who had pushed into the wilderness and there established themselves on their own initiative without any dependence or connection with the public authorities, and practically isolated from the rest of the world. Proceeding on our voyage, we discovered at 2.600 meters from these marks a large well-built ranch, having at the side of it another smaller one, destined for the work of smoking the latex of the rubber tree. The proprietor, Joaquim Antonio, whose name corresponds to the initials of the marks, was absent, probably for a short space of time, in view of the fact that there existed in the interior of the ranch many domestic utensils and a great quantity of foodstuffs. We there left our names and the indication of the place whence we had come, and continued to descend the river. Having gone another 3.600 meters, we found a small canoe manned by an old nigger, who, as soon as he saw the flotilla, maneuvered his craft in such a way as to gain refuge on land. Seeing this, I got up in my canoe and, waving my cap, shouted to him. It was only then that he realized that there was no reason for flight, and without fear he came up to us. He explained to us that he had become frightened because it was quite impossible for him to expect the arrival of civilized people descending the river from its source. The same surprise would be felt by other dwellers that we were to meet below his house. In order to avoid them the fright of supposing that we were Indians, we were to advise them of our proximity by 3 shots from our guns, combined with the sound produced from a bamboo bucina which he gave us. On inviting us to visit his house, the old man said that his name was Raimundo José Marquez, a native of the state of Maranhão. I introduced him to Mr. Roosevelt, who had not got out of the canoe on account of his ailments. On this occasion, having made allusion to our guest as ex-president, Old Raimundo asked me in the most astonished manner, "But is he really a president?" I explained to him that he was not a president now, but that he had been. "Ah," said the old man, "he who has once been a king has always the right of majesty." Mr. Roosevelt, hearing this comment, manifested great admiration at seeing so much wit and courtesy in a man who lived interned in the wilderness, away from the culture of the great populous centers, and assured us that the matuto of the United States, under equal conditions, would be quite incapable of manifesting himself with the grace and intelligence of this Sertanejo. We took leave of the old Maranhans and continued navigation downstream. We passed by another rubber tapper's hut, whose proprietor was absent, and came up to another one belonging to a man called Honorato, situated at 11.450 meters away from Raimondo's. In all, we had made on that day a run of 24.800 meters. Following the advice of old Raimondo, we fired off the shots of our rifle and blew our taquara bucinas immediately we saw that we were in the neighborhood of the new hut. Unfortunately, this precaution did not have the desired effect. Honorato's wife no sooner saw the canoes than she immediately began to run, terribly frightened, along the bank of the river, carrying a child in her arms. The road by which she fled was cut at some distance by an igarape stream. In the anxiety of saving herself from the imaginary danger, the poor woman threw herself down into it. She succeeded in getting up with her clothes drenched, and continued her wild race until she arrived at the house of a neighbor, where she fainted. The other family was also taken with panic. Fortunately, Honorato was there, and with him 3 more men. They all armed themselves, took a canoe, and came upstream fully prepared for a fight. We were in the terrace of the abandoned house, where we had lit a fire for our cooking. At a certain distance, Honorato and his companions could see us, and they recognized then that we were not the Indians. They came to meet us, and were much surprised that we had arrived covering a completely unknown route to the dwellers of the river. We then had a friendly chat. We learned that this river was the western branch of the Aripuanã. Its dwellers gave it the name of Castanha, and they had established themselves there in common accord, each working for his own account and profit. In case any of them required assistance, they all got together to render same. In the distribution of the lands, they followed the rule of the new occupant going up river in a canoe for a space of time corresponding to 2 hours' navigation from the last hut. At the point attained, they sank marks identical to those we had met and described above, and from that moment onwards the lands thus marked were considered and respected as the legitimate property of the person whose name corresponded to the initials therein carved. They all recognized that the lands belong to the government, but do not consider that this may in any way upset the right of possession resulting from the fact of occupation. With regard to the indigenous dwellers, of which we had not found any signs after passing the Paxeo waterfall, the rubber tappers informed us that at long intervals they had news of the appearance of some, now at one place and then at another. Some time ago they appeared and were welcomed with some shot from the guns from a hut a little above Honorato's property. The reprisal was not long in coming, and the consequence was that the owner of that hut, a caboclo named Manuel Vieira, fell wounded by their arrows. After this no other of such gravity had occurred. But the rubber tappers did not deceive themselves with regard to the tranquillity which they were enjoying, for they knew that they would forcibly have to enter into a conflict with the original owners of those lands, of which they could not become possessors without a struggle. The panic caused by our arrival clearly shows the degree of nervous tension in which those people live, constantly tormented by the expectation of seeing the warlike Indians springing forth from the wilderness. Honorato's wife told us afterwards that she not only distinctly saw the canoes in which we came full of Indians, but also whilst running heard their terrible yells and felt herself pursued by them. And this hallucination made her suffer so much that at night time she had an attack of fever, which was abased by Dr. Cajazera. From Honorato's branch downstream we met successively other rubber tappers' establishments, and even a store where we bought a few goods. The prices we paid were 15 mil reis for 5 kilos of rice, 12 mil 500 reis for 5 kilos of sugar, and 17 mil 500 reis for 2 kilos of tobacco, and a fowl cost us 10 mil reis. Navigation continued comparatively easy, at least for those who had experienced the difficulties of the previous stretch. So it was that in 5 days, between the 16th and 20th of April, we were able to run 185.400 meters, in spite of the fact that we had crossed a few rapids, the most important of which was the one known by the name of Panelas. On this course we noted a great number of igarapés from one and the other bank of the Roosevelt, and an important tributary, the Rio Branco, the mouth of which is to be found on the left bank at 368,275 meters from Passo da Linha Telegráfica. With regard to the nature of the soil, characterized by the rocks therein contained, we found at the first mark, that is to say Joaquim Antonio's property, porphyrite and orthose, to which followed quartzo-biotite, which reached as far as the Rio Branco, and thence downwards outcrops of ortho-gneiss. The width of the river attained 310 meters. On the 21st we left Mr. Benevenuto's store and passed by the old Barraca do Bagaço, a place close to the parallel 8 degrees 48 minutes, through which ran the boundary line of the states of Mato Grosso and Amazonas, ideally traced from Santo Antonio do Madeira to the source of the Uruguatas, an affluent of the Tapajós. Following on our voyage at 4 p.m., we sighted on the left bank the mouth of the Madrinha, another affluent of the River Roosevelt, situated at 519.875 meters from the telegraph line. At this point where we saw it, this tributary has a width of 80 meters, and its waters in the rainy season can be navigated by canoes as far as the waterfalls further up. On this river there are various rubber tappers' establishments, and the Indians who inhabit same, the Urumis, are good-natured and accept the society of the civilized people. A little below the bar of the Madrinha there exists a waterfall called Infernaio, formed by an outcrop of granite. There the canoes must be unloaded and the baggage transported by land. To facilitate this operation there is at the upper part of the waterfall a store, Baraceo, whose administrator had been a soldier. Further, we found at this place a note from the engineer Ignacio Morbeck, placing the latitude at 8 degrees 19 minutes 29 seconds, and the longitude west of Rio 18 degrees 24 minutes 58 seconds, and 2 degrees 35 minutes 19 seconds from Manaos. Sextant and chronometer N 5.607 Casella. Our observations, however, registered the latitude as 8 degrees 29 minutes 27 seconds, 4, and for the longitude west of Rio, 17 degrees 29 minutes 39 seconds. We passed the night at the store called Infernaio, 523.325 meters from Passo da Linha Telegráfica, as it was not possible to pass the canoes over on this same afternoon. At 11:30 on the morning of the 22nd, as the work of portaging the canoes was completed, we proceeded on our voyage. From this point downward we had to struggle against important obstacles such as the Gloria waterfall, which demands a portage road to the extent of 5 to 8 meters, and also the Inferninho waterfall. But in spite of the fact that these obstacles were aggravated by the bad state of health of Mr. Roosevelt, who was scarcely able to stand up on his sick leg, we were able to cover in 4 successive days, marching till the afternoon of the 25th, a distance of 129.300 meters. During this journey, beyond the numerous feeders of lesser importance, the River Roosevelt receives by its left bank the waters of the Igarape-Machadinho, and in its bed appears the porphyritic granite which forms the Gloria waterfall. A little below, however, orthogneiss is again found in the waterfalls respectively called Carapana and Galinha. These denominations date as far back as the first establishment of the rubber tappers on this river. Judging from the information collected by me at the Baracaio-Carapana, the ascent beyond the point of the confluence of the former Castanha with the Aripuanã commenced in 1879. In this year, Raimundo Gatto, the nigger, whom I saw and heard in the above alluded to Baracaio, went with some companions as far as the waterfall of Infernaio, and during the whole of this journey he did not meet any other inhabitants except those belonging to the villages of the Indians, and even the name of Castanha was given to this river by the Campanero Indians, who are none other than the Mundurucos. After this period the movement of invasion continued, new establishments of rubber tappers being formed more and more upriver, having come from Sierra, Piahui, Maranhão, and other places. Whilst the invaders progressed, the Indians were pushed back into the interior. From some places they were expelled more violently than from others. Thus, at the place where one today sees the village called Terra Preta, there was a settlement belonging to the Matanues, which was destroyed some 30 years ago by a few people from the state of Sierra. The mention here of the name of the Matanues tribe requires special explanation to elucidate the intermingling which exists between the inhabitants of the valley of the River Roosevelt and those of the Gi-Paraná and of the Igarape, dos Marmeos. For this reason we must state that between the two first rivers the Roosevelt-Rondon Commission noted the existence of a range of mountains until then unknown, the direction of which is southeast to northwest. It was this range of mountains which, cut by the course of the explored river, gave rise to the troublesome waterfalls called Paxeo, a name which we adopted to designate same. Amongst these ridges the most important is known by the name of Serra da Providencia, in the slopes of which rise on the northern side the river Marmeos, a direct tributary of the Madeira, and on the east the Madeirinha, an affluent already mentioned of the Roosevelt. In the western part of the basin of the river Marmeos the Parintintins Indians live, their villages extending toward the Gi-Paraná, and are not far from the Madeira. A little further up we meet the Yurupas, the Ararunas, the Muras, the Turas, and the Matanues Indians. Still from the same ridges of the river Tarumã, the waters of a feeder of the Gi descend, at the headwaters of which the Urumi Indians built their villages. This geographical distribution and the contiguity of the territories determine the above-mentioned intermingling of the tribes inhabiting the valleys in question. So the Matanues extend from the Roosevelt very far up the river, and the Urumis possess villages at the headwaters of the Madeirinha. The Indians which, with their arrows on the 16th of March, killed the dog Lobo, probably belonged to the first of these two tribes. Besides those which we have mentioned above, the existence of a group in the River Branco is further to be noted, of which I did not succeed in obtaining any other notice beyond the fact that their arrows were badly made, and therefore did not appear to be like those of the Urumi Indians, who make them well finished and very artistically. Besides this, they are brave warriors and hostilize the rubber tappers who endeavor to invade their domains. Finally, in order to terminate the enumeration of the Indians of the River Roosevelt, we must remember that from Salto Navaite upwards until its highest headwaters, the Nhambiquaras live. End of section 11. Section 12. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Second lecture, Part 6. On the morning of the 26th of April, we left our camp of Samona, latitude south 7 degrees 40 minutes 55 seconds, 0.6, and longitude west of Rio 17 degrees 24 minutes 22 seconds, continuing to descend the river formerly known under the name of Castanha. We crossed the waterfall called Galinha with the canoes unloaded, and after that the Araras, which was completely submerged on this occasion, as is always the case during the rainy season. Shortly afterwards we passed by the mouth of the Igarape do Ouro, so called as it is believed to be a place where there is a layer of gold sands, years ago secretly explored by an African nigger who used to appear with this mineral and sell it to a Portuguese merchant on the Aripuanã. Proceeding on our voyage at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we arrived at the point of the confluence of the river which we were navigating, with the Aripuanã, which descended southeast. There we found encamped, awaiting us since the 21st of March, Lieutenant Pyrineus, with his auxiliary party composed of 6 persons. To this place the party had arrived embarked in canoes, as it was impossible for them to cross with the scout, Cidade de Manaus, over the Mata Mata waterfall, 7.900 meters away from there. It was now 59 days since we had left the bridge of the telegraph line, with our flotilla of 7 canoes cutting through the waters of the river, whose name resumed all the indecisions resulting from the mystery of its course, and from the unknown region traversed by same. During this period we covered 686.360 meters, the first 276.000 of which were so full of hardships that to overcome them we had to struggle during 48 days continuously, without allowing ourselves to be either depressed by any sort of fatigue, or through the sad circumstances which embittered our hearts, and for some moments astonished our souls in the contemplation of the unfathomable fate of the things of this life. We arrived at the end of this hard crossing, almost all of us ill and exhausted. The eminent chief of the American Commission, after his attack of malaria, which he had caught at the Paxeo waterfall, never was himself again. His son Kermit was also very much shaken in health by the lengthy attack of fever which tormented him for many days, and after the irksome work of portaging the canoes at that same waterfall, Lieutenant Lyra and Mr. Cherry had had long gastric complaints, and the men of the crew, attacked with fever and tired to death, were themselves in a very weak state of health, and would have been literally defeated if it were not for the endurance of these admirable Capoclos and Sartenajos. But the pleasure of seeing the fortunate results which our efforts and work had effected, always with the hope of attaining this prize, This alone made us forget all the attribulations of the past, and after calming the excitement of our meeting, there was only one point on which we concentrated our attention. We wished to examine at a glance the importance of the results which we had just obtained. From our camp we could see the confluent of the former Castanha, bringing its waters from a southeasterly direction with an average velocity of 776 meters per minute, flowing between two banks separated one from the other by 470 meters. By contemplating these data with the result of our soundings, which gave a depth on an average of 639 cubic meters, it can be concluded that in every second its mouth allows to pass through the area of 3.000 square meters a flow equivalent to a volume of 2,331 cubic meters. This was the river whose course the rubber tappers imagined prolonged itself below the point of the confluence with the Castanha until it flowed into the Madeira under the name of Aripuanã. According to this mode of thinking, it would therefore be the principal river, and the other, the Castanha, would simply be its tributary, very important in reality, but not so important as to make it lose its individuality, and with it its name also. I will rapidly examine whether this opinion corresponds to the real facts observed and noted by the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition, or if, on the contrary, it would be more legitimate to attribute the precedents in question to the recently explored river. But before doing so, I will give some other information, endeavoring to show how far our present knowledge reaches in regard to the former Castanha. And for the facility of this lecture, it must be understood that henceforth I shall call this confluent, and it alone, by the name of Aripuanã. From this name I systematically exclude the part of the course of the two rivers united from their point, or union, to its mouth in the Madeira. All the rubber tappers whom, since the 15th of April, we had met along the banks of the River Roosevelt, agreed in informing me that no other explorer had gone up the Aripuanã beyond a certain waterfall, known by the name of Infernaio, the same as we saw in the former Castanha. The first man who there attempted to establish himself did not succeed in resisting the Indians, whose hostilities he had awakened by persecuting them without pity, and without any trace of reason or justice. After they had expelled this man, the Indians of the Aripuanã continued to wage war against all civilized men who attempted to venture through their lands, and they still do so with such ardor that the river may practically be considered closed to the rubber tappers, who therefore seldom frequent it. There is, however, below the said waterfall, an affluent, the Guariba, fairly populated by our people, in spite of the fact that therein exist many Indians. According to the information of Mr. Caripe, who is the largest proprietor on the Roosevelt, the Indians on this affluent belong to a different tribe than that which hostilizes the rubber tappers on the principal river. Those are called the Araras, and the others would probably belong to another tribe of the great nation of the Muras, a part of which are on friendly terms with the civilized people on the other rivers. Besides this fact, we may register another with regard to gold deposits in the Aripuanã, the first of which is to be found in the Igarapé, Taboca, and must have been known and explored by the same African nigger to whom we have already referred; and the second, more recent, as it dated from 1913, should be in another Igarapé, tributary to the Guariba. The discovery of this last deposit is attributed to a rubber tapper of Peruvian origin, and it is affirmed that gold of 22 carat was found there. From all that we have said above, it is clear the result is that the Aripuanã is little short of being an unknown river. The general direction of its course, the greatness of its basin, the localization of its headwaters, without alluding to other elements to be able to consider any river as conveniently identified, these are matters still pertaining to the dominion of hypotheses. It is true that of these many are excluded from the limits of possibility, thanks to the conquests realized by science in the regions which confine with that in which the valley of the river exists. But even so, the number of those which remain as being plausibly formulated is more than sufficient not to permit to localize in maps, in latitude south 7 degrees 34 minutes 34 seconds .07, and longitude west of Rio 17 degrees 9 minutes 36 seconds, anything beyond the mouth of a confluent of the Roosevelt, and marking it with the name of Aripuanã. Nevertheless, as it is interesting for the geographical conclusions of the Roosevelt-Rondon expedition, I shall make slight references to the hypotheses which had to be ultimately set aside from the midst of those capable of being admitted. The most important of these arose from the ignorance in which we were in regard to the direction followed by the course of the Ananas below the small stretch close to the source, which we were able to determine as an accessory work to that of the track of the telegraph line between the stations of Vilhena and José Bonifácio. One could, however, admit that this source belonged to the Aripuanã, and as it is situated to the north of the former Dúvida, scarcely 15 kilometers, the consequence would be that the course of that river could compete in longitudinal extension with the Roosevelt, to which it was inferior only in a few minutes. As, however, it has been verified, and my heart bleeds since the day when I heard that this certainty had cost the sacrifice of the life of our much beloved and courageous friend, Lieutenant Pyrineus de Souza, that those sources are the headwaters of one of the feeders of River Capitão Cardoso. The conclusion is that there is no more reason to admit the supposition that the Aripuanã reaches almost as far up to the highlands of the Parecis as the Roosevelt. Thus reduced in extension in regard to latitude, the said river had forcibly to gain in longitude, extending its course eastward. Of what we know of the hydrographical system formed by the tributaries of the Juruena and Upper Roosevelt, and further north of what we could infer from the information relative to the Canuma, the result is the only acceptable hypothesis with regard to the headwaters of the Aripuanã, having as its watersheds those of the Acari and Secunduri, feeders of the above-mentioned Canuma, from which they are separated by the ridges thrown out by the Serra do Norte to the interior, which rests itself on the southeast side on the curve of the Ique, and on the southwest side on the concave branch of the river Marques de Souza. If we should now wish to compare the two branches which form the stretch which flows into the Madeira by the mouth known, until 1914, under the name of Aripuanã, with the intention to decide as to which of these shall be considered as an extension of that main river, and therefore as the upper part of the principal collector of the respective fluvial system, we require before all else to allude to the principles which serve us as a basis for the solution of questions of this nature. Fortunately, we can be brief in the reference to the aspects under which this important geographical problem has been considered by experts in the matter, in view of the facility which we have of carrying ourselves back to the work of Captain Antonio Alves Ferreira da Silva, written with reference to the fixing of the frontier with Peru, and published under the title of Rios e sus afluentes, Contribucio para o estudo de nascente principal. In this work, Captain Ferreira da Silva, basing himself on the opinions of various noted authors, such as Geikie, Hamilton, Peschel, and Carlo Porro, concludes that the conditions which should prevail in the selection of the principal branch of a river are: in the first place, the conservation of the general direction of the trunk. The confluent which takes up its course, or that which least diverges from same, must be considered as the principal branch. In the second place, the greater extension, or, in case the two branches are similar in extension, then the greater volume. And lastly, if there should be a sensible equality in the deflection of the two confluents, as well as in their respective extensions and volumes, the anthropo-geographical data shall prevail. That is to say, the principal headwaters of a river shall be accepted as being that one which is indicated as such by the primitive inhabitants of the region. The argument adduced from the difference of altitude of the source only merits attention when the rivers considered exist in a mountainous country where that difference can attain a really appreciable value. This last argument must not bear weight in the judgment which is to be rendered on the relative importance of the two branches of the former Lower Aripuanã. All the others, however, concur to affirm the preeminence of the most western of them. This, if we commence by the last, that of the anthropo-geographical order proposed by Geikie and Peschel, we must acknowledge that the Nhambiquaras, that is to say, the inhabitants of the region of the headwaters of the river, named by us Dúvida in 1909, and called Castanha by the rubber tappers of the lower part of its course, gave it the name of Caoanharo right away from the source to the mouth of the Madeira. Therefore, to the minds of the Nhambiquaras, the western branch, which we call the Aripuanã, is nothing more or less than the affluent of the Caoanharo, into which, on entering, it loses its name and individuality, the same as occurs to all tributaries after they are absorbed by their respective recipients. With regard to the extension, it is today definitely accepted that that of the alluded western branch exceeds that of the other, not only by the 15 kilometers in latitude south, which were admitted before the reconnaissance of Lieutenant Marques de Souza, but of much more than this, perhaps to the extent of 1 or more degrees of the terrestrial meridian. With regard to the volume of water we saw, citing the conclusions of Captain Ferreira da Silva, this does not decide against the conclusions arrived at from the extension, and much less against those deduced from the coincidence of the general direction of the main branch with that of the trunk. However, in order not to leave without mention this element of value in the characterizing of the river studied by the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition, I will say that the surveys made in the confluence by Lieutenants Lyra and Pyrineus registered a width of 302 meters, an average velocity per second of 885 meters per minute, and a depth of 828 cubic meters. Therefore, the discharge of the former Castanha in each second of time was on that day 2,212 cubic meters. Comparing this volume to that above mentioned of the Aripuanã, we find for the first an inferiority of a little more than 100 cubic meters. It is therefore evident that such inferiority, beyond being small, is nothing more or less than a simple expression of occasional circumstances. Naturally, the Aripuanã was swollen with the waters of the more copious and lengthy rains than those which had fallen on those days in the valley of the former Castanha. Finally, let us consider the first of the conditions enumerated by Captain Ferreira da Silva. According to the exact text of the author, the title of main branch belongs to the confluent, which preserves the general direction of the river, or that which approximates itself most to it, presenting the least deflection in relation to its trunk. Now, if we take a map in which is figured the route followed by the Roosevelt-Rondon expedition from the moment in which it embarked in the canoes on the river Dúvida, up to the moment when it came out in the Madeira, the first thing which must strike our attention will certainly be the regularity with which the line representing this journey extends itself from south to north, at first a little to the right, and then a little to the left of the meridian which, passing by the mouth of the former Aripuanã, characterizes the general direction of the main river. And, in fact, it is sufficiently noteworthy that in a fluvial journey of 899.174 meters, the expedition should have found itself incessantly enclosed in a stretch of land limited by two meridians, those of 17 and 18 degrees west of Rio de Janeiro, without, however, touching either of them. If to this journey we join the existing track from the Telegraph Line Bridge to the south as far as the highest sources in the parallel approximately 12 degrees 39 minutes, we will find another 110.000 meters, of which only the last 44.000 penetrate in the geographical meridian previous to that already mentioned. It is therefore certain that the courses formerly called Dúvida, Castanha, and Lower Aripuanã form one and the same river, with an extension of 1009.174 meters, flowing uniformly from south to north, close upon 7 degrees, without presenting at any point a deflection which might be considered as the rupture of the continuity of the general direction. With less extension than this great central artery, and arriving at same, coming from the east, as we explained above, the branch for the designation of which we reserve the use of the name of Aripuanã presents itself with all the characteristics of the affluents, and so as when it penetrates into this artery, it loses the general direction of northwest, which it had up to the mouth. Thus also from there onwards the denomination which is proper to it disappears, absorbed by that of its recipient. On the 27th of April, in Lieutenant Pyrineus's camp, close to the bar of the Aripuanã, I, as Chief of the Brazilian Commission, inaugurated the new commemorative plate of the change of the former names of Dúvida and Castanha to that of River Roosevelt, just as I had done in all the places of note during our journey, starting from the mouth of the Kermit. Mr. Roosevelt wished to assist at this inauguration, and in spite of the fact of the great pain provoked by the effort demanded of his sick leg, he came and placed himself by the side of the inaugural mark, thus once more joining in the thoughts of international fraternity, and in the sentiments of friendship and the personal consideration which we, who had the satisfaction and the honor of being his companions of the work during the difficult journey, wished by that act to set forth. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Cândido Rondon. Translated by R.G. Reedy and Edwin Murray. Second Lecture, Part 7. But, taking into consideration the rapid justification above referred to of the motives which carry us to recognize in the rivers corresponding to their former names the quality of being an extension of the principal collector of the hydrographic basin of the biggest contributor on the right bank of the Madeira, it is clear that the new designation covers the whole of the river's course up to the place where it loses itself in the waters of its majestic recipient. And so it must be, not only because we lent a just and well-earned homage to the eminent statesman, who did not disdain to bring the cooperation of his intelligence, courage, and his initiative to the efforts with which we continue the great work of the past, of discovering and conquering wild regions of the territory of our country, as also to avoid the geographical disorder which would result from the fact of giving different names to the consecutive stretches of one and the same river. With regard to the second reason, it is evident that there are not and cannot be any doubts or allegations capable of affecting it, because either the entire course had to be called Dúvida, a name of an occasional significance which arose from an incident too local, or it would be Castanha, as was remembered by the Munduruku Indians on account of the abundance of Brazil nuts, a common fact in this and many other rivers of the Amazon district. Or yet one would have to extend the denomination of the trunk by the western branch, taking it from the other to which it was already applied. or finally we would have to adopt the alternative, which we put into execution, of rejecting two names, relatively recent and not yet much used, substituting them by another one highly expressive, easy to be made of common and current use by the person and the feat recorded, without forgetting, however, what came to us from the past, but only restraining the application of it to a part of its former dominions. Thus we remained with the river Roosevelt, without, however, losing the traditional Aripuanã. With regard, however, to the justification of the new name with the fact which we alleged, that the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition was the first to discover the course of the river which we had called Dúvida, reconnoitering and surveying at the same time the courses of the formerly called Castana and Lower Aripuanã, which only after the work of this expedition were able to be placed on the maps, certain contentions arose. Of all these I shall restrict myself to making a few observations in regard to that which was communicated to the Geographical Society of Lisbon, at their sitting of the 8th of March of the current year, by Mr. Ernesto de Vasconcellos, perpetual secretary of that society, and in so doing I wish to prove the consideration which we should dispense to that society, where the chronicles of the former capitanias of Brazil are carefully kept. Mr. Vasconcellos' communication entitled, With regard to the River of Doubt, a proposito de Rio da Dúvida, is published in a pamphlet printed in Lisbon under the title Investigações Geográficas, Geographical Investigations. On page 22 of this pamphlet, the author resuming, according to the Geographical Journal, the lecture effected by Mr. Roosevelt in London on the 16th of June, 1914, said the following, Before commencing to descend this river, we passed the headwaters of the river Abacaxis, Pineapple, making preparations to descend same after having gone down the Dúvida, because he thought that in 3 or 4 days it would flow into the Gai Paraná. As this did not take place, as we saw, he said, And the Abacaxis was not descended, and no one knows its course. It is not mapped, and will not be until someone descends or ascends it. It is possible that it flows into the Tapajos or into the Canumá. It is more probable that it enters the Castana in latitude 10 degrees 58 minutes as the river Cardoso, or, which is more natural, that it constitutes the headwaters of the Aripuanã proper." This is the summary made by Mr. Vasconcellos of what he says he read in the English paper as being Mr. Roosevelt's conference. As it will be seen, in this resume, the name of the river Abacaxis appears, to which the translator called attention in parenthesis to the word pineapple. It is clear, however, that there is some inexplicable confusion on the part of Mr. Vasconcellos, because, as the paper published simultaneously the conference alluded to, and the map of the region to which it referred, it is not easy to imagine how the Portuguese geographer, on reading the reference to the headwaters crossed at the south of the parallel of 12 degrees, could understand that he was treating of an existing river all to the north of parallel 7 degrees. In his care to place at the side of the word Abacaxis the word pineapple, so as to indicate that one was the translation of the other, the communicator probably had the intention to save himself the responsibility of not having translated the English word for ananas. However, he forgot the most important thing, and this is that Mr. Roosevelt, in describing the march of the expedition, said, according to the resume of Mr. Vasconcellos himself, "Before commencing to descend this river, that is to say, the Dúvida, he passed the headwaters of the Abacaxis, Pineapple." It is evident, therefore, that the explorer found himself at parallel 12 degrees south when he passed by the headwaters named Pineapple. How could one imagine, therefore, that those headwaters could correspond to a river whose course exists entirely to the north of parallel 7°? Nevertheless, it is under this confusion that Mr. Vasconcellos places himself to affirm that the river pointed out by Mr. Roosevelt is to be found "in the map of Silva Pontes, 1798, known by the Portuguese who surveyed same, under the name of Carta de Nova Lusitania," and Mr. Vasconcellos categorically advances the following: "The Abacaxis (pineapple), directing itself towards the north and throwing its waters into the furo of the Tupinambaranas, to which Silva Pontes gives also the name of Abacaxis, and which is nothing more or less than a narrow, natural channel, which joins the lower course of the Madeira to the Amazon, starting from a point above the Madeiro with the Solimoes." Yes, the Abacaxis could have a course just as is mentioned above, but the pineapple referred to by Mr. Roosevelt rises south of the parallel 12° in the highlands of the Parecis, and flows in a northerly direction until it joins the Capitao Cardoso, an affluent of the right bank of the Roosevelt in the southern latitude approximating 10° 59'. Exactly as the ex-president of North America said, this river was unknown. It did not appear on any map, and if we now know its course, and can trace it on the geographical charts, it is because there was somebody who, after the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition, descended same. We know too well the sacrifice which this cost us, because the badly translated pineapple is the river Lieutenant Marques de Souza, the present name of the former Ananas. No less fortunate was Mr. Vasconcellos in contesting Mr. Roosevelt's affirmation that the rivers Duvida and Castana were not represented on the geographical charts, i.e. the higher portion and the mean portion of the course of the former Aripuanã. In order to support his contention, the perpetual secretary of the Geographical Society of Lisbon has recourse "to an original photograph" of the already mentioned Carta de Nova Lusitania, and referring to it he asserts that there one can see the Aripuanã running from south to north, and bending in the middle of its course to northwest, and running towards the right bank of the Madeira, between its tributaries Maraurá, he should have said Mataurá, and Canumá. Now, if we look at the chart in question, we will see without very much trouble that it parallels south 5°, and to the left of the meridian of 320°, as that of the island of Faro, a river island limited, to northwest by the small portion of the Madeira, to east by the Canumá, and to southwest by the Mataurá, and to south by a channel or furo joining these two latter rivers. In the interior of this island, whose latitudinal extension is not greater than 3°, of which little more than 2° are below parallel 5°, one can see two lines carrying, one of them, the inscription Rio Aripuanã, and the other R. Aripuanã. The line carrying the epigraph Rio Aripuanã does not run from south to north, neither does it present any inflection which may cause it to abandon that direction and take up a northwesterly one, because it is a continuous curve, the concavity of which is turned to southwest, having in its interior the R. Aripuanã. The line in question, and with the epigraph Rio Aripuanã, terminates in two short fine lines, diverging very little from one another. The general appearance of the figure reminds one of some two-tailed worms of a very long body in relation to the two appendages. This is the river Aripuanã of the Carta Geográfica da Nova Lusitânia, or America Portuguesa, and Estados do Brasil, drawn up in 1798 by a commission of Portuguese engineers, in which took part Antonio Pyrineus da Silva Pontes Leme, captain of the navy, an astronomer and geographer, of His Majesty the King of Portugal. This river does not exist in the same way the island in the interior of which it is made to appear does not exist. However, the most astonishing fact is the force of imagination which it must have cost the perpetual secretary of the Geographical Society of Lisbon to convince, first himself and afterwards his co-associates, that this Aripuanã was nothing more or less than the river mentioned by Mr. Roosevelt, a river which we see rising in latitude approximate to 12 degrees 30 minutes south, running frankly and constantly in a northerly direction, with small deflections to both sides of the meridian 17 degrees 17 minutes 46 seconds west of Rio de Janeiro, and finally enters into the Madeira with a length of more than 1,000 kilometers, of which the greater part, or let us say 796,350 meters, corresponds to the upper portion designated respectively by the names of Dúvida and Castana. But besides all this, the courage of the perpetual secretary was not up to the colossal task, the difficulties of which he had proposed to overcome. It is true that to support the argument that the course of the river Roosevelt was first mapped in 1798 by Silva Pontes, it would be necessary to have constructed a gigantic aqueduct above or below the canal which joins the Canumá to the Mataurá, so that at parallel 7 degrees it might afford a passage for the waters from the firm land of the island figured on the Carta de Nova Lusitania. Mr. Vasconcelos gave way before the tremendous effort which would be necessary to carry out such a task. He resolved, therefore, to concentrate the whole of his courage and ingenuity in obtaining another objective much more simple, that is, to shorten the course of the rivers. In order to obtain this result, it was only necessary to write the following words, "The great length which Mr. Roosevelt attributes to them is not likely to be true." And the fact is that Mr. Vasconcelos could have been more categoric in this. Any one of us would have preferred to say, in the Carta de Nova Lusitania, the course of the river transversed and described by Mr. Roosevelt does not exist and cannot exist. In the same way this river does not exist in the Carta Política y Económica do Brasil, published by the Missão Brasileira de Expansão Econômica in Paris, 28 Boulevard des Italiens, and cannot exist unless one makes the bed of the new river cut the beds of the other rivers appearing on this chart, and cutting the region in various directions to southeast and to northwest. Saying this, however, would at the same time be the truth, and to confirm in all the points Mr. Roosevelt's communication to the Geographical Society of London. Therefore, Mr. Vasconcelos, in order not to depart in the slightest degree from his plan to demonstrate, that the Portuguese undeniably in South America, as in Africa and in Asia, maintain the priority of the important terrestrial and maritime discoveries, to which others assumed the rights, he thought it better to suppress the course of the former Aripuanã, without attending to the loss which would result from the fact to us Brazilians of our remaining deprived of a fluvial system of more than 700 kilometers, or else to oblige us to consider it unlikely. It is very painful, really, that the world must resign to the fatality of only accepting as likely the regions, the mountains, the valleys, and the rivers directly discovered and surveyed by the Portuguese. But there is no other choice, for the perpetual secretary of the Geographical Society of Lisbon insists on this, in his determination to oppose in a fantastic struggle the no less fantastic adversaries of the glories of Ricardo Franco, Silva Pontes, Lacerda e Almeida, Pedro Teixeira, and many other daring explorers of the wilderness of our country in the colonial days. If the gallant champion of these strifes for the revindication of memories hitherto unattacked or unforgotten, but on the contrary respectfully cultivated and venerated, wished to attend a little to the real object of things and of the men of his days, he would certainly spare himself the uncomfortable position in which he has placed himself in making such blind assertions as that contained in the following extract of his communication. Of course, the courses of the two rivers (Mr. Vasconcelos refers to the Aripuanã and the Abacaxis of the Carta de Nova Lusitania) are not marked on the map with the rigor which can be obtained with the modern methods and instruments, or with the details which a special map demands and the scale permits. A few tributaries may even have been omitted." Without insisting on the concession of lack of rigor resulting from the differences in the methods and instruments, a concession which in this fencing to which Mr. Vasconcelos has devoted himself corresponds to a feint, let us examine carefully the text of the last phrase. "A few tributaries may even have been omitted," by which he certainly means that in the Carta de Nova Lusitania are figured perhaps all the affluents of the river Aripuanã and Abacaxis, and if they are not all there are very few missing. Nevertheless, in the chart under examination, the Aripuanã and the Abacaxi do not possess one single affluent. There are only marked the hypothetic trunks of these rivers, ending in the two small branches to which I have referred above. Therefore, at the last thrust contained in the words, "a few tributaries may even have been omitted," Mr. Vasconcelos receives the reply given by the Carta de Nova Lusitania itself, "all the tributaries have been omitted," and we register this reply without giving any further importance to it, because even if the Aripuanã were on that map full of affluents, it would not for this reason alone be the river mapped by the Roosevelt-Rondon Expedition, and constituted by the unified courses of the Dúvida, discovered in 1909 by the Telegraph Lines Commission in the zone of the plateau of the Parecis, where no Portuguese explorer ever penetrated; of the Castana, known and frequented by the rubber tappers and Indians, but not described by the geographers; and of the Lower Aripuanã. I am afraid I have dwelt too long on this matter, more than convenient, in the appreciation of the motives alleged by the Geographical Society of Lisbon to deprive the 1914 scientific expedition of the priority of the reconnoissance and description of the River Roosevelt. Let us therefore return to Lieutenant Pyrineus's camp in order to continue to follow the march of our illustrious guest up to the moment when he left Brazilian territory. Having terminated the ceremony of the inauguration of the indicative plate of the new denomination of the river, Mr. Roosevelt, together with the other members of the American Commission and Mr. Cajasera, took to their canoes and directed themselves to a place where the scout Cidade de Manaus was at anchor. Lieutenants Lyra, Pyrineus, and myself remained in the camp to effect the measurement of the rivers, and at night time to make our astronomical observations necessary to calculate the latitude and time. On the following morning, the 28th of April, we proceeded on our voyage downstream, making the topographical survey up to the Matatá waterfall. From there to the Madeira, this work had already been effected and terminated by Lieutenant Pyrineus. Continuing to descend, we arrived before midday at the place where the Cidade de Manaus was, and there we met Mr. Roosevelt, who seemed to be in a better state of health. 3 hours later, our ship commenced to go ahead, and navigating without stopping, we reached next morning the mouth of the Roosevelt, from which we immediately entered the Madeira. Descending this great fluvial artery, we saw on the morning of the 29th the city of Borba. In the afternoon we arrived at the Amazon Telegraph Company's station of Amarati. Finally, on the following morning, we arrived at the port of Manaus, where we went alongside the quay. On the quay were the representatives of the state government who were sent to receive Mr. Roosevelt and offer him their hospitality on shore, which he accepted. In spite of his sufferings from standing, our illustrious guest received the visits of the governor of the state, the municipal council, and other important people. On the 1st of May, after having undergone a surgical operation performed by Mr. Cajazera, in the presence of the Director of Public Health Department of Manaus, and having presented through my intermediary his farewell to the governor and to the general in command of the military region, Mr. Roosevelt left on a merchant ship for the city of Para. I, however, and the other members of the Brazilian Commission, still remained in Manaus, where we received news of Captain Amilcar de Magalhaes' party, of which Miller, the naturalist of the American Commission, and Dr. Eusebio Paulo de Oliveira, and Dr. Enrique Reinsick, respectively the geologist, the taxidermist of the Brazilian Commission, formed part. After having seen the departure of the other party that descended the former River Duvida, this party left for the telegraph station of Barão del Magaço, on the river Comemoração de Floriano. Embarked in canoes, it descended this river and the Gai Paraná, at the mouth of which it transferred itself on board the ships employed in the regular navigation of the Madeira, and thence left for Manaus, where it arrived on the 6th of April. Besides the work of the naturalists, other work was done by the chief of this party for the topographical survey of the first of the rivers navigated, and of the portion of the second one lying between the Iragape Boa Vista and the Riachuelo. The principal occurrence recorded during this journey was the accident suffered by Captain Amilcar, whose canoe was sunk. Fortunately, there was no occasion to regret any loss of life, but only of the field books containing the notes of the survey already effected, and some material. After the completion of all the work which had detained us in the capital of the state of Amazonas, we returned on board the scout Cidade de Manaus at 5:30 in the afternoon, still on that same day, the 1st of May, and followed in the way of the Dunstan, on which Mr. Roosevelt was embarked, in the hope of finding it at anchor in the port of Itacoatiara, where we knew it must call. But on the morning of the 2nd, on arriving at that port, we saw that the Dunstan had got ahead of us. We therefore proceeded down the Amazon, and only in the evening, already at the city of Obidos in the state of Pará, did we manage to catch her up. We left Obidos at noon on the 3rd of May, and at dawn on the 5th we laid anchor in the port of Belém, and I went immediately on board the ship where Mr. Roosevelt was. At this place the official visits and receptions of the state and federal authorities were repeated, and on this occasion Mr. Roosevelt was invited to attend at a banquet which the governor of Pará was giving him on the following day. Finally, after this and other acts of the official welcome at Belém, the members of the Brazilian Commission went on board the Dunstan on the morning of the 7th of May to bid farewell and to tender our best wishes for a pleasant voyage to Mr. Roosevelt, in whom each one of us recognized not only a statesman of worldwide note, a superior mind endowed with rare scientific and literary culture, a man of firm, resolute, and imperative character, an honest and most noble soul, but also, and above all, a thoroughly enthusiastic believer in the greatness and the beauty of the future of our country and of our people, and a sincere and true friend of all those who had had the good fortune of sharing with him, at all times, the fatigue and the hardships suffered during the long and irksome march across the wilderness of the plateau of the Parecis, of the Juruena, and of the former Duvida. At 11 o'clock the Dunstan weighed anchor, and made for the ocean, bound for New York. We still followed her for a short space of time on board the scout Cidade de Manaus, and finally, through a mist of saudades, which was already enveloping our hearts, we threw into space our last farewell and our cheers for the Chief of the American Commission, and for the great Republic whose glory it is to possess such a son. At 11 o'clock at night on that same day, the Cidade de Manaus returned to the capital of Amazonas, taking me on board. From that city I proceeded up the Madeira and then along the Hamari, whence I should leave for the station of Barão del Magaço in order to continue with my work of the construction of the telegraph line from Cuyaba to the Madeira. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Cândido Rondon, translated by R.G. Wrighty and Edwin Murray. Third lecture, Part 1. The work dealt with in our preceding lectures, and which was carried out by the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition in the River Papagaio and in the rivers formerly known under the names of Dúvida and Castanha, must be considered as an integral part of the series of geographical explorations which resulted in the construction of the telegraph line, projected and caused to be constructed by the government under President Pena to connect Cuiabá and Santo Antônio do Madeira. It is therefore but natural that the exposition of the results of this work be followed up with another, specially devoted to presenting the resume formed by the combination of all these explorations. In this way alone shall we possess all the elements required in order to be able to form an idea of the importance of the most extensive region and of the numerous population of the interior of our country, which lay unknown and deserted, without supporting us with the cooperation of their resources and of their forces, and without receiving the benefits of our industry and our civilization. Besides this, we shall be in a position to see certain of our countrymen, almost devoid of other resources beyond their own courage, perform the same feats which we admire and praise when performed by men of other ages and of other countries. Were it given to me to expect to impress upon the minds of my audience any strong and lasting impression with my words, that which I would most desire to produce at the present moment would be to make it quite clear that the campaign of discredit maintained in this country and abroad against the character and the nature of the Brazilian people is nothing short of a monstrous heap of falsehood and of injustice that must be opposed and destroyed before it manages to complete the nefarious task of precipitating the soul of the nation into a dim and vile sorrow, similar to that which galled the latter days of the great Portuguese. In this lecture, I shall consequently make a summary exposition of the work carried out by the Commission of the Telegraph and Strategic Lines from Mato Grosso to Amazonas during the years that follow that of 1909, as far as the others are concerned, inasmuch as their results were already published in 1911 in this city and in São Paulo. I shall simply recall them very rapidly. It is a known fact that according to the route traced out for the audacious enterprise of establishing telegraphic communications between the seat of the government of the Republic and the most distant regions of the far northwest of the territory of our country, the commission which was created to carry it into execution was obliged to operate to an enormous extent in unknown territory, where no other resources were to be obtained beyond those proper to the uncultured nature of our forests, and where no other dwellers were to be found except the inhabitants of the Indian villages who had settled there since times immemorial. The commission was formed in 1907, and in that same year it began its field work by commencing simultaneously the works of the construction of the branch line from São Luiz de Cáceres to the town of Mato Grosso, these of the main line starting from Cuiabá towards Guia, Brotas, Rosário, and Diamantino, and those of the reconnaissance of the forests of the Parecis, which were made necessary in order to discover the direction to be followed, so as to reach the banks of the Juruena, where the forests continued to be victoriously defended by the inflexible warriors of the Nhambiquara nation. In the following year, having completed the construction of the branch line to the town of Mato Grosso, and proceeding with the work of the main line from Diamantino to the highlands of the Parecis, the work of reconnoitring the forests was continued with the idea of pushing it on as far as the Madeira. However, as certain difficulties arose, which could not be foreseen by the party entrusted with the construction, the pioneers who had pushed on beyond the Juruena in carrying on their reconnaissance were only able to reach the place where a formidable excavation produced by the action of the current of numerous rivers interrupts the continuity of the plateau and causes to appear the geographical feature which we identified with that which the Portuguese cartographers perhaps meant to indicate under the name of Serra do Norte. After reorganizing the services of transportation and of supplies for which the construction had been paralyzed, in 1909 we again took up the road opened in the preceding years across the dominions of the Parecis and of the Nhambiquaras, and crossing the Serra do Norte, we proceeded on a route almost invariably from northwest until we came out at the Madeira, after a continuous march of 237 days, having travelled 1,297 kilometers in the sense of the main route, without taking into account 240 kilometers of several by-routes and 866 of fluvial navigation. The general outline of the main line being thus ascertained, the work of construction proceeded until towards the end of 1914, and the inauguration of the traffic along the portion last completed took place on the first day of the current year, 1915. Thus, the carrying out of the great scheme proposed and started by President Pena became dependent upon the continued efforts of the administrations of Dr. Nilo Peçanha, of Marshal Hermes da Fonseca, and of Dr. Venceslau Braz, all of whom showed their determination to maintain them in due correspondence with the important interests of the nation, economical as well as political and social, connected with the destinies of that enterprise. In its more general outlines, this was the routine followed by the work of the Commission of the telegraph lines from Mato Grosso to Amazonas, as far as the construction is concerned. However, it could not be carried to an end without the expenditure of trebled efforts demanded by the necessity under which we were placed to overcome, in the course of an endless struggle, the ever-recurring difficulties proper to the uncouth and wild nature of the region in which we had to operate. Of all that we required for our work, the region could only supply us with lumber. The remaining necessities, from tools to the most simple and urgent provisions, had to be brought from elsewhere. If we add to these the telegraph material proper, such as zinc wire, insulators, metal brackets, and accessory hardware, which we could only obtain from abroad, we shall have an idea of the enormous amount of extremely heavy packages for which we had to provide the necessary means of transportation into the interior of the forests with the most careful and diligent attention. But in this regard, the ever-increasing distances to be covered, the complexity of the equipment of a variety of systems to be utilized, some for river navigation, others for overland transportation, and above all, the absence of pasture lands and the bad quality of the grass on the Parecis plateau, the fatigue, the loss of energy, and the sicknesses which played havoc with the pack animals, destroying whole troops of mules and of bullocks. Everything, in short, seemed to combine in a conspiracy to bring about the failure of the measures which we had adopted as the result of the surest forethought based upon long experience. In order to partly obviate these great difficulties, we divided the duties of the construction between two parties. One was already then operating since 1907 from Corumbá towards the interior of the forest. The other, created in 1910, was destined to start from Santo Antônio do Madeira and to follow towards the first until they should effect their meeting. Thus, the operations could proceed and develop more freely, not only because greater advantage could be taken of the efforts of a more numerous personnel, but also on account of the fact that the roads and the means of supplies of each party were independent of those of the other. Our party, constituted with the title of North Section and successively placed under the leadership of the then Major Gomes de Castro, of Captain Nestor Sesefredo, of Lieutenant Sebastião Pinto, of Captain Costa Pinheiro, and of Lieutenant Mário Cardoso Barata, obtained supplies from Manaus through the Madeira and the Jamari. The other party, called South Section, utilized the navigation facilities on the Paraguay as far as São Luiz de Cáceres. Thence, the transportation proceeded and even now does proceed up the Sepotuba, as far as this river can be navigated by launches and small craft, and where we opened up in 1908 the so-called port of Tapirapuã, situated 91 kilometers above another port called dos Bugres. From the latter, the journey overland is commenced along a road which winds up the slopes of the Serra dos Parecis, enters the plateau, and continues in the direction of Aldeia Queimada, whence it throws off different branches to Juruena, Uchariti, and other points of the telegraph line. From Juruena onwards, the same way, Picadão, cut out for the passage of the line, serves as a road for the pack animals employed in the service of the supplies and for travelers. The South Section suffered the greatest difficulties from the fact that it had to depend for its supplies upon the journey across this road. The first was the enormous distance which had to be covered, from Tapirapuã to Aldeia Queimada, 80 kilometers, from the said aldeia to Uchariti, some 200, and to Juruena, 272. Besides, for each convoy, these distances must be reckoned twofold, owing to the return march. Then we have the lack of pasture, to which I have already referred. Before completing one march, already the greater part of the beasts were knocked up, and of the small number that managed to withstand the fatigue and the bad quality of the fodder, we could at the most expect them to do a second march. If they did not die, they had to remain inactive for months and months in the pastures to restore their forces at the cost of much care and heavy expense. Two measures were adopted by us in order to remove such important difficulties, one of immediate effect, and the other longer in producing its results, but certainly of a greater bearing on the development of those wilds by new elements of our civilization, which even now are already seeking them out, and will not fail to fill them shortly with agricultural establishments and cattle farms, besides other centres destined to the extraction of the resources of forest and mineral wealth which they contain in abundance. The measures to which we have lastly alluded consists in modifying the conditions of the prairies so as to adapt them to the development of the different species of forage plants of which we found, even there, some good varieties, and to develop same only required to be freed from the wild vegetation which smothered it. We took with us some seeds of other kinds which quickly sprung up and are growing very well. As a necessary complement to this measure, we started plantations of cereals, fruit trees, and vegetables, combining with the same, rearing of poultry and cattle, at all the telegraph stations and other places specially selected for the purpose. The measure of an immediate effect to which we referred above consisted in the employment of motor wagons for transportation from Porto dos Bugres to Chariti. This was the route which presented the greatest disadvantages for pack animals. Still, it was also not adaptable to the transit of those vehicles, because every now and again the ground presented at intervals large areas of sand in which the wheels of the machines inturned themselves and went on skidding so that they could not go ahead. A young and studious officer of our army, Lieutenant Emanuel Silvestre do Amarante, set to work to solve this difficulty, and was fortunate enough to quickly discover a completely new device to obviate this. It was due to his invention that the 3 motor cars of the Telegraph Lines Commission were able to transit on the roads of the Planalto dos Parecis, carrying cargo equal to the maximum weight for which they had been constructed. But all these efforts only succeeded in overcoming some of the difficulties which cropped up at every step to hinder the work of the south section. Amongst others, one presented itself to us which could have had its effects annulled by using wireless telegraphy. This difficulty arose from the fact that our camps were getting further and further away from the city of São Luiz de Cáceres, the principal base for our purveying, which services would have greatly improved if we could have got into direct communication from the Sertão with our purveyors. We therefore had recourse to radio telegraphy, installing a station in Cáceres and taking along with us another field equipment mounted on a wagon. For some time this installation worked very satisfactorily, but an important part of the instruments had been broken, and as the spare piece would have to be obtained from the manufacturer in Germany, we had no further opportunity to use this installation, inasmuch as the progress of our work had already taken us away from the dependency of São Luiz de Cáceres. In order to understand how it was possible for us to get out of this dependency, we were obliged to detail a little further the different phases through which the construction of the line passed, up to the date of my return to the Sertão, because, as you know, I was attacked with serious illness at the end of the great Reconnoissance of 1909, and which detained me in Rio de Janeiro for more than a year. From 1907 to the beginning of 1910, under the direction of Major Marciano de Oliveira Ávila, seconded by Captain Custódio de Sena Braga, the work had advanced from Cuiabá to a little beyond Chariti, in a total distance of 505 kilometers, in which, besides the stations, the names of which I have already mentioned, Parecis, Ponte de Pedra, and Barão de Capanema, were also established. During the year of 1910, under Lieutenant Franco Ferreira, the construction reached the Juruena, with a distance of 101 kilometers, counted from the previous station. At this point, the construction stopped for a period of 1 year, due to the violent epidemic of beriberi, which attacked that officer, Lieutenant Cândido Cardoso, many soldiers and civilians, and caused some deaths. In July of the following year, Lieutenant Nicolau Bueno Horta Barbosa, assisted by Cadet Tito de Barros, recommenced the work up to a point beyond the Juruena, but soon afterwards they were surprised in the woods by a number of Nhambiquara warriors who shot at and seriously wounded them with their arrows. Both, however, recovered from their wounds, thanks to the care and nursing of Dr. Murilo de Campos, the physician to the Commission. In order to substitute the wounded officers, Lieutenant Júlio Caetano Horta Barbosa and Boanerges Lopes de Souza left immediately to take charge of the work, and they took the line to Nhambiquaras and to Vilhena with a total development of 139 kilometers, counting from Juruena, or 730 from Cuiabá. We had thus arrived at the Campos de Comemoração de Floriano, beyond the Serra do Norte, always following the route surveyed by the 1907-1909 expeditions. Now, we had to proceed towards Campos dos Palmares and Maria Molina, which, according to that route, the line should reach by scarcely 2 tangents, but the first of these presented, in view of the situation in which we found ourselves, depending on transport by mules and bullocks, the grave inconvenience of carrying the line through the woods of the valley of the Rio Tenente Marques de Souza, or Ananás, as we still called it. Such a great inconvenience might perhaps be removed by the discovery of new camps analogous to those of Maria de Molina, where there is excellent pasture of capim gordura, mimoso agreste, milhão praíba, and sapé. The reasons for hoping for such a discovery were due to the fact that these camps are the outcome of the destruction of large stretches of primitive forests set on fire by the Nhambiquaras in preparing the ground for their plantations. Now, the region into which we had penetrated from the Juruena is all infested with Indians who are distributed in groups of distinct denominations, such as the Nenês, Yayás, Navaités, Tagananis, Tauités, and others, each one occupying its distinct territory in the valleys of the different rivers and streams. Therefore, it was very natural that, in the interior of all those forests, many other groups of the same nature and origin would exist, and to which we gave the generic name of Campos Indígenas. I therefore decided to proceed on new explorations, in the hope of modifying the 1909 route in the sense which I now mention. End of section 14.
Section 15. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Third lecture, Part 2. I commenced this work on the 6th of November 1911, leaving Vilhena towards the northeast and traveling along an Indian track, which directs itself from Comemoração de Floriano to the valley of the river Marques de Souza, passing between the headwaters of the former Dúvida and Ique. In that valley I reached a small natural prairie of Sarado, which I named Mangabal, already discovered in 1909 by Lieutenant Lyra, and where there existed in that year a large village and many plantations belonging to the Nhambiquaras, of the group which we afterwards learned to be the Mama Indé. I, however, found nothing else. The Indians had abandoned the place and set fire to the village. On exploring the region, I discovered on the northeastern side through which a tributary of the left bank of the former Ananás runs, and which I denominated Ribeirão Lyra, just as I had previously named two others respectively, Amarante and Tanajura, a beautiful prairie, just what I was looking for. From Mangabal I directed my course to Campo Maria de Molina, according to the magnetic course of 50 degrees northwest, taken from the plan of the road which I had just traversed, combined with that of the survey of 1909. I crossed successively a region of entangled overgrowth, a river, the Miranda Ribeiro, two small campos indigenas of capim gordura, two headwaters, of which the last was the one called Lyra. I then entered the region in which the waters run into the present River Roosevelt, encountering first a stream, the Pyrineus, and afterwards on the date of the decree which instituted our Republican ensign, the river called Festa da Bandeira, Flag Day, also called Corumbá by the Nhambiquaras. After crossing the river Pyrineus, I found a beautiful campo indigena called the Perdiz, whence we could see to the north and to the northeast many others which succeeded one another without end out of sight. It was evident that this was the direction through which it was convenient for us to take our line, even at the cost of a big detour, which would extend same 7 kilometers beyond what we had reckoned upon. This sacrifice, however, would be more than compensated by the incomparable advantage of having secured the maintenance of our mule and ox packs, as also our cattle. I proceeded on the march to Campo de Maria de Molina, always on the initial course of 50° northwest, proceeding with the survey with the help of a metric chain and a salmoiraghi pocket compass. I arrived at those camps after having gone over 36.280 meters, counted from the stake at Mangabal, or scarcely 18 from Festa da Bandeira. In this last stretch the country presented itself to us covered now with entangled overgrowth, now with certain special vegetation intermediary between the former and virgin forests. The Indians called it alori, and we knew it under the name of lorei, because in the midst of same a certain tree is very abundant, the wood of which is very strong and lasting, and is so called by the Indians. The tangent to which I have just referred did not coincide with that of the 1909 survey. There was an angular deviation of 1 degree 15 minutes, or of 1 kilometer between the point of arrival in 1911 and the mark of that survey. The study of the modification of the old route was immediately followed by the work of location, the line leaving Vilhena on the general course of 5 degrees northeast, and prolonged itself to beyond the Ribeiro Lira until it reached the great tangent at Mangabal. Having gone over a small segment of this tangent, which runs, as we saw, to the northwest, the location abandoned same before arriving at the Ribeiro Pyrineus, inclining itself anew to the north, so as to pass through the Campos Indígenas on the right bank of the Festa da Bandeira. In this new direction the line crosses, besides several headwaters of 2 important streams named by us Nicolau Bueno and Julio Queteño. And after this last one it retakes the northwesterly course, and crosses the river a little below the mouth of the Ribeiro Alencaliense, at a point which was indicated to us by the Nhambiquaras, Toetes, as it satisfied the conditions which we, for close upon a month, had procured in vain, viz. That it was not swampy as other places. After crossing the Festa de Bandeira the route advances parallel to the bed of the Alencaliense in the southwest quadrant across the marginal woods, but it soon abandons this route in order to take a westerly direction, with which it penetrates into the basin of the old Dúvida, cutting through the bush of the divisor of the valleys of the 2 rivers, and thus arrives at the Campo de Maria de Molina, where the Telegraph Line Commission had equipped a station called José Bonifácio, more than 83 kilometers from Vilhena. Before, however, terminating this work, whilst I was still studying the region in which we were locating the alternative route on the right bank of the Carumicharu, or Festa da Bandeira, in order to ascertain how far the Campos Indígenas extended, an accident occurred which will serve to give an idea of the habits of the Nhambiquaras. Various partial explorations had convinced me that in the northwest quadrant those camps terminated in the river and in a stream, an affluent of same on the right bank, which I discovered and called Joaquim Gomez. I therefore decided to make further surveys in a northerly and northeasterly direction. For this purpose, on the 13th of April, 1912, my uncle Miguel Lucas Evangelista, an old man of 76 years of age, whose robustness and endurance would surprise a man of 40 years, and his nephew Bellarmino accompanied me, and we took the Indian trail, which after crossing a jungle penetrated into one of those forests of Lorei, to which I have above referred. In the interior of the woods, after 4 hours of slow marching, for we were on horseback and the trail was a footpath, we saw many signs of the recent passage of Indians, and suddenly heard the sharp and angry sounds of their jabber. I therefore took the lead in the place of my cousin, and soon after was able to discern at a distance of 50 meters 5 Nhambiquaras, all young and strong fellows, completely disarmed. They were directing themselves slowly towards us, talking aloud and gesticulating frantically. I had not at the moment a single weapon with me, and recommended my companions to hide theirs, directing my animal towards the Indians. These, however, commenced to retire in spite of the fact that one of them, probably the chief, continued to speak to me in a long and enthusiastic discourse. The thought then struck me that our mounts were unknown and strange animals to them, and this caused them some suspicion. This was therefore the reason for their retirement. I dismounted and walked resolutely and full of confidence towards the group, for I had made myself sure that they were acting in good faith and were not laying a trap for us. In a few moments we all formed one friendly group in which all talked and no one understood one another. Finally, as the goodwill was general and sincere, I succeeded in making them understand that my desire was to accompany them to their village. This caused them visible satisfaction and calmed the loquacity of the orator, who only then finished the discourse which he had been declaiming in a very high-pitched and most energetic tone. I inferred from this fact that the meaning of the harangue was nothing more or less than to convince me that I should make this visit, and it only then occurred to me that, in international diplomacy, the tone of the communications is never in accordance with the sentiments and the intentions of the communicators. Among some people it is gentle and soft, exactly when the intention is malicious and aggressive. In others, as we have just seen, it is boisterous and unrestrained when it hides the thought of much good and sincere friendship. We mounted and got ourselves into marching order, the Nhambiquaras going on foot. Here a great difficulty turned up, perhaps due to the customs of the Indians or to the old prejudice reigning amongst us, that all Indians must necessarily be on every occasion and circumstance of life false, disloyal, and treacherous. The case was that the 5 Nhambiquaras wished to divide themselves into 2 groups, one to go ahead of the small column, the other behind us. My uncle, who had only decided to go to the village, moved by the conviction that he would have to defend my life, deduced from this distribution that his suspicions were being confirmed and peremptorily declared that he would not give up the advantage of occupying the rear guard, whence he could watch the movements of our supposed enemies and, in case of necessity, assist us with his rifle. In their turn, the Indians insisted in arranging the column as they had desired, we in the center, 3 of them in front, and 2 immediately in the rear. Contending with the difficulties of this gesture language, I was forced to employ the greatest efforts and the most trying patience to convince them without offense that the 2 last ones should march in front of my uncle and behind my cousin and me. In this way we went ahead finally. The Indians in the vanguard, leading us by their trails, walked very quickly and soon got ahead of us, not only on account of the many sipos (lianas), branches and trunks of trees laying across our path above the height of a man, causing us delay, for we were mounted, but also because the animals were now tired out by the march, which had lasted from dawn up to past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At the spot where these scenes took place there was a small stream of water which was called El Cantro Feliz. A little ahead of this place we saw, leaning against the trees on the left side of the road, the bows and arrows of our friends. They, however, passed by them without taking them up and continued as they had come, entirely disarmed, truly and unmistakably characteristic of their gentility, courage, and tact. Still more noteworthy is the fact that they had not asked us to give them identical proof of confidence and friendliness by deposing the arms which we were carrying. We were marching now for 15 minutes when one of them in the vanguard hastened his pace and in a very short time was out of sight. To my uncle this movement could not pass unperceived, and with his mode of seeing things cried out, "Now we are in it!" This Indian had gone ahead in order to advise those who are in ambush waiting for us that we are close by. We will surely all die, but not like a lot of stupid sheep. I am going to fight. However, the developments were not long in allaying our suspicions, because a little ahead we found our host awaiting our arrival with a large quantity of naru caguaninde, a refreshing drink much used by the Nhambiquaras, who prepare same with water and the juice of the wild pineapple, which is very abundant in their country and is cultivated to a great extent in the numerous clearings in the interior of the woods opened up by fire. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we had got out of the forest of Lorey into a new jungle. At dawn, when we left our camp, we had no intention of prolonging our reconnaissance so much. For this reason we were without breakfast and were very hungry. The resolution taken by our guides to get us to dismount was very opportune, and we accepted the large calabashes of that refreshment, cakes made out of manioc, which is cultivated in their plantations, toasted larvae of various insects, provisions which all the Nhambiquaras take with them in large pots during their excursions. We accepted this food, and on finishing the repast continued on our journey under a terrible fall of rain which had suddenly overtaken us. From the jungle we passed into another wood, not very extensive, covering a small headwater. There we found a few small open huts, which the Nhambiquaras construct in their ikedas, or temporary villages used for hunting purposes. Our guides thought that it would be agreeable to us to take shelter there from the rain, and as our clothes, dripping with water, were stuck to our bodies, they understood that beyond shelter we required the heat of a good fire. Consequently they took into the interior of one of the huts the small pieces of wood which they used to make fire, and rubbing one piece against the other, they commenced this patient operation. However, it was not convenient for us to stay away from our camp too long. I insisted, therefore, on the Indians continuing the journey, and to this they agreed. Soon afterwards we got out of the woods into some country where the vegetation was low and scant, and from here into an open camp of alochitu, the name of the grass which grows in the Campos Indigenas, in the yellow background of which the outline of the big conical huts of the Chisis or Nhambiquara villages could be discerned. Again one of the Indians from the vanguard fell out, and with a hurried step went towards the village, and once again in the mind of my uncle, full of false traditional notions amongst white people with regard to the character and sentiments of the Indians, the suspicion arose that we were going to be betrayed and killed. Withal our march continued. We were still far off from the village when we saw a man coming out to meet us, carrying a large basket on his shoulders, dropping from a sling of fibre which was tied round his forehead like a wide sash. On coming close up to us, he stopped and commenced a long discourse, which we heard with the greatest interest and respectful attention. It was certainly not the first time that such diplomatic discourses had been heard. However, the reply to same was not given by us but by one of our guides, who spoke almost as much as the other. Having terminated the discourses, the Indian relieved himself of his load, placing the basket on the ground. From inside same he took out a large pot full of naru caguaninde, pineapple water, and a small calabash. We once more helped ourselves to the Nhambiquara beverage. After this ceremony our hosts drew near to us, and taking our hands in theirs, led us into the village. The Indian who had come to meet us with all this ceremony was the cacique, Indian chief. In him one could see the influence of African blood, which had been already noted in many individuals of the groups dwelling in the valleys of the Juruena and of the Juhina, and in Campos Novos da Serra do Norte. The hair slightly curled, a mustache, and a cavagnac. It is a fact that the North American Indians of pure blood possess a large quantity of very smooth, straight black hair, and very little beard, which grows badly. It appears to me, therefore, that the hypothesis formulated by me in 1908-1909 is demonstrated and brought to light in the public lectures which I delivered in 1911 in the Monroe Palace to explain the origin of the conical form of the great ranches pertaining to the Nhambiquaras. viz. that these Indians have been in contact with the negroes who escaped from the old gold diggings of the Guapore, and principally with those who founded a Quilombo (nigger settlement) in the Guaratize, an affluent of the right bank of that river. In the village, which was formed of one of those conical ranches entirely closed, and of many others with a simple flat roof without walls, we saw on our arrival some 30 individuals which we afterwards learnt belonged to 2 distinct groups. They were all under shelter in their huts and sitting around their respective fires, for it continued to rain. There, however, were only men. We did not see any women or children. We dismounted and took our place in the midst of a group by the side of a fire. New ceremonies of Nhambiquara hospitality then commenced. First they favored us with food: manioc, cakes, roasted corn, toasted larvae, fish, monkey meat, potatoes, and cará. The plates were like small trays made out of stems of taboca, matted, and the cups were calabashes which were incessantly being filled with the everlasting ananas water (pineapple). In spite of these delicacies being served up full of the ash and cinders in which they were roasted, things went very well and to the satisfaction of all. But suddenly cigarettes appeared, huge ones, and perhaps the most extraordinary of all the cigarettes in the world. They were excessively long, rolled up in rough and coarse leaves, and made of roasted tobacco dust, the product of Nhambiquara agriculture and industry. Up to this point nothing could be said of them, because it did not appear to me that they could be more or less repugnant than those of their civilized similarities. And to me the absurdity of smoking them was not more or less than that of smoking any other cigarettes. However, a surprise was in store for me, in order to learn at my own expense that the Nhambiquara cigarette has a peculiarity of its own which renders it more detestable than its similary. It must not be refused. The other cigarettes wait until people procure or accept them. These are imposed upon you. The first aggression I suffered from my friend Nuchala, which was the name of the cacique. Having prepared the formidable instrument of torture, he presented it to me in the most genteel and hospitable manner imaginable. I declined it politely. He insisted, and I commenced to realize that there is not in the whole world any sort of gesticulation capable of transmitting to a Nhambiquara brain this new notion which is to them absolutely unsuspected and inadmissible, viz. that there are men who do not smoke. We did our best in this way during some time, he offering me the cigarette and I refusing it. In the end, my host, believing perhaps that the only motive I had for refusing same was my bashfulness, took upon himself the heroic resolution of pushing the cigarette into my mouth. I had to inhale the nauseous smoke. The atmosphere around us now became compact and unbreathable, so many were the puffs which all these men took from so many cigarettes. The most horrible, however, was that they all wished to repeat to us the same operation made by the cacique. In order to avoid such martyrdom, I determined to take a walk through the village, visiting the other ranches. Many of them were empty, naturally, because the dwellers were at their work or hunting. The large hut had its doors closed, and for this reason we could not see into the interior, but we could perceive that therein were fires and people, and listening we could hear the voices of the women and children. As it appeared to me that the best means of obtaining breathable air would be to remain in camp out on the terrace in the open, I asked the cacique to send for some firewood and arrange me a good fire. I was promptly satisfied in my request, and while the men were busy at this, I observed that one of them had a steel axe. I then surmised that this group was friendly with those of Campos Novas da Serra do Norte, to whom we had already given many of these implements. We were preparing to hang our clothes to dry before the heat of the brisk fire, when we saw towards the north some 10 Indians arriving, armed with their bows and arrows. They were probably returning from some hunting expedition. As soon as we caught sight of them, the cacique addressed them with some sharp words, and in an energetic tone, they immediately disappearing from our sight. A few moments afterwards they reappeared at another point, now unarmed. So they entered the village, and directing themselves towards the group in which we were, commenced to exchange conversation with Nucala and his people. It was evident that they were asking and obtaining information as to who we were, whence we had come, and how we had arrived there. We afterwards learnt that these 10 individuals came from a village of Tagananis, established in the same camps and not very far off from the one where we were, and that besides this one there were several others thereabouts belonging to the Tauites, Minis, and Takiovites tribes. The cacique Nucala had sent emissaries to the inhabitants of those villages for the purpose of advising them of the great event. For this reason, fresh groups of Indians were incessantly coming in, full of curiosity to see us. The women and the children went immediately to the conical hut and shut themselves in there together with those who had preceded them. The men, however, came close to our fire and sat in small groups around other fires which they lit. This movement, which commenced at the fall of day, continued into the night. The small fires went on multiplying themselves incessantly, and the same time the number of men also who did not tire of talking, and went on conversing eagerly. And in the middle of all this animation they did not forget for one moment to heap upon us new presents, the trays made out of taboca, full of cakes, caras, maniocs, potatoes, and roasted corn, went on circulating in an endless procession. What most impressed us, however, was the quantity of cigarettes being smoked. Had the village been set on fire, the column of smoke which would rise from the burning huts would perhaps not be greater than that which was formed out of the combination of puffs which incessantly were expelled from the mouths of those indefatigable smokers. At last I was already getting tired of talking so much, and of paying so much attention in order to guess the meaning of the discourses which I could not understand. My cousin Bellarmino was already sleeping for some time, placidly stretched out on a bed of coconut palm leaves, with which we had lined the ground which we occupied. The desire came to me of imitating his example, and I decided to do so, notwithstanding the objections of my uncle, who found it a double imprudence to go to sleep after having placed ourselves in the midst of such a multitude of unknown Indians, whose habits and even their language we ignored. Close to me many Indians sat. In order to give them a further proof of confidence, I stretched myself out on my bed of leaves, resting my head on the knee of one of them. I did not err in doing this, for the fellow was so content at having been chosen for this sign of affection and of abandonment, that he took the greatest care to avoid the slightest movement that might be taken as a sign of uneasiness or of fatigue. Notwithstanding the sharp odor from the Indian's body painted with orucum, I succeeded in falling asleep. But it was a short slumber. I awoke, and it seemed to me that the number of persons assembled on the terrace had received a great reinforcement. Certainly there were no less than 200 in number. Furthermore, I could hear the sounds of female voices. I perceived that the women had left the large closed hut, and given to curiosity had approached to see us. This curiosity seemed to me to be fully justified, so much so that I also arose and went towards the fire to light a torch made out of palm leaves in order to obtain sufficient light to be able to properly distinguish them. This occasioned a great flurry. From all sides came exclamations of fright, and the Indian women began to run off in the direction of their refuge. While they ran, the men laughed heartily at seeing them so terrified. I gave up my project and returned to my bed, where I found the Indian, on whose knees I had been reclining my head, occupying his post of honor. I again went off to sleep and did not awake until daybreak. My uncle, a true representative of the old prejudice of our people with regard to the Indians, kept awake during that whole night. The Indians likewise passed the night awake. They, however, had another reason for so doing, and this could well be surmised, at hearing as one could on all sides in the midst of their endless conversations the word coco, which recalls the sound produced by the blunt stone axes striking the trunk of a great tree. The satisfaction which they felt in hoping to be able to possess before long the splendid steel axes was so intense that it made them sleepless. At daybreak we were already prepared to leave, when the Indians invited us to visit some other villages on those camps, to which they had given the name of Uculitende, and which I called 14 de Abril. In memory of the date cherished among the most dear to my heart of a thankful husband, forced to live more on saudades than on the perennial enjoyment of the affection with which my good destiny has filled my most loving home. Having gone over the camps and visited 4 other villages, whose population on the whole we reckoned at more than 300, we returned to our camp, where we found our companions already alarmed at our unforeseen absence. 34 Indians accompanied us, amongst whom there were 5 from Encuentro Feliz, who had come to fetch their arms, which, as we saw, had been left on the side of the trail inside the woods. To all of them I gave axes, machetes, and trinkets. End of section 15. Section 16. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariana da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Third lecture, Part 3. From that date onward, the visits of the Indians to our camps never ceased, and there were times when they arrived in groups of 200 and more. The news of such extraordinary success spread rapidly over the whole forest, the result being that to these first tribes others soon joined, coming more than 20 leagues from the north. In this way we made the acquaintance of the Sabanas, the Ayeyas, the Exodes, and the Teobes, who are the finest men of the whole region. Not even the old invalids wished to be deprived of the satisfaction of seeing with their own eyes the men who suddenly appeared in this fashion in their territory, with the power to produce so deep and radical a modification in their secular habits, such as the one that results in substituting their stone implements by others made of steel. These events, so highly significative in the general work lately initiated for the protection and the civilization of the Indians, had to be commemorated by naming the telegraph station which was to be erected in those forests as a result of all the efforts which were being employed. Thus the idea occurred to me that no other could better satisfy the moral and civic requirements of the emotions and the hopes which had sprung up, and which it was desired to see developed and fructify, than that of the great statesmen of our independence. In order to further enhance the significance of the homage which we were about to render to the memory of the great author of the Apontamentos para a Civilización dos Indios Bravos do Brasil, Notes for the Civilizing of the Brazilian Wild Indians, I selected his glorious birthday, the 13th of June, for the date of the inauguration of the new establishment, and by quite a coincidence I was able to carry out the solemnity corresponding to this act, not only in the presence, but also with the cooperation of a group of Tauite Nhambiquaras, who designated one of their daughters to unfold to the winds of those wild regions the sacred symbol of the Brazilian nationality. After inaugurating this station, called José Bonifácio, and whilst we continued with the location of the line along the general route of the 1909 Reconnaissance until we crossed the former Dúvida, and departed therefrom some 10 kilometers to the northwest. We went on investigating the means of solving the transportation problem, which services became day by day more imperfect and uncertain. Practically, we had already ceased to rely upon the supplies from Tapirapoan. The packs on which they depended became disorganized, and were almost exterminated before they could cover the enormous distances which they had to travel in order to arrive where we were. In compensation, we had almost approached the river Pimenta Bueno, which we knew since 1909 when we had discovered it, and caused it to be reconnoitered by Lieutenant Alencaliense and Dr. Alipio de Miranda Ribeiro, to be the main feeder of the Gy Paraná. Consequently, in order to solve the pressing problem of transportation, we should profit by the relative facilities afforded by the river navigation, causing our baggage to come down from Manaos, along the Madeira up to the mouth of the Gy. Thenceforward it would be carried in barges up this river at the point of the confluence of the Pimenta Bueno with the Commemoratio de Floriano. After being unloaded from the barges, it would be handed over to the pack trains, by which it would be finally conveyed to the place where we might be encamping. We would still remain dependent naturally on the mules and bullocks, whose maintenance would be rendered extremely difficult in those regions, where the 1909 expedition had found only the tall and close-set trees of the virgin forests. But, on the other hand, there was the advantage that the distances to be covered would become shorter and shorter as we progressed with the construction. Thus the efforts demanded of the beasts would gradually decrease. In order to carry out this scheme, it was necessary for us to adopt 2 series of measures. The first was the organization of the river craft for the navigation on the Gy Paraná. The second had relation to the preparation of the road for the transit of the pack trains from the terminus of the navigation up to the camp. The latter, however, was changeable and accompanied the advance of the construction. Consequently, in order to be properly and at all times useful, the road should be made in conjunction with the same route which the telegraph wire would follow. I committed the opening up of this track to the charge of Lieutenant Nicolao Buenohorta Barbosa, who, after leaving José Bonifácio with a small gang of men, armed with machetes and axes, proceeded along clearing the track opened by the 1909 expedition, and at the same time carrying out partial explorations intended to improve in certain points the route of that expedition. From the point of departure up to the river Pimenta Bueno, Lieutenant Nicolao had to successively cross the rivers Dúvida, Commemoratio de Floriano, and Barrio de Melgaço. In the first named, he discovered a new crossing situated at a point 800 meters above that utilized by the 1909 expedition, and having over the latter the advantage of not being in swampy ground. And in the second, which was crossed by the track at a point near a waterfall, Salto do Paraíso, a beautiful camp was discovered below this point, covered with magnificent pasture, and which was named Parabéns. Thence up to Barrio del Melgaço, and from the latter to the port of Boa Passagem on the Pimenta Bueno, Lieutenant Nicolao did not depart from the 1909 track. From that port up to the confluence there were still some 5 leagues to be covered. The small expedition, however, which was traveling on foot, could not cover this distance in consequence of the state of health of that officer and one of his men, who were both suffering with high fever. Of the 4 persons who formed the whole party, only 2 were in a condition to walk. They were ordered to proceed along the river until they should come out by the pier at the confluence in order to bring up from there some sort of craft in which the sick might be taken. Thus, on the 7th of September, this small expedition terminated, and besides reopening the road from the station of José Bonifacio to the river Pimenta Bueno, it made the most important discovery of the Campo de Parabéns in the very heart of the virgin forest. Another interesting result obtained on this march of Lieutenant Nicolayo was the fact that he was able to ascertain that there existed villages of Indians and their plantations established along that road after crossing the Conmemoracio de Floriano. In 1909, when the expedition for the reconnaissance from Cuiabá to the Madeira passed along there, no signs revealed the fact that the region was inhabited. On the other hand, the style in which the houses were built, the pottery, the musical instruments, and other wares seen in the Malocas, where at the time there was not a single inhabitant or fires alight, differed in form, dimensions, and materially from those used by the Nhambiquaras. It was evident, therefore, that we had before us a new nation, of which we had so far no knowledge whatever. Judging from the information collected among the Nhambiquaras adjoining them towards the west, there lives an anthropophagic people whom they know under the name of Malotandus. The villages and the plantations discovered by Lieutenant Nicolayo could belong to a group of these people. Certainly after the passage of the 1909 expedition, some of them whilst on their customary hunting excursions observed on the felled trees the cut of our implements, which are really extraordinary when compared to those made by their stone implements. They were most desirous of possessing such admirable axes, and had formed the project of lining up on the roadside awaiting the return of the men who had opened up the cutting. When this occurred, they would employ the best means of entering into relationship with the proprietors of the much desired axes, and so obtained them. Afterwards we verified that we had not made a mistake in our suppositions, except in the part relative to the identification of the people in question with the Malotandus of the Nhambiquaras, because Lieutenant Amarante, having been entrusted with the opening up of the road, which cutting had been cleared again by Lieutenant Nicolayo, he found himself one day in front of 3 Indians who, half hidden amid the vegetation, watched him with drawn bows ready to let go their arrows. In the face of that imminent risk, the distinguished officer did not lose his presence of mind. By gesture language he endeavored to make the Indians understand that he did not wish to molest them. On the contrary, his wish was to treat them kindly and in a friendly manner. Then one of the hiding Indians got up, and in an energetic tone addressed himself to the others, who still persisted in carrying out the aggression, and opposed himself to their intent. He having succeeded in this, the Indians approached with the greatest stealth, making the customary introduction discourses, and took Lieutenant Amarante together with the only man who accompanied him on this occasion, the civilian Joao de Deus, to the village, where they were received with acclamations of great joy, for they were looked upon as friends whose visit had for a long time been desired and expected. The relations thus established developed very quickly, and permitted us to get to know this Indian tribe, of which no explorer of the wilderness had notice before. In their own language their name is Kepikiri Uat. Their domains extend on the easterly border up to the river Conmemoracio de Floriano, which they call the Tamboroe, where the Nhambiquara territory commences and includes all the valley of the Pimenta Bueno, or Dijaro Urebe, which word in the English language signifies the brilliant river. Their population is distributed in numerous independent groups, each one with its own name, such as Beep Uaps, Urapanan, Baripits, Uaparanas, Guep Uats, etc. On many occasions I was in villages belonging to the Kepikiri Uats, whose custom I was able to observe. If I wished to relate same here, I would have to extend this lecture more than would be convenient. I therefore limit myself to saying that they, just as the Nhambiquaras use no clothes, not even the women. In spite of this, however, they make cloths out of cotton cultivated in their splendid plantations, of which they make hammocks in which to sleep. In this, as in many other points, they are more advanced than the Nhambiquaras, who make their beds on the ground without any other care beyond that of picking out places covered with sand. They do not smoke, but they take snuff by means of a most ingenious implement, which consists of a tube of thin bamboo, about 2 feet long, having at one of its extremities a small recipient made out of cocoanut shell. The bowl being filled with tobacco dust, the person who is about to sniff brings same to his nostrils, and another person, making use of the other extremity of the tube, blows through same, making the snuff penetrate into the nostrils of the snuffer, who helps the operation by taking a deep inhalation. This instrument, to which cannot be denied the merit of a novelty, and to which I attribute excellent qualities, amongst others that of being less aggressive than the Nhambiquara cigarette, is called in the Kepekiri-Uat language Narima Kap. Equally curious is the reception ceremony on important visits, we were almost saying embassies. The solemnity takes place in the yard. The men present themselves armed spick and span and remaining standing, whilst the women form a group, squatting at a small distance off. The visitors are placed in the center of the yard. The men commence to march, arms in hand, and thus defile in front of the recent arrivals, whose chief must be prepared to receive and retribute the friendly, and perhaps somewhat excessive shake hands of the Kepekiri-Uats. Here is how this part of the ceremony takes place. Each Indian, when facing that chief, stops, rests the bow and arrows against his own body, and extends his 2 arms with hands opened and fingers stretched out. The visitor must extend his hands in the same fashion and lock his fingers with those of the Indian. This done, the 2 friends set to work shaking each other in an extremely cordial manner, so much so that it would fill with envy those splendid gentlemen who are accustomed to take the opportunity of shaking hands with us, to show us the strength of their wrists. Having terminated the masculine compliments, then follow those of the women, each one of which comes and shakes hands in a friendly way with the visitors. After this they retire to the interior of the huts, and the men sit down to initiate their conversation with their guests. We have said above that these Indians were not those indicated by the Nhambiquaras under the name of Malotundus. This verification was made possible by us from the fact that the Kepekiri-Uats themselves informed us that nearer its headwaters, the Pimenta Bueno, possessed a feeder, the Dujano Juperara, or Rio Vermelho, Red River, the valley of which is occupied by a tribe which they call Coeillas, and the description of these, given to us by them, coincides exactly with that given by the Nhambiquaras relative to the terrible Malotundus. However, we saw in the possession of a Kepekiri-Uat chief a human collarbone which he used as a flute. On inquiring of him the origin of this bone, the Indian replied, saying that it belonged to a Coeilla whom he had slain in combat. Finally, he confessed that his tribe was not entirely exempt from the guilt of cannibalism. They limit themselves, however, to practice same only in regard to the Coeillas killed in battle. This they do by the desire to vindicate their parents and friends who had been previously eaten by those savages. But contrary to the practice of the latter, they do not arrive at consuming all the flesh of the victim, because each one contents himself with such a small portion that most of the body remains intact and is rejected. The flute made out of the collarbone of the Coahuila Indian, to which I have referred above, is now in the National Museum. As we have seen, the commencement of our relations with the Kepekiri-Uats is due to Lieutenant Amarante, who was entrusted with the opening up of the road from José Bonifacio to the confluence of the rivers Pimenta Bueno and Commemoracio. This work took place in 1913, and after finishing same, the transport of the baggage destined to the construction camp and the other services of the line up to Vilhena was done along the Gy Paraná. On arriving at that confluence, it was taken over by the pack animals and carried to its destination. However, our greatest efforts were employed in the direction of reducing, as far as possible on this journey, the part which had to be done by land. Similar results could be arrived at once the Commemoracio de Floriano proved navigable above its confluence with the Pimenta Bueno. To decide this question, I again designated Lieutenant Amarante, indicating to him that he should leave from Campo de Parabéns, going along the Commemoracio up to the end of its course. Having concluded this expedition, the results collected from same surpassed all our expectations, not only because it was ascertained that the river was navigable up to the mouth of a feeder on the right bank, to which we gave the name of Francisco Bueno, but also because we learned of the existence of many other camps, from that mouth to the confluence with the Pimenta Bueno. The immediate consequence of these discoveries was the modification introduced in the route for the telegraph line, to which, instead of crossing the Commemoracio at Campo de Parabéns and continuing through the interior of the woods traversed in 1909, it descended the mouth of the small river Francisco Bueno, and from there followed along that river on the left bank. Thus we benefited for the construction of the facilities offered by the camp, and again we obtained permanent advantage in having guaranteed to us the subsistence of the pack animals which travel between the mouth of that small river and the Vilhena station, inasmuch as in the whole of this journey of nearly 25 leagues only less than 10 are devoid of pasture. At the bar of the new river we placed the first station after José Bonifácio, and to which we gave the name of Barrio del Melgaço. The distance between these two stations is 67 kilometers. But apart from these results, Lieutenant Amarante's expedition obtained others, of a geographical nature emanating from the precise determination of the course of the Commemoracio de Floriano. The fixation of the bar of the river Barrio del Melgaço is a demonstration that the hypothesis which gave place to the including of the Dúvida as one of the tributaries of the basin of the Gy Paraná was incorrect. After the bar of the river Francisco Bueno, the road studied by Lieutenant Amarante continued along the course of the Commemoracio up to the point where, later on, the station of Pimenta Bueno in the confluence of the river of this name would be equipped. From there, Lieutenant Amarante prolonged his expedition by the right bank of the upper Gy Paraná until arriving at the store called Urupá, the property of a company of rubber tappers, established a little below the mouth of the river of the same name. End of section 16. Section 17. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Third lecture, Part 4. In this route of more than 142 kilometers, the ground presented technical and economical conditions more favorable to the construction than that studied by the survey of 1909. We decided therefore to abandon the old scheme, which consisted in carrying the telegraph line from Pimenta Bueno to Araquimes on the Jamari, on the left bank of the Gy, across a region of mountains covered with high woods cut by numerous igarapes, and important rivers such as the Luis de Albuquerque, Rolam de Miura, Ricardo Franco, Yurupá, and the Jaru, of which the three first had been discovered by the big 1909 expedition. On the route surveyed by Lieutenant Amarante, we had not to cross more than one course of water of any importance, the Rio Sinjo. We found large zones of jungles, and we remained still in condition to benefit of the navigation of the Guy for the transport of foodstuffs and baggage. The location obeyed this line, in which we opened two stations, one in front of the bar of the Ricardo Franco, and the other where the Yurupá store is situated. Both were concluded in 1914 and named respectively Presidente Hermes and Presidente Pena. Beyond the results which we have mentioned above, obtained by the surveying expedition conducted by Lieutenant Amarante along the upper Gy Paraná, we must register still further the meeting which he had with the Indians of the place, belonging to, as I afterwards verified, a large ethnographic group of the Tupis, far and away more advanced than the Nhambiquaras or the Capiciri-Yuats, of whom they are enemies and with whom they are always at war. These Indians, besides using hammocks, had the habit of clothing their women with loincloths and the men with a kind of small drawers made of cotton. More important, however, is the fact observed by us that they are given to the art of navigation, which they carry out by means of canoes or ubas, made out of the barks of trees, such as the jatobá, the jequitibá, and others, which is peeled off entire by means of a process known to the Indians, and in which fire plays the principal part. Very noteworthy also is the system of defense with which they surround their villages for the purpose of preventing the possibility of their being attacked by unknown warriors who might intend to take them by surprise. With this object in view, they construct among the branches of the trees, on both sides of the path whose access they wish to defend, platforms of rough wood, where the defenders can take up their positions, and from above detect and watch the movements of the enemy. This resource, although very efficient, did not appear to them to be sufficient. There required a system of defense which would produce effect by itself, dispensing with their presence, an identical thought to that of the civilized warriors when they invented the automatic explosion of mines, destined to close the entrance to ports and canals. The Indians of the upper Gy Paraná, utilizing with much industry and intelligence the poor resources of their forests, employ rods pointed at the end, forming a sort of spiked fence, which remains in an oblique position in the paths or roads along which they wish to stop passage, covering them up afterwards with the leaves and branches of bushes near by. The point of these stakes is turned in the direction whence the enemy is expected to come, and besides this they are high enough to spike a man in the stomach. These and other things relative to the life of the Indians in question were completely unknown previous to Lieutenant Amarante's expedition. Such ignorance almost proved fatal to one of the members of the expedition, named Joao de Deus, a valorous veteran of the Telegraph Line Commission campaigns. The case was that after crossing the Rio Sinjo, the affluent which I have just referred to of the Gy Paraná, Lieutenant Amarante, having perceived an Indian path, decided to reconnoiter same, in the expectation of arriving at the respective village. He commenced therefore to advance by that path, sending Joao de Deus in front of him, his duty being to cut a passage with the machete at the points where same might be necessary. Having gone a small distance, Joao de Deus suddenly felt that he had been wounded in the upper part of the hip. Had it been a little higher up, the wound would have been most serious, probably mortal. We thus obtained the first inkling of the system of defense used by these Indians in whose villages we could only enter under their own guidance, after they entered into friendly relations with the members of the Telegraph Lines Commission, to whom they spontaneously presented themselves in February 1914 on one of the banks of the Guy. In this same year the chief Abatera took me to his Maloca, and during the journey showed me a number of spikes which he had previously caused to be knocked down to facilitate my passage. I was thus enabled to learn the customs of this nation, who were divided into various groups, namely the Parnaioats, Tacueteps, Ipoteuats, and others. I will limit myself to cite here one of their customs, namely the staining of their faces, arms, and legs with the juice of the genipapo, which blackens their skin. I asked one of them why they painted themselves thus. He replied that it was a ruse to facilitate the hunting of the coeta, because, as this monkey is excessively curious, a man under this disguise, placing himself inside of the monkey and imitating the voice of some animal or other, will succeed in bringing him down from the branches of the trees, most desirous of investigating at close quarters the novelty which he sees. On this occasion the hunter kills it with his unfailing bow and arrow. But coming back to the construction, I will remind you of what was said in the lecture relative to the survey of the River Roosevelt. In regard to the paralyzation which same suffered at Barrio del Melgaço on account of the violent epidemic of fever which caused the death of Captain Cardoso. When the work of that survey was finished, Lieutenant Vasconcelos had succeeded in organizing the services of the above-mentioned station, and advanced with the location to Pimento Bueno, whence he would continue to Presidente Hermes and Presidente Pena. On the other side, the work of the north section, begun at Santo Antonio do Madeira, had progressed along the Jamari and finally attained the highest point of this river at the Barraqueo Bom Futuro, where we equipped the station called Ariquimes, a name of an indigenous tribe which I established in a village, and whose pacification and customs I will speak of in another place. In order to have the line stretched from Cuiabá to Santo Antonio, it remained therefore to study the connection between Ariquimes and Presidente Pena, passing from the valley of the Jamari to that of the Gy-Paraná, which should be reached in the waters of the Jaru, its affluent of the left bank. I planned out to effect this study in two sections, one from Ariquimes to Jaru, and the other from this river to Presidente Pena. For this reason, having finished, as we have seen, the Roosevelt-Rondon scientific expedition by the departure of the illustrious American statesman from Bolém do Pará to New York, I immediately returned to Manaus, and from there left for the Madeira, making for the mouth of the Jamari. I ascended this river up to the bar of its affluent Canaan, where the station of Ariquimes is situated. From there I started the surveying expedition generally towards northeast, first by the right bank of the Canaan, and afterwards by the left of one of its feeders, the river Quatro Cachoeiras, which was followed up to the point of the confluence of another river, the Iraguape Cachoeira. From this confluence the survey took a northeast direction up a mountain, and on descending same on the opposite side, reached the waters of the basin of the Gy-Paraná. Advancing by the right of these waters, I perceived that they formed the Igarape de São José, to which the San Salvador is united, forming therefore the River Novo, which discharges its waters in the Tocfón, and the latter into the Jaru. The expedition, however, did not descend so far, because the bar of the San Salvador turns to the southeast, crosses the Serra de San Rosa, and enters the valley of the Jaru, the left bank of which was attained at a point where there exists a store called Santos Dumont, belonging to some rubber tappers. This point was picked out to receive the new telegraph station, which was intermediary between the two which were intended to be connected. Ascending the river, on leaving this spot, it will not be necessary to march more than 1.5 leagues in order to find the place in which the 1909 expedition had encamped, and whence it left, in a westerly direction, almost on the parallel of 10 degrees, in search of the waters of the Jassy, finding, however, those of the Pardo, an affluent of the Jamari. From the place chosen for the new station, the staff returned to Arequimes, but they did not cover the previous route, except as far as to descend the Serra to which I have referred, where I passed from the valley of the Cuatro Cachoeiras to that of the Tocfon. This is the Serra known today as Expedição, on account of its having been for the first time noted in 1909, when it was crossed by the big survey of the main line, from Cuiabá to the Madeira. After having descended same, the expedition of 1914 followed the divisor of the feeders of the right bank of the Cuatro Cachoeiras and those of the left bank of the Tocfon, noting among the first the headwaters of the Igarapés Andira and Valhame Dus, and following these more to the east, those also of the Rio Branco, which discharges its waters into the Jamari by its mouth situated below that of the Quenan. According to information gathered amongst the rubber tappers, the region where I recognized the headwaters of the Rio Branco is occupied by a tribe of warlike Indians who are known to them under the name of Boca Preta. These same Indians are again observed in the headwaters of the River Preto, another affluent of the Jamari, below the previous one, and as far as those of a feeder of the Gui, whose mouth the navigator who enters this river coming from the Madeira finds right in the commencement on the right of one going upstream. When we re-entered the Arequimes on our return from these surveys, we made a total run of 199.722 meters. We designed a topographic plan of the region studied, and on the same projected the route of the line between that and the future station of the Jaru, with a development of 93.027. The location works of this portion was immediately commenced and terminated in a very short space of time. Then, leaving the new station, I directed myself to the Gui Paraná, navigating the Jaru downstream, making a topographical survey of the part of the course run. On arriving at the Gui, I continued to navigate, ascending it up to the site in which we were to open the station called Presidente Pena. There I initiated the opening of the cutting for the laying of the line in the part included between this and the station situated immediately above same. Leaving this work in charge of Dr. Espiridião, I continued to ascend the Gui until I met a camp of the construction party under the direction of Lieutenant Vasconcellos, which was already below the Pimenta Bueno and would soon reach Presidente Hermes. I proceeded upstream, inspecting all the work done after my departure from Barrio del Melgaço on the 4th of October of the previous year, when I left to commence the Roosevelt-Rondon scientific expedition. I visited various villages of Parnaots and Capiquiri-Uat Indians, and then returned downstream to the spot where Presidente Pena Station exists. End of section 17. Section 18. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition and the Telegraph Line Commission by Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon. Translation by Richard George Reedy and Edwin Douglas Murray. Third lecture, Part 5. As it can be seen from this rapid account of my inspection tour, at the time in which it was made, that is to say, in August and September of last year, the work of construction had alone not been initiated in the portion comprised between the station of Presidente Pena and that of Jaru, and even the reconnoitering and survey of the ground necessary for the projection of the route between these two points were yet to be undertaken. Withal, there was no time to lose. We were already in the second fortnight of September, and it was imperative to have the telegraphic connection of Cuyaba and Santo Antonio concluded by the last day of December, in order to be able to inaugurate same on the 1st of January. The ground which was yet to be studied is that comprised between the river Urupá from its mouth and the Jaru, and as far as it could be surmised from the indications deduced from the 1909 Reconnoissance, the distance to be covered, if taken as a straight line, would not be more than 70 kilometers. Notwithstanding that the region was altogether covered with thick and high forests, we expected to be able to cross same in 4 or 5 days, provided this did not require more than a hasty exploration. I therefore decided to carry it out, and in order to facilitate the march, which I commenced on the 20th of September, I was determined not to take with me more than 2 men with no implements, not even a machete, as I was not disposed to lose time in cutting away. Each of us carried his own hammock, his gun, and ammunition. Besides this, only 8 tins of condensed milk and salt. Our food would have to be supplied by the forest. That is, we would have to feed on the game and fruit which we might find. We thus traveled inside the forest 88 kilometers, generally heading to 60 degrees northwest, until we came across the Jaru at a point intermediary between the mouth of the river Tocfon and of the Igarape Paraíso, the latter of which we had crossed, after several other smaller rivers, such as the Miolo and the Boa Vista, direct tributaries of the Gui. In this first part of our march we took 9 days. The second part, which consisted in the ascent of the Jaru, from the point of arrival to the telegraph station, I undertook to effect it following along the bed of the river, which was rendered possible by the fact that it was at the time ebbing, and presented numerous and extensive dry strands. Soon after commencing this new itinerary, I became unable to walk, having been attacked and wounded in the foot by a skate. At first I expected to recover in a short while from the sore which this wound had left me, but on realizing, after a 4 days' rest, that the case became worse, I sent one of my men up to the Barasaio Santos Dumont in order to bring down a canoe. In this I traveled 24.501 meters up to the store. Thence, on recovering, I proceeded on with the reconnaissance on foot, and connected it to the last station of the Ariquemes-Jaru location. The total march attained a distance of 121 kilometers, and allowed a route to be projected closing the circuit between Presidente Pena and Jaru, with an extension of 77.061 meters of wire. Along the region traversed there are many mountain ranges located in between the small rivers to which I have already referred, as well as others relative to the Igarapes do Chibé and da Ponte, affluents of the left bank of the Urupá, besides numerous slopes whence descend some headwaters of lesser importance. This is the zone of the most famous rubber forests of the whole Gui Paraná, no less remarkable for the quality of the latex they produce, and for the density of the forests they form, are the caoutchouc trees which grow there. This is due to the fact that in that stretch of land are combined the 2 most favorable conditions for the development and the improvement of the Hevea brasiliensis and the caoutchouc, namely the great altitude and the existence of mountains of granitic rock. Each rubber tree of the Igarape do Paraíso supplies 12 gallons of latex. Those of the Madeira do not furnish more than 3, and caoutchouc, while frequently to be met with in the granitic soil, is never to be found in ground of arenitic formation. As regards the Indian population of this region, this is at the present moment located in the valley of the Jaru, and is composed of 2 tribes, both of them on good terms with the rubber tappers who utilize their services. The first one occupies the headwaters of the river, and has settled there recently, coming from the Urupá, whence they take their name. The other, which is a native of the Jaru itself, and bears the name of this river, has its villages further down, between the said river and the Anari, also an affluent of the Gy. The surveys to which I have alluded above were followed immediately by the work of location, and this was pushed on so intensively that by the end of December we had stretched the 374.235 meters of wire between Barrio del Melgaco and Arequimes, and finished the line from Cuiabá to Santo Antonio do Madeira, forming a continuous circuit of 1.490 kilometers, served by 20 intermediate stations. This is the main line, the official inauguration of which was effected on the 1st day of January of the current year. We had, however, previously constructed and handed over for service 3 branch lines with a total extension of 769.946. To one of these, from San Luis de Cáceres to the town of Mato Grosso, I have had occasion to refer in my lectures delivered to the public in this capital in 1911. Of the other 2 I shall now give a short notice. The first runs along the road of the Madeira-Mamoré Railway and connects Santo Antonio to Guajara-Mirim. Its main object is to answer the requirements of the police of that region, where the territory of our country confines with that of Bolivia. The extension of this branch is 356 kilometers, and its intermediary stations are not more than 4 in number. In laying out the wire, we at first utilized the post belonging to the railway, but later on we caused others to be erected for the exclusive use of our line. On the banks of the Madeira, from Santo Antonio to Guajara-Mirim, we did not meet other Indians beyond the Carapunas, whose villages are located in the zone comprised between the Mutum Paraná and Ribeiro. These are tame Indians who have been on friendly terms with the civilized men since the colonial days. Amongst them can be noted a large number of Cabores, or a half-breed between African and Indian blood. The personnel of the Madeira-Mamoré Railway treat them kindly and at times even go out of their way to assist them. I can, for instance, state the case which occurred to one of them who necessitated undergoing costly medical treatment, in the course of which it became indispensable to amputate both his legs. The Indian, besides having been operated and carefully bound up, received from his benefactor as a present an apparatus sent from the United States to replace the amputated limbs. The last branch to which we have to refer is that which was carried from the station of the Parisis to a small village existing at the bar of the Rio dos Bugres, an affluent of the left bank of the Sepotuba. The construction was under the direction of the Inspector of Telegraphs, Dr. Francisco Xavier, assisted by a group of Indians named Terenas, who came especially for this purpose from the place where their tribe lived, near the town of Miranda. The line measures 114.500 meters in extension and possesses the intermediary station Afonsos, situated in the plateau which one follows on descending the Serra dos Parises and precedes that of Tapirapoan. After having crossed the 2 mountain sides, it traverses some breeding camps and penetrates into new forests which extend up to the Sepotuba and the Paraguay, joining on to those of the Juaro and the Guapore. In the last part of the journey indicated there lives a tribe of Indians, the Barbados, famous in the chronicles of Mato Grosso for their tenacious and sanguinous resistance which, from the colonial days, they never ceased to oppose to the attempts of entering into their territory by persons of our civilization. The war which they sustained in the defense of their villages and domains was so merciless that it was not even possible to find out to what ethnographic group they belonged. When, in 1913, it was decided that the Telegraph Line Commission would be entrusted with the construction of that branch, the first measure taken by me to commence the work was the installation of a special service destined to gain the confidence and friendship of that tribe. Of all the trials in the wilds of Mato Grosso and other states to which the simple and easy method of entering into pacific and friendly relations with the nuclei of the primitive populations of our country had been submitted, this was certainly the roughest and of the most doubtful result, because no other people of the Indians had, as much as the Barbados, occasion and motives to confirm the belief that from the civilized people they could expect nothing but persecution, slaughter, and cruelty. Notwithstanding this, I organized the service of pacification, and having handed over the direction to Mr. Severiano de Albuquerque, an old employee of the Telegraph Line Commission, whose capacity for carrying out analogous duties had already been demonstrated in Campos Nova de Serra del Norte, where he had succeeded in making peace with a group of Nhambiquaras, I remained fully confident in the successful result which he would obtain. It was not long before the facts came to confirm my prevision, because that employee having fixed his abode on the left bank to the Indians, it would be easy for him to find numerous occasions of giving them proofs of his benevolence and kindness, by not hostilizing them and leaving them in the interior of the woods, presents of axes, machetes, and trinkets, etc. He had the satisfaction, in the beginning of August, 1913, of receiving in his camp the visit of the first party of Barbados, who had procured civilized people with pacific and friendly intentions. On Severiano communicating this auspicious achievement to me, he described the warriors of this tribe as being most robust and healthy men, who had the habit of staining their bodies with jenipapo and using, out of modesty, a small band of coconut leaf rolled up. Round their necks they hung strings of threaded palm nuts. From their ears hung balls of bright colored feathers. Their hair was long and fell down to their shoulders in small plaits, or was used in one small and partial chignon on the top of their heads. The chiefs were distinguishable by various adornments of feathers, one on the head like a helmet, and others as bracelets and garters. The relations thus established have never since been interrupted. The visits to our camp became more and more numerous and frequent, and the men were accompanied by their women and children. This was evidently a great proof of the modification already operated in their minds by the confidence which we were inspiring in them. However, the prejudice engraved in their brains for more than a century of wars and merciless persecution is so great that they have not yet decided to take us to their villages. A similar state of mind appears to have been turned into a physical gesture which, by the prolonged habit through various generations, has transformed itself into an irreflexible movement common to all the individuals of the tribe. This gesture or tic consists in a quick and wide oscillating movement of the body, as would be made by an individual attacked by an enemy who was endeavoring to sight him in order to strike him a death blow. And in order to elude the aim bobs incessantly from one side to the other, without, however, giving up the fight and procuring the favorable moment to attack his adversary. The Barbados act in this way on all occasions when they get into the presence of a civilized man. Their attitude is always that of men who are awaiting a sudden and treacherous blow. On the other hand, any one of us civilized people requires to dispose of a good dose of calmness and presence of mind in order to overcome the uneasiness which one feels at the moment of receiving the first greeting of a group of Barbados. Let us imagine for a moment that we find ourselves in the camp of the Rio dos Bugres, and that we are informed of the approach of a member of warriors of that race. Out of curiosity, we immediately leave for the yard, desirous of seeing the ceremony used by them when they arrive at a strange village. Let us recollect those of the other tribes already seen. The Nhambiquaras, for example, yell from afar, "Anaoi," which cry is immediately answered by those of the village visited, "Anere," they following the entry of the first into the Maloca, whose yard they overrun in a large circle, each one carrying his bow and arrows in his uplifted hands. Having finished this circuit, they commence the conversation with the chief of the Maloca. What will the Barbados ceremonial be like? Behold, they approach. They arrive frowning, with a martial aspect more aggressive than friendly. They all bring their bows and arrows. On arriving at a certain distance, they suddenly stop, hold up their bows in a shooting position, arm their arrows pointed at us, and draw the cords. They beat the ground angrily with their right foot. They send up a thrilling war whoop. And all this so quickly that we had no time to recover from our astonishment and surprise. The bows, giving way to the strong tension of the cords, curve themselves and collect the force destined to be transmitted to the arrows. Now, the cords loosened, the bows unbend. One hears the dry smack of the cords against the wood of the bows. If one of us, giving way to natural impulse, should close his eyes, he would have lost the most unforeseen part, and the only one really pleasing in the whole scene, the verification that the arrows had not left, but remained retained between the fingers which had directed and guided them. The cords had been let loose in vain, and the whole thing was finally nothing more or less than mere show, destined purely and simply to translate the sentiments of cordiality and good wishes of those who had mounted and executed same. I admit of the possibility of there existing persons who, if they were placed in the conditions of having to receive the homages of this wild greeting, would find them little amusing. But so that we may be just, we must remember that they do not dispose of other elements in order to manifest their joy in their public feasts, except those which can be afforded to them by their poor arms. If they possessed cannon, it is clear that they would thunder the air with formidable discharges. When I returned to the camp of the Rio dos Bugres, already finding peace and friendly relations established with the Barbados, from the first words which I heard them speak, I immediately recognized them to be a branch of the great nation of the Bororos. It is known that of this nation there exists two other groups, respectively localized on the River São Lourenço and on the Garças, the first in the basin of the Paraguay, and the second in that of the Araguaia. The knowledge which we possess relative to the disposition and the capacity of mental assimilation of the two last groups makes things quite clear to us with regard to what we should expect from the first, and authorize us to predict that if the action initiated with such good results is not interrupted, from the tribe of the Barbados will come out, in a very short time, campmen and agriculturists as good and as useful to the general economy of the nation, and especially to Mato Grosso, as those who have come out of the other two. Section 18.